drink from most rivers and you'd be safe. Maybe not the Thames and some of the city rivers, but in the country today you couldn't do that. They tell me in 2050 the oceans will be pretty much dead, and Clever allows for all that. Clever allows for technology that we've created, that if a meteorite went by and wiped out the silicon chip, we would be in big trouble. Or if, shall we say, the poles and North and South Pole reverse polarity, we have no electricity. The Kalahari Bushman would say, did something happen? But the rest of humanity would be running around screaming and dying by the millions, because we put ourselves out on a technological limb. What you have pointing at me, do you know how it works? Could you recreate it? Could you make that? Because I couldn't. I mean, if I wouldn't even know how my car works anymore. It's a computer on 4 wheels. Once upon a time, I actually knew how it worked.
Yeah.
Now it's left me completely behind. And so we've created a technology that only very few of us have a clue how it works. And in other words, we've put our reliance outside of ourselves. We've created reliance outside of ourselves. In the Paleolithic times, we were self-reliant. And in the Paleolithic times, our pineal was as big as a small bird's egg, as small as the last joint of your little finger. Today, with the loss of self-reliance, and we even gave our spirituality away to religion. So we did that second-hand. Today, overall, our pineal, and there are many different, many who don't have this, the pineal has shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. And as it gets smaller, they're now finding in dementia cases when they die, the pineal is atrophied. There's no energy in it. And we have a new case of dementia now every 7 seconds. Every 7 seconds in the Western world there's a new case of dementia. In the third world countries, nobody's counting. It's very much in the Western world. A new dementia every 7 seconds. We have a new diagnosis of cancer every 1 minute. We have a death from cancer every 3.5 minutes. Medical science tells us it will get twice as bad in the next 20 years. This is all down to Clever and
who's
intellect. Nobody's to blame. Nobody's to blame.
Nobody's to blame someone.
Nobody, exactly. You see, there's another game we play, blame. The simple, I'll tell you a truth. And if you keep it in your life, it'll steer you in a good way. In every moment of your life, you are creating the content and the direction of every moment of your life. And it never ends. Absolutely never ends. 40,000 plus sicknesses and diseases we have. Where did they come from? Out of the human consciousness. They're the manifestations of about 40 plus thousand different types of discord, worry, anxiety, rage, anger, and on and on and on. Rabbits are not very creative. They come up with about 20.
Yeah. So that mechanism of blaming, I've always said, well, that's the capitalistic society which makes me miserable, because it tells me I have to have this watch, that kind of shoes, that car.
But you see, you only play the game. You go along with it. Like if you want to buy a pair of trousers now, you've got to basically buy the fashionable trousers, because that's the ones they sell. So that, I just go along with that. There's nothing you can do about that.
But it doesn't make you complete.
It doesn't make any difference to me.
No, it doesn't add anything to your sense of self. No,
absolutely not. My sense of self is, I honestly feel I am the universe. I can sit down and, if I choose to, and listen to the galaxy. I can listen to the universe. And I don't do that a lot, but it doesn't communicate. Hi Michael, how are you today? It doesn't communicate like that. There is an energy coming that is of vastness and eternity. And you can get lost in that. We finished an intensive in England, and I'd been taking people through a guided exercise. And at the end, I'd gone in very deeply because of no translation, and I'd gone in very deeply. And I found myself not as Michael, but as a being approaching eternity. And suddenly I was beyond the universe, and beyond this universe. The Pleiadians consider there are about 490 billion universes. So ours is just one of them. And I was somewhere else completely, and the experience was so vast, my emotional body overloaded. I couldn't emotionally handle it. And I considered I'm pretty balanced, but that was way overload. And I began to cry. And I left the room, because we only had 10 minutes to the end. And I left the room and I walked upstairs and I walked into her and I was crying deeply because the emotional overload of connecting with something not more vast than I am, but a glimpse of the vastness that I am, that you are, that he is, that Carolyn is, the vastness of what we actually are. And I realised, wow, I might need to move up into grade 6 before I can handle that. But it was wonderful. And occasionally outdoors, I will sit and touch on the periphery of that. This time I went a bit beyond the periphery. So the universe, when it communicates with you, doesn't do it telepathically or with anything. It's an allness. We don't have a language that describes that.
Never any time that you thought, maybe this time or in past times, that you lost it? Did you think, well, this is too much, I'm going insane?
No, I look at the world and I'm afraid the world's going insane. No. I know what you're saying. There were times way back in my earlier development when I felt that I was going insane. And I realized that was based in, I was resisting. I was resisting a greater reality. I wanted to be in the reality where I could be normal. I was sitting down by the river, 40 people around me, and I was listening to trees talking to me. The river was talking to me. And I'm listening, and I looked around me, and I thought, I must be the loneliest person on the planet right now, because nobody else can hear this. And that sort of thing continued, and I began to feel very much, if this continues, I'm going to lose it. And then I realized, it came to me all you have to do is accept this. Nothing else. This is all down to your resistance. And I moved to a point of acceptance. I was sitting under a tree once and I had my eyes shut. It was like there was an enormous bottle appeared in front of me, like a champagne bottle. No champagne in it. And of course I reached up and took hold of it. And I pulled the cork out. And out of the cork came this, like a smoky light body, human body, came out of the bottle, and it hovered in front of me and then moved into me. And in that moment I knew nothing would ever be the same again. I'd released my metaphysical potential, which as a practical farmer I had kept under control, subdued, locked away. It's like once I let the genie out the bottle, and very quickly after that I surrendered to life the way it presented itself to me. And gradually I let go. Everybody has around them borders and boundaries that are emotional and mental. When people take drugs, they go beyond those. When they take psychedelic drugs, they go beyond their own borders and boundaries. But the problem is when they come back, they're a little bit further away than when they began. So I never did any of the drugs. But gradually, I pushed my emotional and mental borders further and further away under the stimulus of my particular teacher. And until today, obviously there is a border, because when I touched eternity for that moment, my emotion came up. So I obviously reached the boundary of my emotion, but I couldn't see the boundary, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah. You talk about left brain and right brain. What's the main difference?
The difference is incredible. I mean, it's huge. There are many books on this now. But I had once upon a time, I had no idea. I was born right brain dominant. I went to a school, and most schools today are left brain dominant. They say that everybody who writes left-handed is right brain. That's not true. About 60% of them are right brain dominant. In our class there was one. Now I don't know whether he was right brain dominant. So right brain dominant, I'm married to a right brain dominant woman. We see life through rose-coloured glasses. We see life as beautiful. We see life as perfect. Neither of us worry about anything. We don't do anxiety. And so the difference is the left brain is about survival, very much, and competition and fear. Fear comes from the left brain. Right brain has no relationship with fear at all. And right brain is not about, there's no competition in right brain people, there's no fear and there's no need to survive. You know, I'm an immortal being. What do I survive? I've lived forever, I will live forever. What do I have to survive? And I actually teach people, you know, if you're in a situation where you're running with the crowd for the survival of the body, you're running back into another repeat cycle. But if you could, let's say there was a tsunami coming, if you could walk toward the tsunami and say, I choose love, likely you're to lose your body, but you're not the body. You're an immortal being, and when you walk in toward it and choose love and you're terrified, but you still walk toward it using courage, well, when the tsunami has passed, you're in a fifth-dimensional reality. You've now transcended the three-dimensional, but this is not just a three-dimensional reality, this is 3 and 4-dimensional. The only thing three-dimensional about you is your physical body. Everything that's asking me questions comes from your fourth-dimensional aspect. And you're pretty good at it too.
Oh, thank you. But it's not to be seen.
Oh no, you can't see it. All we can see is through our eyes is everything that has a frequency slower than the speed of light. And if it has a frequency slower, then we see it. If it's a frequency beyond that, we don't see it. There's more life on this planet with a frequency beyond the speed of light than there is slower than the speed of light. But nobody sees it, so it isn't there.
And could we call that fourth dimension what the normal people call intuition? That voice?
Intuition touches into it, and intuition is part of it, yes. Intuition, show me your intuition, you can't. Oh. So intuition works on that fourth dimensional level, yes, absolutely.
And you are tapped into that 24 hours a day?
Pretty much all the time, yeah. But I also live on a physical level as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I brought them into balance, and I do the best I can to teach this, and I'm getting pretty good at it.
Yeah. And you also wrote several books about it?
I've written quite a lot of books about my metaphysical travels. Yeah.
And those books are they for everybody or only for brave people?
To be honest, no, I don't think they're for everybody. They're not for the left brain skeptic. They would simply say, okay, what drug was he on? But they're definitely for everybody who has an open mind and who's inquiring. So what is life about? And they are increasing in numbers every day. Every day there's more stepping away from this is how it is to actually how is it? Because religion, we created religion, so you can't look at religion and blame it. Even the Illuminati, you can't blame them because we created them. If overall humanity did not have a victim consciousness, then there would be no victimizer. I don't have a victim consciousness, so I don't get victimized. Sure, they can determine how much I pay for my diesel fuel and food and things like that, but as for how I grow as a being, if they put me in prison, there'd be nothing they could do about it. Like Nelson Mandela. He went into prison a very angry man, and with rights, you could say it was righteous anger. But the man who came out was a very, very different man, not a broken man, a made man. A man who now saw humanity in a different way, who saw reconciliation. Probably, I don't know, but quite likely, certainly enlightened to a fairly high level of enlightenment. And he looked for reconciliation. His heart was in love. He'd found something, and so prison gave it to him. It couldn't take it away. And I know a man who's waiting on death row, and he has found love. A tough way to find it.
Yeah. Some final questions. For example, the free will. That's something I love to talk about. People around me love to talk about. Did I come out of free will here to Belgium to talk to you, or was it meant to be? Was it? Did it never happen? Was it just circumstances? Any view on that?
I would say don't get too dogmatic on one way of this, because all have their own truth. How can you have free will if you're in a box? If you've got a belief, How free is your will? It's only as strong as... I'll give you an example. Many years ago in Australia, in Brisbane, I gave a talk, and I had to learn this. And somebody came up to me and said, wow, I'm so glad you're still a Christian. And I said, really? I said, I actually didn't know I was. I said, I really didn't, I left it, but I didn't know I was a Christian. Oh, but you were so Christian in your talk. So they heard me through the Christian box. Another one came up to me and said, wow, you're into Krishnamurti, are you? I said, no, I have an enormous respect for Krishnamurti, but I've never met him. I've read a couple of his books. I've never listened to him. And I said, but I'm not, I'm not into Krishnamurti, but he heard me through his Krishnamurti box. Another one came up, oh, you're into NLP. I hadn't a clue what they're talking about. I thought it was a new political party. And it turns out to be neuro-linguistic programming. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. And he said, well, that's what you were talking about. I said, well, there you go. Yeah. And then another one came out, I can't remember, that was something else. So there were 4 of them, all heard me through their box. And then I realised I did the same thing. And so I thought, okay, thank you, great lesson, I've learned. And so today, it's a very interesting question what you ask. Do we live in our boxes of our beliefs? Most people, only when you get all out of them, and you don't need a belief, and you don't need, when you stand outside of them, do you have a certain degree of freedom to choose. But when I left all my boxes, I'd already chosen to be who I am today. The choice was already made. 15 years of kicking my heels reluctance. My late wife died. I went through the experience of unconditional love, and I looked at it and I laughed and laughed. I thought, well, there we go. Now I don't have a choice. Now I have my choice. Now I can choose, finally can choose. I don't have a choice. But the choice of not choosing was the choice I would choose. But most of humanity, let's say right now, we're at interesting times. At the end of 2012, the frequency shifted. I could explain that, but it doesn't matter. The frequency changed and it lifted. And it lifts, this is probably almost at the end of about the 5th cycle of humanity. Each cycle is around about 200,000 years. And every time there's a frequency shift toward the end of it, which means everybody's going to decide, do I recycle again and do another 200,000 of these types of incarnations, or do I move on? So we all have the choice. Now, those who are open and are moving toward love and moving toward compassion and care for humanity, they're moving in one direction. Those who want to survive, who are fear-dominated, are moving in another direction. But most of the people don't know anything's happening, will not make a choice. That is the choice of self-denial. So even if we're not choosing, we're choosing. And even if we don't have a belief, we have a belief that we don't have a belief.
Yeah. Where can people come and visit you in let's say the next 6 months? You don't have the agenda. It's on your website.
Next 6 months, I would say go to the website, michaelrose.com, and but visit me. I'm going to America now, and I'm doing an intensive there, and then I go home and do one in Australia within a couple of weeks. We go to Japan in November, and then I'm finished. So the next 6 months, I have my 80th birthday next year in April. And then after that we leave and we'll be doing a pretty intensive tour through Europe.
And no end in sight for you?
Well, it depends. I have no end in sight, absolutely. I've done 25 years. Another 25 years' time I'll sort of look at it and say, okay, what's the world doing now? I think the world will be a very different place then. We don't have forever anymore. The world is, I don't mean it's the end, but this cycle is coming to a close, and we're going to go through some interesting times over the next 20 to 30 years. Every human being is being polarized. Whether they know it or not, every human being will be polarized. They're going to move in one direction or another. There'll be nobody sitting on the fences. They'll be moving toward doubt, aggression, anger, survival, or they'll be moving toward openness, care, love, compassion, and newness. And survival will not be the number one on the agenda. Their love is transcending it. And everybody's going to be polarized, including you, my dear friend.
And I don't have a choice in that.
You don't have a choice.
No.
That says it beautifully.
Yeah.
You do not have a choice.
So,
You chose, and is it meant to be? Nothing is meant to be. Nothing is not meant to be. All those things are just. We have a language for the illusion. We don't have a language for truth.
yeah, that's beautifully said.
And so you have to play around with the illusion to give it a little twist to try to be able to present a truth in it.
Yeah. Michael, final moments. Is there anything you want to touch upon we didn't touch?
No, do you know what I'd say? If you were asking me to give a final message, I was saying every situation in your life, choose love. Every time you're confronted, choose love, walk away. Every time there's an argument on the go, you don't need to win. It doesn't make the slightest bit of difference. Choose love, walk away. Choose love. Instead of getting angry with yourself, choose love. Instead of criticizing yourself, choose love. Choose love. It works.
Thanks for this great talk.
My pleasure.
Sitting here in beautiful Den Bosch with beautiful Elisa. Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste.
That is not your surname or last name when you were born, right?
No. it came later. My surname was Nilsson.
Ah, like the famous actor, Leslie Nielsen.
I don't even know who he is, but yeah.
Old man. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're originally from Denmark.
Yeah.
At the moment you're 27 years old.
Yes.
And you haven't been in the Netherlands for a very long time, no?
No, I've been here 1.5 years total, I guess. Yeah.
And how did you land here?
I usually say I followed my heart. I went here to do a workshop, and in the middle of the workshop I was like blah 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 blah. I will come back when the angels tells me to. And then I went back to Denmark, and in a couple of months later I had this urge to go back to Holland. And then I came here, and every time I came here I felt like I was fulfilling my purpose. And on and off I was back and forwards every month for almost a year. And then from one day to the other I just moved here. I made a decision, and then I went back to Denmark, signed out of everything, and then I became part of Holland.
Yeah. So are you officially a Dutch citizen right now, or are you still on a list that you have to wait?
I don't know, actually. I think you don't have to become a Dutch citizen when you're in Europe.
Yeah.
So I just registered in Holland.
Yeah, great. And how did people in Denmark react? All positive? No.
No, there was like, so Elisa, what are you running away from? It was somebody's. And others were pretty surprised because when I feel I have to do something, I do it. So it was from one day to another, and I just came home and say, okay, I'm gonna move in 9 days, and everybody was what? But those who knows me also know that this is a part of me. So in that form, they were pretty accepting my choices.
No fears came up
within me
Yeah.
to move here? No, not at all.
No, we think what maybe Dutch people are stupid or.
No, not at all. For me, I always follow my heart. And then sometimes it brings me weird places where I in the middle of it, like I make all the move and then I stand in the middle of it and then I'm like, then my mind starts like, oh, wait a minute. So what's up now? Like when I moved to Den Bosch, I was supposed to move to Amsterdam. And the day I was supposed to go sign a contract in Amsterdam, I met this friend who lived in Den Bosch. And he told me about the city and I had the feeling, oh, I have to go there. So 2 days later, I moved to Den Bosch. And in the car with my things in the back on the way here, I realized I never been there. I never been in the city and now I'm moving there. Yeah, so that's kind of part of me, I guess.
So when I hear this all, do you see life as one big experiment then? Just trying stuff, see how it goes?
No, I see it as a journey, and a journey where you kind of have chosen what you want in order of your heart will always guide you the way which is beneficial for the purpose that you're here to achieve or go through. And the only thing holding us back is fear. So I see life as a destiny thing, but with the possibility of creating your own reality.
Okay, so there's an Elisa who chose to do this all.
Yes and no. How do I explain this? So the way I feel it is that you have one line. This line is you want to go through this emotional experience, you will meet this connection because you're supposed to do something together, and in that connection it is up to you to feel if you want to stay in this line or you want to follow another path. So there's always this possible outcome within the people we meet and within the connection that we make. And then all after which vibrationally level we are on, we will attract these vibrationally matches. So somehow you're gonna do what you were sent here to do. And if it's not with one energy vibration, another energy vibration will be represented who will guide you in the direction that you truly want to go. So when I say we create our own reality, it means everything is a reflection of the reality of which we are part of, right? And we are sitting here in this room together now. I perceive it in one form. I can perceive it in like, oh, everything is butterfly and pure love. And then another person can sit here and the only thing this person can hear is like the radiator do like tick, tick, tick. So for him it's horrible, right? But we have each of our own perception of the room. So within that, you choose how you want to navigate in life. You can choose if you want to stay stuck within yourself and keep attracting things that will show you just how stuck you are, or you want to go through it and search for the pathway where you feel the most free. So how long you want to stay in your learnings is not something the universe decides, it's the amount of free will. And that's kind of how I see it.
So I come from the non-duality tradition, and there are some non-duality teachers who say there is no free will, everything just happens according to the cosmic plan.
Yeah.
You're not so fond of this kind of dogmas?
Yes and no, because when you completely let go of everything and are in completely trust within yourself, you open the borders to follow your heart. That means that then you are in peace within the journey of which you are meant to walk. And then you are walking the destination, towards the destination, and at the path you're meant to. So in that order, they're completely right. If you choose it in a form where you let go of everything, because then it's easier, instead of looking inside of yourself, then you're doing it in a form where it's kind of, for me, feels fake. Then you are letting go of responsibility to life, you're letting go of your own life force, you're letting go of the whole beauty in the creation of life. And I always say, if we're sent here to just sit and meditate on a mountain and do nothing else, why are we here at all?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah.
Any answer to why we are here on Earth?
I love this one. Well, Source wanted to see himself in other forms.
Yeah.
That's like the ultimate answer.
So it's God playing hide and seek with himself.
Yeah, kind of. He wants to experience. If you look at it in a scientific way, when you have these plus and minus thing going on and you make friction, then if you put it down, then you can see what outcome will happen, and that creates energy. And that energy form helps the universe of expanding and understanding and growing in knowledge, which is also kind of expanding. So yes, in that form. As souls, we are here to experience and expand our own soul stream. As collective, we are here on Earth. Earth was an experience, also experience an experiment, and we're here to help develop ourselves on this experiment. Yeah, at some point we were also here to help the Earth develop, but at this moment it's kind of helping us the most.
And I could imagine that someone is watching this and think, well, it's a beautiful lady and she's 27 years old, but where did she get her knowledge? At 27 I was still chasing the other sex and going partying. And how come you are at such a young age receiving this kind of wisdom? Did you read a lot? Did you visit gurus? Did you read books?
No, I've been reading 3 books in my entire life.
Okay, tell me.
Eric Tolle, how do you pronounce?
Eckhart Tolle?
Yeah, I love that guy so much.
The Power of Now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I read that one, and then I read somebody say, how do you pronounce this in English? Ask Your Guidance. And a handbook about angels and uprising masters. That's the 3 only books I read in my life.
And what happened after reading those books?
What happened were this woman who told me that I was an angel sent to Earth and she will help me to discover my gifts. So what she did was she helped me realize that I have always been what I am. So I just had to learn to separate myself from everybody else. So in that form, I could feel clearly who felt what.
So you are clairvoyant, or how do you call it with a beautiful name?
I always never know what to call myself. So if you have a really good slang, let me know. The only thing I know how to explain it is I am an energy form who have the ability to become one with everything. So I know how you're feeling because I become you in that moment. I know how the table are vibrating because I become one with it. I know how somebody's dead grandma is feeling because I become her for a moment. And then I just put voice to the feeling and the vibration of which she contains.
Isn't that scary sometimes?
I always did it. I was just not consciousness about that was what I did. So therefore for me it's not scary.
And could it be possible to lie to you? Because let's say I'm hiding something.
No.
You would feel it immediately.
Yes, especially if you were hiding it.
Yeah.
So everything you suppressed persists inside of you, and therefore that will be the first thing I'm feeling. What sometimes happens is that people come in a state of mind and they want answer for their mind. Then I don't understand their questions. And when they're not linked to the emotional system within themselves, I feel this disconnection in our talk. So I have to ask them that either they go to their heart or go inside, choose that they want to open up, or else they need to find another therapist or what you call it.
Yeah.
Because I can tell them what their heart is saying, but their mind is not ready to hear this. So yeah, that's kind of the only thing. But also funny sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah, like, no, I want to know this. I'm like, yeah, so I'm not gonna answer your questions. What you really want to know, no, it's not me. And then they have this a big amount of resistance. But then when they come home, form themselves, allow themselves to go through that resistance, there's something within themselves that know that this is how they feel. But sometimes people are not always ready to see things inside of themselves, and they're not ready to be seen. And therefore ego have a reaction. Yeah, so that happens sometimes.
So people get angry at you? Walk away?
It's not so often,
No.
but it have happened, yeah.
And you're not someone who, I can imagine, goes to the clerk at the grocery store and says, hey, you have to quit this job. It's not good for you. Bye-bye. Or how does that work?
No, not so.
You only say it when you're asked to give some advice, or...
No, if I have a feeling inside I have to tell people something, I do it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No matter what the consequences may be.
Yeah, I don't think about the consequence, because I don't go to people and say, oh, you have to be careful. It's always something about them having to see the beauty within themselves, or know that everything will be okay, or just show them love.
It's positive, something positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, always. When I was a kid, sometimes I did tell people about that grandma or something in the bus, but I didn't think about it. So for me it was just normal. I didn't even realize that it wasn't normal. So that was first later, I look in the back mirror and I was like, oh, oops. But I don't do that anymore.
Yeah. I see a beautiful tattoo on your left shoulder. That's Mr. Jesus?
Mr. Jesus himself.
Why Mr. Jesus on your left shoulder?
We have Jesus and Maria Magdalena.
Ah, great.
Yeah.
Great. I haven't, yeah.
And,
now I see the connection, yeah.
And she looks a little bit alien, but that might be for a reason too, I don't know. So,
did you get the both together or first?
I got her first.
Ah.
For me, I always never really felt home on Earth. I'm starting to. And I can connect with everything, but when you can connect with everything, you also can connect with nothing. So for many years, the feeling of connecting with nothing was the most dominating feeling. And I didn't feel like my parents was my parents really. I could see we looked like each other, but I felt I was something else. And so energetically, I felt like Jesus and Maria Magdalena was my mom and dad, kind of.
Oh.
So when you take their energy form, combine it into one, I feel like I energetically is that outcome.
Yeah, it's beautifully said.
Yeah.
So it's not because you the Bible is your big book. And
No. I really love this, and thank you for bringing it up. All religions have something really, really beautiful, like something essentially. Also the Bible, there's a lot of beauty in it, a lot of truth in it. I know Jesus existed, and I by heart I feel his passions, his mission, what he wished to bring here. But the Bible, the Quran, all these books are rewritten by man, and man has an ego, and in this world reality where we are somebody are very controlled by power and stuff like that. They write it so the story shift for somebody's beneficially sides. And it's the same thing about the Bible for me. So there's a lot of truth in it. I like being in churches, I like being in these holy places, but it's because within me it connects to the essence, the beautiful thing, the seeing the light within yourself and each other, and just let your burdens go. So in that form, so in an energetic way.
And it's not only Christianity that you're fond of, because you got a new tattoo and it's in Arabic.
Arabic, yeah.
Yeah.
It says, "It shall be on earth as it is in heaven," and then Amen. In my past lives, I'm very connected to the Arabic culture, like Egypt and stuff like that. I really, really love the deep in the soul of these places, this country, and the message also, like I said before, also in the Quran, if you take all the control and fear away, the message is pure. And I can see these pure red lines within all the books. But all the fear putting upon it, all the control putting upon it, are really separating us as humanity instead of bringing us closer together. I'm certain that none of these books was created to separate us or tell us that one was better than other. Yeah. Burn in fire. No, it's not about that. The true essence is about realizing that God is part of us. When we are in connection with our heart, with God, then we walk in the direction which is most beneficial for us and for each other, so we can be together in one union. But all the fear upon you shall not, you may not, you will burn in fire, it was never intended that way. So it really hurts my feeling that this is the part that catch humanity so much. I was recently in Kiev. I was in this big temple, I think you call it a monastery or something, with all these monks in their black stuff.
Yeah, the robes.
Yeah, and I feel so home at monasteries. I have had a lot of life as what do you call that? A nun.
In a previous life?
Yeah. So I come in there and I immediately feel home, and I just feel like my heart is opening, and I just want to like put my hand on people and save them for all their stuff, you know, just instant that feeling. I am behaving though, but and then I look around and all these priestess or monks look like this. All the people who are there are like
worshipping,
like being in this suffering role. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, it's not about that. When you come in the house of God, when you come in the center of the heart where you should feel safe, where you should feel home, it's not letting go of your burden like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's like letting go and put in love. And the whole, also when they do when you go in, you do like this, right? And then they bow down, keep bowing down. Inside of my feeling, instead of doing this, they should of course make the cross and open up, like saying, God, here I am.
Just like Maria stands with her hands open. Exactly. Yeah. Take in whatever may come. Or what does that mean to you?
That she stands with her hand open?
Or feel everything.
It's an open heart. It's come into my arms, you are all welcome, I love you unconditionally.
No matter what.
No matter what, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the all-seeing eye.
Yes, and this is so funny. I often get this, are you Illuminati? Yes. I love it.
Yeah.
So I always say, yeah, I am Illuminati. And then people, what does she mean? Illuminated means uplighting.
Uplighting?
Uplighted, yeah. And in isolated form, uplighted just means that you have the ability to see clearly. Horus eyes, or the all-seeing eye, is also just a symbol of that I am seeing you for everything you are and the whole reality for what it is, without ego in between. So when people ask about the Illuminati part, I say, well, it started with being a symbol of something pure. So what do you do with pure symbols if you want to control people?
Yeah.
You do the same as with the Bible.
You misuse it.
Exactly. So now it's a symbol of something evil. So every time you see it, your body produces fear, and these people are feeding on fear, right? So I place it in the middle of my heart, so I will shift it back.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I saw the movie Zeitgeist. I imagine you saw it also.
Which one?
Zeitgeist. It's a documentary, and they really explain also where this symbol comes from.
I don't watch so much TV. I only watch Disney movies, so I haven't seen it.
Okay. And what is your favorite Disney character?
I like the one from Frozen.
What's her name again?
Elsa.
Oh, You look a little bit like Elsa.
I do. I think that must be why I like it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the Jungle Book.
No, I always start crying. It's horrible.
Yeah. And I can imagine that some people come up to you and say, well, what about children? Is Elisa ready to have children?
I've been through this. I've been through this inside of my system a couple of times because I've been seeing children that wanted to come in, and people often come and tell me that this little girl is waiting. I believe it's still a boy, but it doesn't matter what it will be. So I told the universe, and as I tell other people, I am okay with whatever outcome. If I become a mom, if I'm chose to be a mom, I am open for that. That child just have to find her own father, you know. So I told it already.
And you point at, what do you point at when you say that? I told it already. To the higher force, or
if you have your aura, and the children who are possible to incarnate at some point enter your aura. This is one of the reasons why you're feeling this whole what do you call this thing when you feel that you want to have children all of a sudden?
Yeah, your clock, your internal clock.
Yeah, the clock starts ticking.
Yeah.
So there had been like a spirit a couple of times in this area. But the thing is, I'm okay with both outcomes. If I'm never meant to be a mom in this incarnation, it's also fine. So inside of me, I have let go of attachment to be a mom or not be a mother, but open for what is meant to be.
But how do I know what is meant to be? Sometimes I'm in doubt. I think, well, what to do? Should I quit this job or not? Or
yeah, you're thinking. That's the whole trick.
Then deciding over here.
Yeah.
Never a good thing.
Well, some people need it, and some people find it useful in their development to use the mind so much. Within me, this is not something that makes sense because your heart already knows, right? Mm-hmm. Your mind just wants to understand, which is awesome. But when your mind wants to control the outcome, you are fooling yourself because you can't control from a mind what your heart already have decided. Then you're just blocking yourself. If your heart wants to have kids, but you in your mind say, I don't want to have kids, then you are constantly finding yourself.
Yeah.
So it's really letting go of these beliefs that you think you have to and feel into what you want.
And how do I feel the difference between what my heart wants and what my mind is telling me? Your
mind are also always asking questions.
It's okay.
Like what if, or doubting. Your mind is doubting.
Yeah, and the heart knows.
Yeah, the heart knows. It's either yes or no, or a non feeling. When you have a non feeling, maybe it's because it's in this moment has not that big value. Because if it had, you will feel something.
So if I'm cheerful about something, like for example this interview, I was really looking forward to it, then I know it's okay. Yeah,
then you have a feeling that, oh, I really want to do this. I don't know what it is, but I feel excited. I'm going this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let me think. Oh no. Feel what comes up.
Yes.
You speak to a lot of people about this, also in conference rooms and one-on-one. And do you call it satsang?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. What does satsang means?
Yeah, they say coming together in truth.
Oh, that's nice. Maybe I should try that.
Okay.
I just call it lectures or workshops or whatever. Because for me, as I told you, I don't read books, don't see television. I don't know all these. I call it human practical stuff. So I don't always know how to translate it into human understanding and which words will be most right to represent which energies. I just know what I feel, and this is what I give people.
Yeah. And do you never feel like, what's the right English word, homesick? That you think, oh, Denmark.
No.
I miss you.
No.
So is the whole world your birthplace then? Nothing, there's no preference? Denmark, then Germany, then Holland, then...
For me, home is where the heart is. So where my heart guides me, this is my home. Like right now, my heart is guiding me to Hungary. So I feel the urge to go there because this is what my heart wants.
And is it then for the greater good? Is it because Hungary needs Elisa, or is it because Elisa needs Hungary?
What's the difference?
Well, if Elisa needs Hungary, you could think, oh, Elisa she's just so restless and she just wants new input. And the other thing, it sounds very sacred. You think, well, Hungary needs some light to come over there.
Exactly. So when you follow your heart, when it's an open feeling, and even that you can see, if, for example, Hungary, there's a lot of things that might not be so beneficial for my jumpiness.
Yeah.
But my heart feels open. I feel more grounded in a form. So that's because that I feel my energy is needed there. When I came to Holland, it was the same thing. I need a lot of nature. There was not so much of that, but I felt that I was needed here because my heart made the openness feeling and the grounded feeling at the same time. If I want to go somewhere just to something exciting, I'm not so good at that actually. It lasts like a half day because I can only do what feels true to my heart. And my restlessness, I can feel it. Then I'm sitting like shaking on a table, and then I want to do something. But because I don't know what I want to do, because my heart actually just wants me to stay, I keep sitting at the table or go for a run.
Yeah, or with the bike, because you're also
along
cycling.
with biking, yeah.
And you do boxing, you told me?
Yeah.
Isn't that about hurting other people?
For me, it's about feeling there's so much honor in it actually. Honor to yourself, but also to each other. I feel really home in fighting gyms because people are taking care of each other and taking care of themselves. It's not, you also meet these ego kind of people, but a lot of the people comes there because they have something inside and they want to fight for something. Of course, it's not beneficial to fight your whole life through, like inside of yourself, but they finding a balance within themselves. And for me, it's about the flow, it's about the movements, it's about when you do the sparring, for example, you have to be present in your body, you have to be 100% in the moment, and that is what I love. I'm really flying around, I'm learning to be in my body, but I have the tendency to be one with everything, so to feel the physical border, I for a long time needed extremes. Now I don't need extremes in the same form, but it helps me to feel physical borders, and it helps me to be inside of me, and I love that. It's really cool. I don't know how you guys are doing it, but I love it.
Yeah.
It was like, that's my hands. Not bad at all.
Aren't you afraid that people are going to see you as something special? That they're going to worship you, just like Muji put you on a big podium, and when they come in, they want to kiss your feet and stuff? Or is there anything wrong with that?
I'm not afraid of it, and I am also not saying that anybody should worship anybody. I know that I'm just here to be an example and to be somebody who can translate something that can help people to help themselves. I don't have a wish of being worshipped. I just have a wish of sharing my message with as many people as possible while I'm here.
Well, people could give the comment underneath the YouTube video, well, she just wants to be special. She has all the tattoos and the new name, and she gives interviews. It's not about your ego trying to be someone.
No, I just am who I am. And if that helps people, I'm grateful. If they feel triggered by it, I'm kind of grateful as well, because then that's something within them. I'm not trying to prove anything, and I always tell people this: whatever you choose to do with the message of which I bring, it's 100% up to you. It's your journey, your ego, your heart. I'm just a messenger, and I just do what feels most right within me. I don't fear how people perceive my messages. I don't fear their, well, blah 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 blah. because I am true to myself. And I know as long as I'm true to myself, then I feel okay. If I had to create a character, like somebody, I don't know how you do that. Like have to create, oh, I am this, now I'm sitting in yoga stilling because I'm blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Then I could have the fear of the
following.
Yeah, like people will see the true self that I really am.
Yeah.
But that's not the case because I'm just myself.
Yeah.
So therefore, I don't have a feeling to it. No.
Yeah. And I can prove this because I just talked to you for half an hour before the interview. And I'm seeing the same Elisa now as
A half hour ago.
Yeah. So sometimes when I interview people, okay, now the camera is on. They leave long pauses before they answer, and they go with a deeper voice and say, "No, you see it all wrong. Let me tell you."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people needs that, but
are they afraid to show them? Is that the big thing? Are people afraid to show their real selves?
that is one of the big themes in life. It is that we think we have to be. We think we have to be something which is not who we are. So we are neglecting a big part of ourselves. We have to behave in a certain way. If you're a spiritual teacher, you have to do yoga and meditate like 10 hours a day or something. I don't do any of it, you know. So it's about bringing everything that you are. It's about embracing everything that you are. And then from there you become one with yourself. But many people don't realize it completely, and many people still have fears also because of how the reality were, like the conditions we were brought up with. So this is belief systems. They're still circling around in them. Other people have this ego thing. So when they want to connect with something, they need to quiet the mind, need to make everything inside of them silent so they can connect to this out of voice that can tell them what they need to tell, instead of just connecting with their heart. But as I see it, people are perceiving the world reality in different forms, and people need different doorways to get to the same place. But for every individual, they will always and are always able to find the answers within themselves, in their heart. Not out in space or underground or within me, you know, but inside of their heart. And it's not always we can reach that point. And there, it's nice to have help, but there's nobody here on earth that don't have the answers inside of themselves. We're just not all aware of it, and we're just not all capable of reaching it yet.
Beautifully said. Can you explain your last name once more? Because I know the meaning of namaste, but this connects to this what you're just telling, right? Namaste meaning?
I salute your soul as you say hi to mine. Like I see you purely for who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also heard the explanation. I recognize you as myself.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to myself right now.
Yeah, kind of.
On a deeper level.
On a deeper level, yeah.
And well, there's still this question that a little bit runs through all the interviews that I'm doing. The big why question.
Why we here?
Well, why would God or the one force divide himself into such difficult life forms and then start beating on each other?
What we have to understand is it's not difficult for him. The moment we are out of the 3-dimensional world, we realize it's not difficult at all. When we are here, it's because we are capable of feeling emotions. We are capable of feeling these senses, like pain and love and stuff like that. The minute we are out of the 3-dimensional world, we do not feel this anymore. It is truly not a painful thing, but a gift. But we don't realize it because when we are here, we think it's pain. When we are out of this world reality, we realize it's amazing to have the experience, to have the opportunity to feel and sense what it will mean, what it will say to have this emotionally duality thing going on. So he created it out of love.
So nothing wrong with the world?
Yes and no. So no, like from the highest perspective, nothing wrong with the world. When we are here, we have kind of game rules of games, rules, yeah. And when you go a little bit of dimensions out, when the universal, how everything should be in balance, still where vibration are mixed together. We are meant to be a vibrationally matched to the shift in the universe, and therefore something with where the earth have to be more in aligned, where we have been suppressed by heavy energies for quite long. And if there's too much heavy energy, earth just, game over, start again. But as the existence of the humanity will be pretty awesome to continue, we need to maintain this balance on planet Earth.
So it's about balance.
Yes. We are sent here some of us are sent here to bring light upon the earth, to help the light grow, to help people understand the light within themselves. We are sent here to make heaven on earth. But the truth is, and this is not to put a mud on anything, but the truth is to maintain the earth's development, there need to be duality. It doesn't mean that we have to have war and die of diseases, but it means that we have to have emotionally outcomes. We have to have pain, suffering, love, fear, happiness, so we can keep creating.
Without friction, no growth.
That's exactly, that's what I'm saying. So the world is a place of duality, and therefore it's important to increase it all.
It's like when you put those two wooden pieces to each other, and you rub it a long time, you get fire.
Yeah.
So even on a personal level, when people are watching this who have quite sometimes a lot of fights in their relationships, could you say that's just for growth?
Yes and no. That's my favorite answer always.
Yeah.
When you're fighting whoever you're with, you have to look inside of yourself. Why are we fighting? Is it because there's something within me I am not fulfilling within myself and I project it to the other person? And when you are capable of seeing that consciously, then it becomes growth. If you are not aware and you're just fighting and keep blaming the other person, it's not growth, it's just keeping you stuck. But the whole point with this game is that we come to realize this, so we can develop within ourselves, but also to each other. It's not nice being fighting always. It's not nice blaming each other everything. Like, why are you together then? I never understood this. Since I was a little kid, I didn't understand human love that well, because I just love things unconditionally, but I don't understand the human thing so much. I'm getting there. And I looked at them and I'm like, 9 out of 10 times I was questioning myself, why are you guys together? Like, what is going on? I don't see the love, I don't see the heart thingy. You are all the time talking about what is wrong with him. I don't get it, So many people are following patterns, following belief system. Oh, I find him, he's quite good, or he's handsome looking, or whatever, and then they're finding each other instead of finding out what is it within me that does, so I am projected this on him. Or am I here because I think it's the best thing to do and I don't really love him?
Just in practical reasons.
Exactly. Yeah. Or am I here because my heart tells me that he's the one for me? And from my perspective, you should go for what your heart tells you that it's the one for me. To be together for practical reasons, then you're not following your heart. When you're not following your heart, you're outside of your heart. That means you have to go to other centers within yourself. And then you feel the lack of love, because you don't love yourself if you don't listen to yourself. So then you get like all these other needs. Somebody eats too much, somebody cheats because they need to feel loved, and they feel like they are kind of raping themselves when they're together with this person.
Raping themselves.
Yeah, imagine that you're not in your heart. You're with somebody for practical reason. He's kind of nice, but
he has money.
Your heart, for example, he has money. Or you don't want to split the family. This is like So every time you are physically together, your heart is saying no, but you're saying, well, this is for the family. Then it's like raping yourself, and then it's like self-hate. So you create this self-hate thing inside of yourself, and that makes you hate him. It's not his fault,
No.
you know. It's you doing it to you.
Yeah.
And many people say this, but I can just not do it to him. He's a good guy, or to her, she's a good woman. And the answer is, well, right now you're lying. So right now you're doing something which is 100 times worse. I personally would rather that nobody would ever be with me than somebody would be with me for a reason that was not that I love you completely from my heart.
Yeah. This guy you just mentioned, Eckhart Tolle,
Yeah.
once told me in one of his talks that the main purpose of love relationships is freeing each other out of
Yes.
thinking patterns that is blocking our own love. And I was in a relationship that you just explained, so I was always thinking, oh, this is good, because this is freeing me out of complex thinking. But
Yeah.
how do you taste the difference again between if it's the right? Because sometimes the one who you're with can really trigger some painful things. You could think, well, that's not the one I want to be with.
For me, it's a feeling in my heart. To describe it, it's like you're linked together with somebody, right? And it feels stronger than the other links you feel to other people. And when you're together, you can see there is kind of fights, but you can also feel, okay, I am created this for whatever reason. So you can help each other grow in that form. When you're talking about the other way, then you don't feel this intense feeling in the same form. It feels more like a sleeping pillow, where you just are annoyed by the other person all the time, right? Because you're not in your heart, you're not connected in the heart. Some people can be in this state which actually can be connected in the heart, but they both step out of it. So it's up to these people to go back to their heart, open it up and realize, okay, when I'm in my heart, do I wish to be next to you when you're in your heart? And this is one of the things people need to ask themselves when they want to split up. It's like, okay, if I'm in my heart, what do I see? Do I need to just be myself to realize this? I will often tell people, take 3 months, cut lines, as if you were broken up. Go find yourself when you're there, far away from him or far away from her. What do you feel? Do you feel free for the first time in your life and don't want to go back? Or do you feel free and feel the desire or the urge to share this with the other person?
Yeah. Is it possible to have a love relationship with Elisa Namaste?
That's a good question.
Because you're such a free bird that flies over the world.
I guess I'm kind of old school. I believe in true love. And for me, it's important that my heart feels I want to wake up to this next to this person every morning. And I want to feel that I miss him, even if I'm not there. So yeah, I guess it's possible.
But difficult.
I don't.
Because you don't need someone else.
No, I don't need somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a really good question. I don't think it will be difficult for the person who meant to be there. No. And for me, I also don't feel it will be difficult for me to be with him. It will feel naturally. And if it doesn't feel naturally, it's just not meant to be. Of course, there will be things you have to look into. Or else it's not a love relationship, right? But if your heart tells you, I just want to be one with this person, then that is all that matters. And then you together make a creation, and then you create the world around it. So the answer will be yes, it's possible.
And could it be that you have the urge to go to Hungary because there's a man waiting for you over there?
I don't think so.
Could be, no? Does the universe work I always say universe works in strange ways.
Universe do work in mysterious ways. Yeah, that's true. So I will never could say no, it's not that, because then I will be in denial.
But you feel it's kind of different urge. It's a more deeper. Or...
That's so hard for me to say, because my heart, when it opens up, it feels like being in love completely, and I sometimes it's just like a tree, or a little child, or a trainer, or it doesn't matter what it is, but it's the feeling of being in love. It's the drive. It's the open heart feeling. So for me, there is no difference. I don't know how to take those two feelings apart.
But the other side could interpret it in the wrong way. Maybe some trainer or someone you meet on the bus could think, wow, this girl is very spontaneous to me. I have to get her phone number.
That's true. I've been meeting a lot of these situations.
How do you go on with that?
I am just honest. I just am who I am. I am showing the love of which I feel. And at some point, if they want something which is not what I feel, I know
kickboxing.
I know kickboxing. I'm gonna kick their ass. No. I'm just honest. But most of the time, the energy you send out is reflecting back. So many people have this attraction to me, feeling love or falling in love, but they, funny enough, are not sexual attracted to me, because I don't send this sexual energy out. So there's nothing within them. They kind of can grab onto that.
Respond.
Yeah. So they get a bit confused about that sometimes. I have had questions about that. Like, hey, you jump send that thing out. Like, I don't know how to. Sorry. I just am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no stalkers at your meetings?
There have been a few.
I can imagine, yeah. Because if I recognize the love in you, then I think, oh my God, I'm in love with you.
But it's yourself you're in love with.
You're in love with love, or something like that, yeah.
The love that you need inside of you is what I reflect back. And then people think they are in love with me, but they are in love with that feeling within themselves. Yeah. So I just tell them that. And I just, of course, show them love from a perspective of loving everything. And I tell them that. There's
a Dutch teacher, Hans Laurentius, he always says to a woman who falls in love with him, he says, wait. I'm just the postman delivering the love letter. Don't confuse and fall in love with the postman. It's the love letter it's about.
Oh, that's a good saying.
The thing I'm bringing. Yeah, so that was I'm reminded of that. We have about a little 10 more minutes. Anything you want to add to this great talk? What are you excited about? New meetings coming up, books, seminars, websites, live shows?
Live. Yeah, I decided I will make this live stream. I'm excited about that. So once a week I will make this live stream on my Facebook. On my website. Yeah.
ElisaNamaste.com.
Yes, and people can make questions there, and I will help responding on it. I will do a lot more online because I'm gonna travel around. So it will be possible to have like a conversation and session with me from all over the world, and we can do it online.
Great.
And I'm starting this school up named School of Consciousness. I created 6 classes this far. We created, me and the universe. And I'm really excited about that also.
6 grades, or how does it work?
It's like, it's more like 6 subjects, 6 ways into understanding what you already know, like re-understanding what you know, and using that in your own development of your spirituality, but also of finding your inner self. I feel this so important in this time, because more and more people are waking up, more and more people are getting conscious, that we help the consciousness inside of ourselves grow, so we can create a new world reality. We are blaming the school systems, we are blaming the political people, we are blaming how the world are. So instead of blaming, let's create something new. And this is what I want to support. I want to help creating something new. And I cannot do it alone. I cannot stand and be the teacher. So I'm gonna have to help people to find it in themselves, so they can become the teachers that can help other people understand.
Okay, so you can start a school to have more teachers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice. And any writings of you, books or blogs or...
I have this great time guy Tom Oisthauser, I can't see if the name is. Very Dutch. He is helping writing stuff. It's gonna be his books, but it's gonna be a lot of what I am doing, and I'm the same message basically. So I have plans about doing some writing, but I will have somebody writing it for me. I'm not good in spelling, I'm great in talking, but sitting down and writing books for many hours is not, it's not my thing. No. Not at the moment. Maybe when I'm 9 months pregnant I can move, you know, we never know.
From a Hungarian guy.
From a Hungarian guy. Oh my god.
You're gonna have a nice color then.
Oh, that could be nice.
It's a good combination. Denmark and Hungary. Yeah, you never know.
You never know.
No.
But I know there will be books, and I know there will be things on script also. I've been seeing this for a long time. I don't know when it will be out though. But
yeah, great.
It's in the making.
Nice. One more question I got from through the WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
And I have to ask it, and it's just I'm curious how you respond to that. There are some people who say if you have such a loving message, why not share it for free? You're doing it right now, but when you talk to people, you charge money.
Yes.
Is there any? How does that work?
It's awesome you ask. I have this question sometimes because in this world, people are always like, well, if you have gifts, you should do it for free, right? So I always say everything is energy. I am energy form. When I give you everything I have, there's a lack of energy inside of me and I will break down. If I have to live a life on earth, how the world is working right now, the energy needs to be in a flow. It doesn't matter if it's in fruit. You give me fruit, I give you a hug, you know. But it is, it has to be in alignment with how do you say it? With what is giving out, somehow it needs to come back. Yeah. In one form or another. At some point I didn't really take money for anything, and I broke a lot down. I passed out constantly, and I still do that actually. So I still need some balancing. So for me, it's quite fast show physically when I give more than I have, and in order of being here long time and deliver this message, also traveling around the world and doing it, of course. You need to have this energy in form of money, for example, right? So it has to come from somewhere. Yeah. For me, it doesn't feel wrong. If you want to invest energy in your own development, then that is what you get. Yeah, that's what. If you want it for free, how much are you then investing in your own development?
There are more teachers who say that they say if I give a meeting for free, 10 people come, we just sit like this on the front row. Well, let's see what this is. If you invest 10 or 20 euros, you're going to sit on the tip of your chair. You want to suck out of all the wisdom you can get. Yeah. So it's also an investment in yourself.
Exactly. And for me, it's also balanced. There's some people who takes a lot of money. That doesn't feel good for me. Yeah. For me, I'm always feeling into on like how do you say it, like the economy on the world is right now. And how it feels energetic alignment with what I take. For example, people pay something here. Sometimes when I'm in very poor countries, the fee is completely something else because it will be completely not human to go there and say, hey, 60 euros. They're like, oh, that's what I earned in 3 months. So for me, it's important that there is the energy flow in money also, so I can do what I'm sent here to do. Yeah. Without feeling this lack and have to fight for that also, because then I don't have enough energy to what I'm sent here for. And then when I feel something should be given, I just do it. I don't think about, oh no, I cannot give it to you because of I just do what feels right.
And it's strange that people don't want to. Some people don't want to pay for spirituality, but they bring their car to a garage to fix the motor
and pay a dietist and a lot of light products in what they eat and the medical.
Everything. Yeah, it's great that we touched on that. Thank you, Elisa, for this great talk, and hope to see you back in Holland. That you're not going to stick in Hungary, but will.
I will be back, I promise.
Oh, great.
And thank you very much. I really I enjoyed it.
Great, thanks. Sitting here in beautiful Belgium with Jan Kerschot to talk about something that maybe can confuse a lot of people because it's not a subject that you can easily talk about. But I saw your interviews in Japan and also the interview we did in Dutch, and you are someone who can speak very passionately about this subject. Why are you so passionate about the subject non-duality, Advaita? What touches you?
I believe, Patrick, it's a subject that never fatigues the mind. Because it's something which is beyond the mind. And the mind gets both frustrated and fascinated by that. Because the mind knows there's something there, which some call an open secret. And on the other hand, mind feels very frustrated that it can't get its hand on it. You never can say, and I can't either, and nobody else can, I've got it. I've got it, I understood it, I've got it all. Now I have finished the job, I have done all the understanding, I got my PhD in non-duality. You will never get it.
Not
you can
possible.
write books about it,
Yeah.
and you keep on talking about it, but you will always, in the end, have to admit, I have failed. I failed in describing it, I failed in understanding it, I failed in feeling it. The only thing you can't fail is being it. And that's what we're all doing anyway. So that's the paradox. And this paradox will never leave you, and I think that is why you asked this question. This will never fatigue our search. It will never stop fascinating us, because when you're a seeker, and it may be a good thing or not a good thing, that's another subject. When you're a seeker, you feel something is lacking in life. Your ordinary day-to-day life, something is missing. Something that goes back to the days that you were 3 weeks old, so to speak. That open awareness that was there. And at some point when you grow up at the age of 2 or 3, it gets some sort of, you get lost. And you identify with the person you think you are, that others say you are. And at some point you start to miss that original open awareness. And then you become a seeker. And then of course you will go around and look for spirituality, philosophy, answers to questions. And some seem to give you answers, others don't, and you keep on searching. And for those who really want to know and don't want to make any compromises, they might end up into Advaita. And even there, the frustration will go on, because this is a subject that, as I said before, cannot be reached by a person. And in a way, you could say it's the person who's standing in the way. On the other hand, the person is not standing in the way because it's there anyway. So again, it's full of paradoxes. I will say one moment I will say this, and 5 minutes later I will say the opposite, and both will be true.
Yeah.
So this is something that readers of Advaita will have to get used to, because when you are reading a book of, let's say, conventional philosophy, then you just know that there is a very intelligent person writing down a story and that all goes as it should be. But here in Advaita you will always have these contradictions all the time.
Yeah. There are quite a few people nowadays who speak about Advaita.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they also point at each other and say, well, he's got it wrong, I've got it right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Can you get this wrong? Can you get this right?
No, of course not. You're right. I think I agree with you. In a way, and I think maybe in one of my books I've done something similar, like saying this is not a real, let's say, Advaita teacher because he's compromising, and I suggest that in some interviews. But afterwards I should always say, but in the end, it doesn't matter. in the end, nobody's wrong or right about this. Non-duality means there is no division between left and right, high and low, me and you. So where would I find inspiration to say that this person is less than the other one? So even if someone is obviously compromising, okay, then that's what's happening. That's the expression of beingness, of the non-dual reality or energy or life, whatever you want to call it. It's expressing itself in that particular teacher who is allowing his devotees to kiss his feet or to walk around in a white robe or whatever he or she wants to sort of prove himself or herself to the audience that he or she is special and maybe above the others. Then that's life. It's part of life.
Yeah.
So there's nothing really wrong with that either. And that's maybe liberating, because when you become a teacher, and I can't speak for the others, but I remember when I was, then you start to read books about heroes, spiritual heroes. Like 15-year-old boys or girls have their heroes in music or in the Hollywood scene. Then you have your spiritual heroes. Some of them living, some of them have died. And you have these books and these movies of these perfect people who are expressing eternal love and unconditional love and perfect peace and all of that. Yeah. And you think to yourself, well, I'm not like that. Because when I look in the mirror in the morning, I see a normal person who has arguments, who has frustrations, who has pain, and is not living in this perfect harmony 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So this 24/7 program that you should have according to some rule, you're not going to make it. And I think you never will, because you're only human. Yeah. Thank God you're not some sort of spiritual floating energy. No, you're a real human with a head and a heart and legs and relationships and things you want and things you don't want. What's wrong with that? I mean, let's just let them be there.
Yeah. So there's no such thing as enlightened behavior?
No, of course not. No, not even enlightened beings, because that's a contradiction in terms. If we're talking about non-dualism, I'm not talking about the spiritual, let's say, the usual spiritual heroes who are described as perfect beings. I'm talking about non-dualism now in this interview. And when you say non-dualism, it means you do not divide it into two, right? So there is not two, it's only one. But you can't say one because one is already suggesting that
there's something other.
Exactly. Yeah. So there is only what is, right? So you can't make any divisions anymore. And that's something that a lot of people have find very difficult to accept, that you can't have a high without a low, that you can't have the left without the right. You can't have the past without the future. You can't have a North Pole without the South Pole. If we accept that, and that's what non-dualism is really about, then it becomes extremely difficult to say this person has it, this other person hasn't. Because that's duality. Yeah. You're pointing to a direction. And you're not only giving a description, because I don't think there's a problem with saying this is left and that is right. But that's duality, and the world is full of duality. Language is made of duality, the brain works on duality. But once you say left is bad, right is good, then you add a label. You give value to the one or the other. It's like saying the North Pole of the Earth is good and the South Pole is not good. In non-duality you can't do that. So there is always this balance. But when you come up close and you look at a particular person or a particular event, you could say, oh, this sounds very bad, what he did or what happened there and so forth. That's true. But that is because you're focused on a very small area. Like a photographer would use a telelens. He can focus and zoom in into that area and say, yes, this is good or this is bad. But once you zoom out, when you get a broader view, then you can see the balance. And for example, when you are on the beach and you look at the ocean, you see one horizontal line. But maybe if you would come closer, if you would zoom in, maybe there's a storm there with very high waves and very low waves. And the person who's sitting in a little boat in that storm would say, oh my God, I'm in the middle of the storm. Now I'm going down all the way and now I'm going up. He's completely into that experience. But when you take a distance, literally, then you see that there's still a balance, despite the storm that particular person thinks he or she is in.
Yeah. You just told me at the dinner table that for you there's a difference between non-duality and non-dualism.
Yes.
Can you tell us something about that difference?
Yes, I think it was what I just pointed out a bit, that the division between left and right and North Pole, South Pole, that's duality. And we need duality in order to communicate, in order to have a conversation, in order to
play.
Communicate. Exactly. So there is no way out. So duality is perfect. And then the second part is, you say left is bad, right is good. Then you create dualism. You create an additional division.
Yeah.
Because you give value. You say these are the good guys, these are the bad guys. So for example, if you talk about political parties, those who are from the left side will say that the right side are not so good, and the right side will say we are the good ones and they are the bad ones. And that's also not just in politics, but also in religion, countries, but also on a smaller level in relationships and so forth. So the duality is just the division, North Pole, South Pole, left and right, and dualism is you give additional value, that's good and that's bad. And this is something which is so much integrated in our brain, in our education from centuries. I mean, the whole, let's say the whole cultural life of the earth, of our humanity is based on this. So I don't expect that we just discard it and we say, well, it's not true. That's too hard to do. But when you're talking about non-duality and non-dualism, then I think we have to sort of look at this matter and see, yes, maybe this is just an additional program, because what you think is right may be wrong for me, and vice versa. If you are from a different religious group than I am, then killing someone is good for you, but not good for me, and vice versa. So it's because we are opposite. You're sitting there looking at me, and I'm looking at you. My right side is there.
Yeah.
My left side is there. And because you're looking at me, you have the opposite vision. So it's already so obvious. But if you would stand next to me and we look the same way, then both would say that that's right and that is left. So it's all a matter of perspective. It's all a matter of how we look at things. And when you look at things as a person, then there is left and right, there's good and bad, and that's fine. Because that's the world of duality, the world of dualism. But when we're talking about non-duality, you're not looking out from a personal entity anymore. You're looking as beingness. I don't have a better word for that. Beingness, even with a capital. Like for me, the most sacred word, but I wouldn't call it sacred or holy, is to be. Just to be, because that is the magic, and it's all something that where nobody is excluded. Everybody is doing it.
Yeah, being.
And you're doing it naturally. You don't have to put any effort into this.
Yeah.
I think it's a great, let's say, start for people who are new into Advaita to say, let's do something that takes no effort. You just sit here, you watch this video, and you just sit there and there is nowhere to go. No expectations. You don't have to feel in a particular way. Maybe you have pain, maybe you have frustrations, or maybe you feel fine, maybe you feel balanced or in peace. It doesn't matter. And you don't expect anything for the next 5 minutes to happen to you or to your life or your spiritual search or whatever. Just this. Your normal, everyday consciousness. It has never been away. Where would it go? Where would you go in order to find it? What would you do to improve it? There is nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And once it's not an understanding, it's not a seeing, but once that's really, really clear, a lot of the old programs and expectations like, I should be more like this, I should be more like him or like her or like that spiritual hero, or yesterday I was still having a fight with that person, so I'm not there yet. I should always be in peace and love everyone and everything. Once you realize the law of duality, you know this is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And it doesn't have to. Just being. And this simple being is not simplified in the sense that nothing is happening. Life is happening. Life happens anyway. whether you like it or not, whether you're trying to steer it or not, it's going to happen anyway. And when you see that, it just flows. And there you go with the good moments and the so-called bad moments, but you know that these are only labels in your mind, and that just can go on. And then the spiritual search seems to have lost its power. The fan may still be running for a few moments or for a time or for a while, but who is the person who's looking for it? That's why I would never, let's say, impose people to have certain techniques like meditation or whatever in order to reach something, because I would ask, who is the meditator? Have you ever found a meditator? If you decide, okay, tomorrow morning from 8 to 8:30, I'm going to meditate. When you sit there, just do it. Just check, where is the meditator? Have you ever found a meditator? Did you find a little man or woman inside this head of yours? I've been in, I'm not a surgeon, but I've been in surgery many times, and I assisted to even do brain surgery, and we have never found a little man or a little woman inside the brain. Nobody ever had. And even with the newest scanners, we don't find anyone there. It's an idea, which is a wonderful idea, it's a practical idea, it's great, but it's an idea, it's a concept. And a concept is something that happens like for 1/10 of a second. It's not there all the time. We think that the ego or the person is there 24 hours, 7 days a week. It's not. When you think about how many images come in your mind, visual, auditive, tactile, ideas, feelings, emotions, let's say that there are one every 10th of a second. And so you have hundreds of thousands of those images on a daily basis. One of them is, I am a person. I am a limited person, I'm sitting in here. But the next one is, oh, it's warm here, or it's cold, or the phone is ringing, or I should go there, or next week I'm going on holidays, or whatever. So you have plenty of thousands and thousands of images, and once in a while, several times a day, there is, I am this person. But it's only one thought, it's thought number 100,245,043, which says, I am a person. And then there's all the other ones, thoughts, images, all of them, appearing on the screen. So aren't we giving that particular thought too much attention? Is it really worth that much value? Isn't it overrated, as we could say?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
And in non-dualism, it's just seen for what it is. Not underrated, not overrated, for what it is. An image that appears several times a day for a split second. While we were eating, while we were drinking, even while we are talking about non-duality, where was the person? Where was the Patrick? Where was the Jan? When I am at the border, when I travel and I go to the airport and they ask me to show me the passport, I show the passport and they check my name, they check the face, I say, yes, that's you. And maybe for that split second I say, yes, I am this person. If they ask me, I will say yes. Otherwise they put me into a mental hospital.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, the rest of the day when I'm walking with my luggage and checking in and sitting in the plane, I'm not all the time thinking, I'm a person, I'm Jan Keschot or whatever. No. Even when you look in the mirror the next morning and you're shaving or you're brushing your teeth, I mean, is that person, that image on the other side of the mirror, is that you?
Yeah. And we know that, Jan. We have this every day, every year, also here in Belgium and in Holland, we have this festivities called Carnival.
Mm-hmm.
We put on another mask.
Mm-hmm.
The town gets another name.
Yes.
We dress up like a clown or like a police officer. We love to lose our identity and act another identity for 2 or 3 days. These 2 or 3 days, I'm the nurse.
Yes.
I'm the king. I'm the king of the world. So
whatever you want.
Freeing.
Yes.
Because I can take off
let
the
go.
old
Yes.
jacket.
Yes.
Be someone fresh, someone new.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people also, when they have alcohol or go to a football match or whatever they like to do, a music festival, they also lose themselves into the event.
Yeah.
I think joggers or marathon runners or a lot of people who are into
Tennis
sports
players.
activities and so forth, at some point you really lose yourself, which is, well, I'm not saying it's good or bad, but that's what's happening. But I think it's not only in those events. I think even while you're walking down the street,
Yeah.
even when you're driving your car, even when you're sitting and watching television or a movie, where is the ego? So when these traditions, some of the traditions, you have to get rid of the ego, because the ego is not so good.
Mm-hmm.
First you have to find it.
Yeah. It makes it into something.
Yes, you give it value.
Yeah.
But like, oh my God, this is very ego-like behavior or
Yeah.
whatever. You shouldn't have egocentric thoughts or ideas or feelings, you
Yeah.
should, whatever. But first, if you can't find the ego, what or who are we talking about?
Yeah.
And if it's only an image that appears, let's say, 100 times even a day or a week, even then it's like, and the rest of the day, the 24/7, and then we still admit that there is time, because that's the next subject, like what's time. But if we still accept that time is there, that there is a past and a future and a now, which is of course not true, but if we accept that, then this idea of ego is only like that.
Yeah.
So how you don't have to fight it.
Yeah.
Sometimes people are sitting with the guru in India or whatever, and they say, oh my God, I had this wonderful experience, and when I'm sitting here in the ashram, it's wonderful and I feel so peaceful, but I am afraid when I come home, it will all be gone and I will be in normal life again. I mean, normal life is as much an expression of beingness than feeling peaceful or happy in the group. There is no difference for beingness. The point of non-duality is not what you have sometimes. It's what is there all the time, which is beyond time. It doesn't even enter the idea of past, now or future. So it's never been away. So how can you look for it?
It's no experience.
No, and it cannot be experienced. If someone says, I have experienced oneness, come on. No, nobody can. Or I am without thoughts for more than 10 years now. I mean, come on. And what's wrong with thoughts appearing? There are clouds passing by, okay. Maybe we prefer the blue sky, but sometimes we need some clouds as well. So, okay, there is a cloud. There is a bad thought or a good thought. Even the idea that the thought is good or bad. It's only, again, another image of these thousands of images every day. So I think that's a very easy way to approach non-duality. Just this, and never stops. And you can't, you think that you can manage it, and it's okay to feel like that. I think it's okay to think you have free will and all that. Why not? Pretend to have a personal life. Pretend to do this and to do that and to work on the better. It's only a pretend. But deep down, inside, you know, life is just doing its thing. The stars are moving, the earth is turning around, and we are on this planet for, if you look at this in the time, and the earth is here 70 years or 100 years, it's nothing. It's like the wave in the oceans, you know, the classic metaphor, which I still love, is the wave just comes there, you get born and you die, and that's the wave. It's in real life, the wave is 1 second or a few seconds if it's a big wave, and that's your life. And you are very worried about all these little details happening during that coming and going of that wave, and you wonder how it's like with the other waves. So you look around and you want to be like the other waves and feel the wetness of the water, but the water can never feel the wetness because it's wetness itself. So if you go and see your teacher, say, I want to feel how it's like to be oneness, but you are already it. I remember that I was in London at Watkins bookshop, and we had a sort of meeting there about when the book was launched. I think it was Nobody Home, and one of the ladies said to me, but how can I feel this? I want to feel this oneness. I want to feel it all the time. And I remember saying to her, but when you say this, I feel that you are a wave asking another wave, please, I want to feel how it's like to be wet. And I said to her, you're as wet as you can be, because we're both made of water, and we're all part of this ocean, and for these 50 or 18 years that we are going to be on this planet, we are going to have this rising and falling of personal life, which looks very real, but I can't make you even more wet than you already are, because you're made out of wetness, because we're both made of water.
Yeah.
And maybe you have had an experience where it felt so nice. It's like, I sometimes compare it with the ice cube in a glass of water or in a lake of water. And you feel limited, but when the water temperature is rising, you disappear into the water, which you were before,
Yeah.
during and after your life. And I think for some people this metaphor works for them. They realize that what they really are has never been lost. There's nothing that they have to do to get it. You don't have to change your behavior. You don't have to change your clothes or the way you look or the way you talk. What you are is your particular expression, apparently, of course, of beingness. And that is why I like the word beingness so much, because it has no religious connotation. It doesn't sound Indian, or it doesn't sound Christian, or it doesn't sound New
neutral.
Age. It's very neutral, and it's true for everyone.
Yeah.
Because I think that is very important in non-duality. Nobody is excluded. I will say it again. Nobody is excluded. This means that you, me, but someone here walking by in the street is not excluded from this. You can be excluded from a religious organization because you don't wear the right clothes, or you don't pray the right prayers, or you don't eat the right food, but you can never be excluded from this.
But also the chair and the lamp and the
Of course.
the cows in the garden are
Exactly.
not included.
Nothing can be excluded. But
No.
if we're talking about seekers, spiritual seekers, they sort of hope to join a group and then be part of a club with a master, and then that will give them more value.
Yeah.
I think we are more important because our master is so important.
Yeah.
And they, maybe consciously or subconsciously, might exclude those who are not praying or not meditating or not behaving as they do. And I think for me it's very important that nobody can be excluded. So it's very democratic.
Yeah.
But without any politicians, just democratic.
Universal.
Universal, and everybody's different, because I think I like the differences. I like that you are different from me, and that men are different from women. That is what life makes life.
Yeah.
But still, there is an equality regarding the value. I'm not valuing someone higher or lower because they are famous, or they are a man is another woman, or vice versa. There is this, and that's again the ocean.
Yeah.
It's horizontal. So there may be difference in the wave in appearance, but when you take a distance, when you zoom out, they're all equal. And equal is not the same, it means the same value. And I think that happens when you start to, or rather, if you would stop to sort of add labels to people or events.
Yeah. Could you say that the less labels you put on yourself, the less labels you put on...
Probably, yes. I think on the others you mean? Yes,
Yeah.
I think so. It could be. But I don't think that it's now wrong to put labels. If I see something happening on television, I say, how can they be so stupid?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a normal reaction.
Yeah.
This is not a reason for me to think, oh, I'm still labeling, so I'm not there yet. No.
But for you, maybe the difference is that you say that about that character on the TV, but that doesn't mean that from now on, that character or that person will never get rid of that label. It's just an opinion in the moment.
And it's gone.
It's gone.
1 second later,
And
it's
maybe
gone.
the day later you love him and you say, oh, what a great guy it is.
Because you live in the moment.
Yeah.
I like the comparison when you talk about this. When you when you're very identified, and now I'm contradicting myself, of course, but if there is a lot of identification with your person and your values, religious or political or whatever, then someone compared it. I like the comparison with being like a stone. I mean, you're very strong, or you feel strong, but when someone hits you, for example, with a knife, it leaves a scar. It's hard to go in, but it leaves a scar which is there for weeks, months, or years. When you're less identified with that personality, you become more like sand. The knife goes deeper, but after a few days, the wind passes by and it's gone.
Yeah.
And when you're even more, let's say, or less identified, you're like water. The knife goes in all the way, but it doesn't leave any scar.
Yeah.
And I don't want to project a sort of ideal state where you are like the wind or like air and any knife can do anything and nothing happens to you, because that would again become an ideal state that you have to go for. Like, oh my God, I have to be like the sand and not get irritated if my partner gets angry with me or when something happens on the television that irritates me. So that is again the sort of usual trap that you think, oh, I have to get there as well. I need to be different than I am now. But how can I give you your true nature? How can I learn you to be what you are? Because you're already being it.
Yeah.
And the fact that you are, or the fact that things are, or that things happen, that means that it is as it is. And that's for me the most holy thing there is. Without needing any religious system or a spiritual tradition that supports me or confirms me. I don't need to use any spiritual terms from India or China or wherever, because this is about common life, everyday life. We don't talk about 7 steps to heaven or very exclusive clubs where they have holy books where only a few have access to and so forth. This is the common life. Every day, whenever you wake up, that's it. There is no escape. You can't find it, but there is no escape.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. That is so amazing.
You
You cannot lose it.
You look very happy when you say that.
Yes, but happiness is not the goal. Happiness and being in peace is not a characteristic of this.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
But still, when you speak about it, your eyes shine.
Yes, but
full of enlightenment.
that's because you want to share.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, you can't share this because it's already there, whoever you are.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not interested in Advaita, it's equally there.
Yeah. We don't have to get out on the streets with big
No.
signs who say, "Get into Advaita."
No.
You have to hear this. That was the first thing I
Yeah,
heard
we all
this.
have that.
I wanted to go
Yes.
to the TV station and say, "We have to put this on the 8 o'clock news.
Exactly.
This
yes.
is the greatest news ever."
Yes. But that will most likely be very counterproductive.
Yeah, you get cured from that.
Yes, and also I think this subject is not at all interesting for people who are not feeling this lack.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we are the good guys or the bad guys, but if you talk to let's say people,
Normal people, yeah.
yes, maybe people who are not interested in this, they say, "What are you talking about? Come on, let's talk about something interesting." Because for the mind, this is not really interesting. Because the mind wants something to do,
To grasp.
a plan,
Yeah.
to compare, to construct, to deconstruct, whatever. To criticize, to label, that's what the mind loves to do.
Yeah.
And there's also not much emotion involved, so the heart is also not so addressed here. Unless you sort of really see that everybody is this, and nobody's excluded, that's also a form of openness for all and everything.
Yeah.
Which could also be, like say, opening of the heart. And so in the beginning Advaita looks very cool and cold. And I must admit that I have written texts after, let's say, more in the beginning of this, like 10 years ago, or in the early 2000s years, that might sound very cold and distant. Because when you discover this, it may sound very harsh. But on the other hand, and it's also what Tony Parsons says, this is also something like a complete openness for all and everything.
He calls it the beloved.
Yes. I don't use that word because I don't understand what he means with it, and I'm not English native, so I don't know what it really means. But I would say that it's not that you start to love everyone and everything. I mean, that would be ridiculous, and that's not the goal. But it's like seeing or even recognizing the oneness, the beingness in everyone. You look in someone's eyes, maybe it could be a murderer, or maybe it could be a saint or a sage, and still you know that the energy through which he looks or she looks at you is the same as yours to him or her. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's oneness. That's for me the unconditional love. But it not means that you have to hug everybody on the streets.
No free hugs.
Or that you no, I mean, that's another subject, but that's not non-duality.
No. Talking about good or bad, good old Shakespeare once said, "There's nothing good or bad, but thinking makes it so."
Yeah.
What's that with thinking? Is that thinking the thing that gives us the sense of me? It creates duality, but it's not bad. It's included also, so it has a function.
Yes.
What is the function of thinking for you?
Well, I would say that thinking is something that happens naturally, like clouds passing by. And you have your thoughts, and I have mine, apparently. And I think maybe thoughts are a bit overrated. I think thoughts are interesting for practical life, otherwise we would not be, we would not have the technology we have today. That's the difference that we made over the years, over the centuries, that has created a world for us that is unique and wonderful, but also has its less interesting sides, let's say, put it that way, like creating weapons as well as poetry, music as well as wars. That's all created through our human capacity to think in abstract ideas and past and future and so forth. I think I see thinking as valuable or interesting on that level. When we talk about non-duality, thinking is rather, let's say, it can be again a tool, and it could also be a curse. Like, yeah, you can talk about non-duality as we do, but as I said in the beginning, I will always fail in describing it. But I can be able to describe what it's not. By taking away what it's not, maybe something's left that the viewer will recognize as, yes, this is it. There is something here, which is now looking at this video, hearing the sounds, seeing the images, the hands moving, the face, the two eyes, the mouth, and there is something here on my side of the viewer that takes it all in, which is open space. It has to be silent, otherwise there can't be any sounds coming in. It has to be white, like a white screen, otherwise there can't be any colors coming in, and so forth. So I think that the viewer can recognize that this pure awareness is already there, and you don't have to do anything to be aware of this. Even if you say, I'm not aware, you first have to be aware to be able to say you're not. You can't, even if you deny it, you have to be there first. So even if you close your eyes, still images will come, still sounds will come in. I mean, you can't escape from this.
There's a Dutch teacher who once said, it doesn't take any effort to feel that you are really tired. So there must be something that is not touched by being tired.
Exactly.
Being excited, being angry, being frustrated.
Yes. Yeah.
And that being
yes.
is what you're talking about.
Yes. Let's say, when we explain this, we sometimes use the metaphor of the witness. And it's only a metaphor, so it's not for 100% correct, but you could imagine that you're in a movie theater, in a cinema, as we call it here, and you're sitting in a chair, if in front of you you have a white screen, in the back of you you have a white light. And you watch your movie of your life. And there's always one image every 10th of a second, and images come and come and come, and you are, in this metaphor, a witness of your life. That's step number one. I don't like to use steps because there are no steps, but I have to now to explain this. You see, language is sometimes a burden. But so you look at your life and you see your life happening in front of you with the sounds, the vision, the emotions, everything is on the screen. Then, and that's more typical for Advaita, you ask yourself, am I sitting in the chair watching with my consciousness behind me spreading the light on the image, or the person who's watching is also on the screen? So instead of sitting in a chair, you are on the screen. And so you're like a two-dimensional flat thing on the screen along with all the rest that's happening. So there's no one in the room. And then you have this white screen and you have the light. And then the third step, again there are no steps, but the third step in this story is that the source of the light and the white screen are one. And then you have a plasma screen or a LED screen where the source of light, the images are one. And that is, I think, the best metaphor I can give you to explain what this non-duality is all about. And you, the person you think you are, is an image that once every hour or 10, 20 times a day appears as an image on that screen. That's all. And when you, as a person, are on that screen, two-dimensional flat screen, it's not two-dimensional in reality, but in the metaphor it is, and you meet another, let's say, guru says, I want to know the light. Where should I go? The other guy says, oh, the light is everywhere. What do you mean everywhere? I don't see it. But you are the light. You can't see it because you are the light. You are on the screen, on the LED screen, on the plasma screen. So there's no way that anyone can bring you there. There's no transmission of the flame. There was a book, I think, by G. Krishnamurti. The title was Transmission of the Flame. Because sometimes in this situation of satsang, you have the sensation that something of this that cannot be described sort of energetically flows through the room. And this is something that is experienced many times, and this is something universal and a very interesting subject. But you cannot transmit the light from one person to another. But in these settings of, call it satsang, or whenever two or more people are talking about this subject, the ego may be checkmated, doesn't know where to go. I mean, no time, no space, nobody's excluded, I don't have to be different. In that sort of setting, it could be that just the light comes in, but the light was never anywhere else. It was always there, but maybe the screens we have in front of our eyes, where I should be this, I should be that, the past, future, good and bad, when they disappear, oh my God, you're back in the baby situation, 3 weeks old.
Yeah.
I mean, when you remember, well, we can't remember. Most people don't remember how they were when they were 3 weeks old, but you wake up and you look around and you see the ceiling and suddenly you see a foot appearing. It's your own foot, but you don't know it's your own foot. You hear a sound, but you don't say, oh, this is my mother. Oh, that's my father. You see images, sounds, and then you hunger. That's an appearance here, but you don't know that it's hunger. And then you cry, but you don't know even that you are crying. You don't know if you're a boy or a girl. You don't know
name.
Nothing.
No.
That openness has never been away. But then your parents started to point at you like, you are a boy. That's your name. You are Patrick, and you are. And when you grow older, you are a good boy or a bad boy. You see, dualism. You should do this, you should do that, you should not go there, you should not talk to this person, you should not, and so forth. So all these programs, they get stuck in you, and that is when you lose this open, or apparently lose, because you can't lose, but apparently lose this openness, which has never been away. And then, after a while, some of us, not all, seem to miss this consciously and start to look for it, and they become seekers. And some of them have spiritual experiences where suddenly they think they see the light. It's like in the movie, the film breaks and suddenly you have a white screen. Suddenly you say, oh my God, this is not real, there is something else. I've seen the light. And there are many stories over the last 2000 years of people having seen something that they can't explain. And this can be a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing in the sense that you see or experience, but I can't use the word experience here, you see that what all these books were talking about, like about non-duality, that this is something which is real. It's not just a theory. That's the blessing. But the curse is that you want it for yourself, and you want it continuously. And then you become a frustrated spiritual seeker, because you have felt it and you want it again, because it felt so good. But there you are back in the horse race. You're back looking for something that you want for yourself now and the future. And you want it, that the other ones don't have it, it's not your problem. You want it for yourself.
Yeah. And sometimes the ego gets hold of it and says, now I'm special.
Of course.
I've seen the light. I'm a light worker, or
yes.
I'm an enlightened
enlightened
master.
being, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Which is also fine. I'm not judging that or saying that it's bad or that it's wrong. But it's a mechanism, it's a phenomenon that happens in the world. And once you see through this game, you can still enjoy watching it like you watch a movie, but you know that it's a game that's played. And that's not what I believe, this is my personal opinion, that this is what non-duality and non-dualism is really about.
Yeah.
It's about that which has never been away, that doesn't take any effort, which is there for all, for everybody, nobody's excluded, but nobody has it. So that's why they sometimes call it an open secret. It's open because everybody has access, it's not locked, the door is open. And on the other hand, it's a secret, but because only a few people seem to sort of understand it. But doesn't mean that there's people who understand it, or write books about it, or give talks about it, that they are of a higher level. Because that would be duality again.
Yeah.
I've said this before, and I also wrote it in the book, This Is It. There are three, let's say, very popular tools of the ego to keep on searching. And one of them is time, past and future. I don't have it now, but I will have it in the future, so I'm going to work for it. That's the first one. The second one is the idea of separation between me and the others, which is the most difficult one for the most people, to understand that the division between me and the others is something that is talked into our heads, which is conceptual, not real. And then the third one, high and low. Like that is good and that is bad. This is of a higher energy and this is a lower energy. And these three tools are for the ego, let's say, the perfect tools to postpone, apparently of course, I always have to say apparently, the sort of understanding of what this is all about.
Yeah. I once heard, I think it was Byron Katie, say, only an ego would try to get rid of ego.
Which it can't. I think it reminds me a little bit of the story of this policeman in Texas, and he has received from his wife and Harley Davidson for his birthday. Beautiful bike in front of his house, and on Saturday morning he starts to clean it. And he suddenly receives a phone call. He walks into his house. It's his brother who is in the hospital, and he's talking with his brother, and suddenly he hears vroom, a very recognizable, beautiful sound of his bike. He said, oh my God, someone is stealing my bike. So he puts down the phone, runs out, and sees someone driving away with this beautiful bike. And he gets angry, he jumps into his car, follows the guy, and the guy drives into the port. And it's a very remote area where you can stock cars, and where you can stock things behind these, these gates in iron. And so he follows the guy, and he sees him opening one of those gates, puts the bike in there. He said, oh my God, I'm going to lose my bike. He runs after it, says, hey, this is my bike. They start to fight. And during the fight, he puts the guy against the wall, and he hits his neck, and he dies right at the spot. The policeman says, oh my God, I've killed the guy. He was only a thief. So I'm now the murderer. And so he says, what am I going to do? Nobody has seen this. I'm going to put my bike away. I leave the guy here. I erase all the tracks, because he's a professional, closes the gate, cleans everything, puts his bike away, then drives back home and goes back home. Next Monday, he comes at his work. He's a police officer, and the police officer says, oh, I need you because we have just arrived the message that someone was killed, and we have to investigate, and you can do it, because you're good at this. And now he is both investigator and murderer
at the same time.
Exactly. And that is the situation of the spiritual seeker.
He will never give up. He will never say who did it, because...
Exactly. Because the ego, if the ego finds the killer, he gets the electric chair. The policeman, when he finds the killer, he has to say, I did it. Yeah. Oh, we are in Texas, you get the electric chair. So he knows that when the final search, when the search finds let's say the final step, it will be the end of the searcher.
Yeah. The case will never be closed.
And that is why that the ego is so good to find always a new way to postpone.
Let's try that.
Let's admire a special guru who is perfect or seems to be perfect. So I can never be like him or her. That's one of the examples, but there are so many. Yeah. And that is fascinating in a way. It's not wrong. I'm not saying that this is not wrong because it's just a phenomenon. It's also what is. It's also what's happening. Like murders happen, and people helping each other also happen. Yeah. There are many things happening. I'm not judging and saying this is good or bad. It's just a mechanism that I'm exposing here because we're talking about the subject.
Yeah.
But this is really fascinating. Now, a spiritual seeker will never be able, it's even impossible, to sort of...
Stop seeking.
Yes, because that's...
That's the end of the seeker.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
So there is no way around this, and that's the paradox again. And I would say it's interesting to just look at these mechanisms and maybe recognize them. When you watch a video like this, it means that you're interested in Advaita, if you're still watching now. So then you might say, yes, what am I doing? Or what can I see people doing around me? I've been around it myself and been into spiritual groups and reading the books and going to talks and so forth. And I saw so many things that I did and that I saw around me that I learned so much from. Another thing that I think is very interesting is that you can have great spiritual experiences, and as I said before, there can be a blessing and a curse. And especially when you were in a depression for 20 years, you really had all the worst things of life happening to you, and then suddenly you have this insight. It can be such a relief. It's like lightning happening to you. Yeah. Yes, but the problem then, if you can call it a problem, is that you think that this lightning that strikes you is the standard, the new standard to meet. That you have to have this every day. Every morning you need to have your lightning. Yeah. And that's not going to happen. Yeah. Because it's like you are sitting in a cellar in a club and you're locked up there for 20 years. Then someone comes in and takes a match and strikes a match.
Light.
Whoa! But you haven't seen light for 20 years. It's like your eyes will burn. You say, oh my God, what is this? And then after a few seconds, the light goes out and it strikes another one again. You're still excited, but not as much as the first time. Yeah. And after a while, they put 3-4 candles. But you get used to it. So the light is only striking in the very beginning. And I think a lot of spiritual seekers who have had special experiences get stuck in that phase. They say, oh my God, that Monday morning or that day when I was with the Master, I felt, whoa, and now I'm back home, or now I feel bad. It has nothing to do with feeling good or bad. It doesn't have to do with experiences. Experiences come and go like the clouds come and go, but the space in which they happen does not come and go. The white screen in the front of the cinema theater doesn't come and go. And it's even not touched by it. If you go to a movie and you see a Western and there's a lot of shooting and the movie stops, the lights go on and you walk down and you check the canvas.
Holes.
No holes, exactly. There are no holes because and this may sound cool, but it's not. The white screen is untouched by the good things and the bad things, not by the pleasure and not by the pain, because it's the capacity for all. It's the witness of the witness. Because I was talking about the man sitting in the chair watching his own movie, and that sometimes in some, let's say, spiritual techniques you can learn to be a witness, to sort of take a distance, and that may sound cold, and sometimes it is a bit like that you take a distance, like, oh, it's not happening to me, it's just a movie, right? So you take a distance, but in fact, when you see that there is no person, that distance is completely gone, and there is no judgment anymore. But there can still be compassion arising. It's not excluded. But sometimes when you talk about life this way, when you talk about compare it with a movie, you are disturbing people, because you said we're not going to go out the street and say this has to be in the 9 o'clock news or whatever. Mm-hmm. Because it's like you're sitting in a movie. It's a great movie, and then someone comes in, switched off on the lights, and said, "It's only a movie."
Yeah,
what will the owner say?
Shut
we
up.
paid for this. We have to continue because it's a great story.
It's so fascinating.
Maybe if it's a horror movie or romantic movie,
Yeah.
we want to see the movie, and that's why the movies. That's how the movie is made for.
For me, that's always when someone sits behind me, and someone says, "Ah, that's not possible." I think, come on.
Don't comment.
Let me enjoy this.
Let me just see the movie as it is. And that's why in some cases, talking about Advaita, for people who are not interested in this, is very disturbing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like talking in the movie while they are watching the movie. Like, hey, someone is behind you and saying it's only a movie, this is not real or whatever.
It's the same when two children are playing like father and mother or nurse and doctor, and you come on, you are a 4-year-old, you are not a nurse. You don't do that. You don't spoil it for people and children.
Well, and that's what you might be doing when you force people into, let's say, this kind of talks.
So only if you're interested.
Well, you won't be watching now.
No, but maybe you think, I have to send it to all my friends.
No, don't become a sort of messenger or a prediker, someone who wants to sort of really transmit his ideas. That's not, I don't think that's a goal. But if it's happening, that's also what it is.
Yeah. To close this almost 1 hour talk, you brought out several books in different languages. People can watch this all over the world. Your book, one of your books has just been translated into Japanese.
That's correct.
That's Nobody Home.
Yes, let's say we've put them here, especially for that. So the first one, well, the first one was Coming Home, but that is sold out. But the second one was published in London. It's called Nobody Home. And then the second one was This Is It, also by Watkins in London. And then there is a third one called The Myth of Self-Inquiry, which is published by Non-Duality Press, also in the UK. And some of them have been translated in Spanish or Russian or also Dutch,
Japanese,
French, Korean, and a few more.
Yes. And can if people are interested in getting you to their town or country to talk about this, are you open to that?
Yes, well, because most of these books were written between, let's say, 2000 and 2004 in the time, and afterwards I didn't, let's say, go into that much, because I was busy with other things where I had to travel a lot. But these days I am open again for these kind of talks, and that's why I went to, for example, to Tokyo to promote the Japanese version of Nobody Home, and I might be going there again this year, or other areas. I think it's, as you said, when you feel there is someone who is interested in this subject, there is no way not to talk about it, because there is like a pulling energy. It's like something that interacts, and for example in Tokyo we were with a group, and we were having a sort of a small meeting, and one of the ladies said, I feel the resonance here in the room, but it was not my resonance, it wasn't even hers. It's just when the egos don't have anything to get their hands on, to grasp on, then you just simply relax in what is, and then you sense, oh, hey, this is really happening, it's true, yes, it is, of course it is. But usually our minds are so into left and right and past and future, and I should be like this, and the world should be like that, and that is something that, when that's taken out of it, it's like, ooh, yeah.
That's maybe also why these interviews don't really seem to cost any effort or energy.
No.
We could talk about this for another hour.
Exactly,
and yes. And we're still sitting very untired here.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
And it never stops, and that's what you just said before we started the interview. It's quite amazing that people can talk about this subject where nothing is said and people spend a whole weekend in a sort of silent retreat with someone sitting there talking about the same subject for hours and hours, and at the end of the day or the end of the weekend you would ask them, what did you talk about? Well, I don't know, but it was interesting.
Yeah.
But only interesting for the desperate seeker, I think.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jan.
You're welcome, Patrick.
Sitting here in Gemert on a Friday evening with Janneke Geurts. Normally a girl like you goes out on Friday evening with this beautiful weather on a terrace watching people go by. Isn't that a better thing to do than sit here with closed windows and closed doors talking about Something that cannot be talked about.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but you kind of
I
forced me.
yeah, pushed you. So no, I came with the camera, so we're gonna
Yeah.
do the interview.
Yeah, I changed my mind about the interview this
Yeah.
afternoon, but
Let's give it a try.
we'll give it a try.
Yeah, because we did a very nice talk in Dutch. People reacted to it positively, and it also had a lot of views. In 2 weeks or so, it almost 1,000 views. You think any reason for that? Did you push it very hard, or did people just think, "Hey, that's a different kind of face in this Advaita world"? Let's hear what she has to say.
I don't know. How am I supposed to know
No.
what people think?
Well, what did people tell you about it? What kind of reactions did you get?
That I was delightful. Delightful and honest.
Mm-hmm.
And they enjoyed it mostly. So,
Yeah,
yeah, it's nice.
it was a relaxing talk with a lot of laughter,
Yeah.
a certain kind of atmosphere. So
Yeah.
maybe it's not about the words then.
Yeah. That's a nice conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think people generally love to laugh, to feel light. So maybe it was light. It wasn't that heavy.
Yeah.
It's not that serious. It isn't that serious. Life isn't that serious. We make it so sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And I guess there's a reason for everything we do. What's the reason we make life so heavy?
I think it's confusion. I think it's sometimes I have to search for the right words. Because we all believe in the stories. Because we all live in the stories. We all live in past and future all the time. That's what makes it serious and complex. Yeah. And our parents believed it, and their parents believed it, so we all learn to believe it.
Believe what our mind tells us?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
memories.
Memories and expectations and dreams and goals, and well, we are conditioned to strive for happiness, to strive for safety and success and health. And yeah.
And can that be found in the world, happiness? No?
Nah, depends what you call happiness. So what's happiness to you?
Feeling good and cheerful, and just like you were in the Dutch interview. Just, yeah, a lightness about things.
Yeah. So to generally feel light about things. That's happiness.
For me, yeah. Without, it doesn't have to have any reason.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you just asked. The question was, is it found in the world?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think so, because, well, not for me. Let's just keep it with me. If you find happiness in the partner, in love, it can, it's also scary, because it can go away, you know? And it's outside of you, so it's always moving, and that's scary. And it's with everything in this world is always moving and always changing. So if you want to have something to make you happy, that's not possible in this world.
Did you try to find it in the world, as everybody does? Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you think would make you happy from the world?
A man and marriage and children. I believed that for a long time. Then a success, money,
Yeah.
freedom, financial freedom, yeah. Not having to do anything, and being able to do anything I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you tried it out? Was that possible?
Oh, no, because I didn't win the lottery.
No. Yeah.
But I examined it, researched it. Is that a good word?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a state of mind. Freedom is much more a state of mind than circumstance. So you could be very wealthy and feel trapped and scared and unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think I said it in the Dutch interview also, but for people who don't understand our language, people could say while watching this, well, but you have gotten it all. You've got the looks. You live in a wealthy country. You have a good voice. You can sing.
yeah,
You have a nice smile. So everything works out for you.
yeah.
Were you just lucky, or is that also possible for a girl with the same age as you, but twice as heavy, or not with long hair, or with illness?
Possible to feel happy.
Yeah, to find that same state of happiness, not having to do anything with circumstances.
Yeah, definitely. Because I'm not gonna talk about family or friends, because that's their life. I can't.
Mhm.
But there is suffering around me, and I see people suffer I love very much. And I had to learn and unlearn a lot to be able to be free and happy apart from circumstance.
Hmm.
So it's not like my life is wonderful and that's why I'm happy. And I grew up believing I was very, very ugly also. So again, state of mind.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think it's possible for anybody, because it's it's a state that has nothing to do with stories, and it has nothing to do with ideas. Being beautiful is an idea. Being rich is an idea.
Mhm.
Everything is an idea, so everything can drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What age were you when you started to investigate this kind of stuff?
27, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always difficult if you ask me several times things about time and
Yeah?
when and where. Yeah, it's all blurry.
Yeah,
So
why? You don't live according to time?
I just live. I don't
Yeah.
know, but I'm not good with
Yeah.
periods of time. And sometimes I find out I have something. I remember something wrong. It's like a memory, and I always thought I was 6, and then my sister told me, "No, you were 12." Oh.
Oh.
So stuff
Yeah.
like that. It's just
Yeah.
all messed up. I don't know.
Yeah. So you're not someone who lives for the weekend.
No.
On Thursday you think,
Oh my God, no.
Oh, nice, it will be Friday. Or
No.
on Sunday you think, oh, tomorrow it's Monday again.
But it never felt like an option to live that way. To live that way. It feels like I can't. I
Mhm.
cannot. I cannot live for a couple of days a week.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot work towards a couple of days of fun a
Mhm.
week. That just never felt right.
Yeah. So you want to have fun every day?
No, it's not that. It's just like I love what I do,
Mhm.
working with people with singing and non-duality a little bit as well. I love doing that, and I love doing fun stuff, and I love sleeping in, and I love the things I do. I don't
Mhm.
know. If you tell me you have to go work in a I don't know, someplace I don't belong,
Yeah.
I'd be so unhappy. I'd go crazy, I think.
Yeah.
It's not an option. I don't know.
Yeah. Even if it would mean financial wealth or
Yeah.
freedom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen.
Yeah. And you give singing lessons to people?
Yeah.
You sing yourself on stage? How does that work with a human voice? Is that something that takes over you when you start singing, or are you the one who's performing? How does that work? Does the music get you, just like when you're on a dance floor, the music gets you and you get into the music?
Yeah, I like that question. When people had an amazing performance and they say I was really into it, I was in flow, you know, so that's when the feeling of a separate self is gone. And actually I think almost all of my performances are almost completely gone right afterwards. Just it's that yeah I'm gone. I'm gone. Yeah.
And when do you come back? When the applause starts, or when you're off stage, or?
No, I just know I don't really remember the performance. It's strange, right? And then there are flashes of thoughts that came up. Like, oh, look at, he's so sweet. There was this guy in a wheelchair and he was cheering, and I was really in love with the guy. So there are flashes of memories, and the rest is gone. I don't know, and I remember again.
Yeah. And when you're performing, how do you feel?
Yeah. That's gone.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm into it, I'm gone. I've had performances acoustic with people standing right in front of me and being so intimidated.
Yeah.
And that I was constantly in my mind, like, chill, it's okay, it's fine, you can do this, you know? I don't even know your question anymore.
Well, we're talking about singing and how that works out, and if you're still there as a person, or the person drops off.
So it varies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you become self-aware.
Yeah.
And does that influence?
Sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It influences the singing in a bad way.
I think so. I'm not really sure, but I think so, because you start thinking about it, and singing freely. I think is the most beautiful. Singing freely. And when you start thinking about it, or you cramp up because of fear, or I don't know. It's just
Yeah. And have you ever auditioned for a show like The Voice of Holland or Idols?
I did once, X Factor, but I was too scared back then. And they saw it.
They saw that you were too scared.
Yeah, they advised me to not pursue this. Yeah.
And thinking afterwards or backwards, are you in regret of that? You think, oh man, I blew my chance on becoming more famous as a singer, or that doesn't make any difference?
No, I don't know if I'd like to be famous. I don't know. How can I know? I don't know what it means.
Reach more people. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I love that though. I love to reach a lot of people and encourage self-love and stuff like that. And I'd also love to do a lot of volunteer work, because I have the means or something like that. I'm so blank. What did you ask me?
If you ever auditioned for The Voice of Holland, it was X Factor.
Oh yeah.
And you were too scared back then.
Yeah.
Too self-aware.
Yeah. Well,
confident.
I had a lot of trauma to
cope with.
Yeah. So I couldn't have done it any differently. And I'm glad I feel blessed they protected me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would have been hell to be in that competition. Yeah. My God. I always challenged myself with my fears. And that also was a challenge. I was very aware. I was very scared. And then they protected me, and I think that was a good thing. Yeah.
And why not now? Why not now make a little recording and go to the media city of Holland and present yourself?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I will.
Yeah.
Maybe I will. It's not a no.
Yeah.
But it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. That's a thing we talk about often, also my friend Paul and I. Things happen by itself. And then the critics of Advaita say, well, but still stuff has to be done. You could become like a very dull person who thinks, well, I'm just going to sit on the couch and wait till people call me. I'm not going to do any initiative. Have you been in that trap, or have you passed that, or?
I don't know if I've been passive because I believed someone will knock on my door, and I don't know. Don't think so. I've always been very busy. But I've read some articles about free will and why there have been some tests about that, and people who believe they have free will respond better. What's the word?
Say it in Dutch.
I don't even know it in Dutch.
Oh.
They accomplish more.
Yeah.
Yeah, believing there's free will.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a study that shows that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've read some articles about that. So it's in some way it's important for people to believe they have free will, because but I don't know. My golden rule is whatever works for whoever, and I think for me the most important thing about seeing there isn't free will is the innocence of people, which gives such a feeling of love, and then experiencing the freedom of choice is also very lovely. It doesn't have, you don't have to get rid of it, because it's nice to wake up and feel like you have a choice.
Yeah.
You have a choice. I choose my story today. I choose a positive story today. I choose to take good care of myself today.
Yeah.
And when you don't take good care of yourself, so it's like the perfect perfect way to live. When you don't take good care of yourself and you mess up everything, you can be very kind to yourself and say, oh well, couldn't help it.
Yeah. Today, not my best day as a body. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe that sounds kind of insane, but it's very loving, and I don't know, it works for me.
Loving toward yourself.
Yeah. To forgive yourself the instant you mess up.
Yeah.
And forgive people around you the instant they mess up. And then get back in stories and make choices again, because that's the way you perceive it. That's the way you experience it.
Yeah. And talking about the body, in Advaita there are numerous people who say you are not the body.
Mm-hmm.
You are that which observes the body. You are that which perceives the body.
Mm.
How's that for you, as a younger woman with a body and with maybe wanting to have children or wanting to whatever? Are you the body?
I really wanted to feel that about my body a long time, because I hated it. So I really wanted to get rid of the identification with the body.
Mm-hmm. Why did you hate it?
It's just, I don't know, state of mind. It's growing up, believing you're worthless and projecting it onto everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone again. I don't know. The body.
The body,
yeah. So examining everything around the body, you cannot find yourself in the body. That's obvious. But then you hurt your arm and it hurts, and it's it's your body and it's mine and it's my pain. So I never really got through to that part. I'm not the body. I've always experienced this body as being a center, as being there's nothing else I can call me. It's just, it's not practical. It's a strange thing to say.
No,
it's not practical to deny the body or something in this life.
Yeah.
And I'm all for myself. I just wanted to have fun here, and not be that afraid. It's okay to be afraid sometimes, but not be really afraid and traumatized, and to be able to do fun stuff here and do what I love to do and love people and inspire and do whatever it is that feels good. So I'm not the body, I don't.
There's still, you need the body to have fun, maybe.
Yeah, and what's the point? What's the point in that realization? Or I don't know. It didn't really do anything for me. It's.
Well, maybe let's turn it otherwise. If you're identified with only the body, does that automatically include that you become afraid? Because then you're only the body, and the body can be hurt, and the body is going to die, and the body can get no air, and maybe that's, you know, that there's more than the body that gives you that sense of peace.
Yeah, well, I'm not that sharp today. Now you mention it like that, I realize I'm not really identified. I'm not afraid to die. I'm not looking forward to die. This body, you know, it's not really an issue. It's not.
Yeah. That implies that you're not that identified with the body. You know, there's more.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's. I will never experience death. How could I? I'd be dead. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So not afraid of death? Is there not anything that you are afraid of? Getting hit by a bus? Getting a big scar on your forehead? Gaining 40 kilograms? Is there anything you're afraid of?
Yeah, you can think of things. You can think of horrible scenarios and then say, I'm afraid of that.
Yeah.
That's stories, you know? Because I went there with my mind, just because I'm curious, and I went to horrible scenarios, and there was a time in my life when I wanted to eliminate all fears by examining everything I could think of. And the conclusion was, when something like that, something terrible like that happens, it would be now. And now, everything is okay, except for maybe scary stories.
Yeah.
So if I get that scar, it would be then and there, and I would be fine, except for maybe the scary stories. And I don't know, they don't really stick. Not for long. Sometimes a little longer, but not for long. So, I don't know.
Maybe that's because you don't see yourself as a story anymore. Because story adds to story. If you think you are Janneke, only Janneke who has to become successful, then other stories can cling on to it like a snowball that gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's realizing, I don't know, to my core or something. I don't know, it's so hard to explain. I feel like I'm making no sense at all. That I don't know anything. I do not know. I do not know what will make me happy or unhappy. I don't know. I really don't know. So it's fine right now. I know this. I know I'm safe on a chair.
Yeah.
I'm a little warm, a little thirsty. I'm good.
Yeah.
The rest is just I don't know. Yeah, that's the conclusion. I don't know.
Can you name some teachers you read and used? Like, what was that, Byron Katie or Eckhart Tolle, or what did help? What brought you the first glimpse of this?
First glimpse was my first Sony, of course.
My first Sony.
Yeah.
Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like me.
Years ago, and it didn't create a huge shift or something. But I read the Power of Now, and I had love heartache.
Yeah, you were heartbroken.
Heartbroken. And then I read, if you focus on your breath and something like that, then it's not that important, the story. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. And I was laying on bed and I was dying inside. I was very dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to my breath and then everything went calm and I was okay. And I remember dancing in my room because I discovered something for me. Like, I really believed before that I needed him to feel okay again.
Yeah.
And then that was the first time I realized I could be okay and I don't have him.
Yeah.
So I was thrilled.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the book became my Bible until it drove me crazy because I wasn't capable of being present all the time.
Mm.
So I threw it out and then years went by before I was 27. It was horrible. I couldn't be present all the time, so then I hated the book. Yeah.
And then at age 27, did you pick up that book again? No?
No, I just, I got burned out for the second time. I felt like I was damaged beyond repair because of my, all the trauma and the childhood. And then I ran into a coach who examined convictions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when my life started turning upside down, literally everything upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was, he worked from, inspired by Byron Katie, A Course in Miracles, and 6 Steps, Diederik Wolfsack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Great stuff.
Yeah, and it really gave you back your inner smile.
Yeah.
You can tell it like that.
Yeah.
How many years ago is that now?
You're so hung up on the years. 4 years, I think.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. But I was very fanatic because when I found out all my suffering was in the stories, I wanted them gone, all of them. So I was really hardcore on examining. I remember sitting behind my laptop with a worksheet for hours a day. Every thought that came up.
You wrote it down.
Yeah. And then I made a sport out of it to find the things I believed most intensely, to discover what I believed most intensely, so intensely that it didn't even come to mind to examine it. So normal that was to me. I wanted to examine those. I don't know.
And can you name an example? What was a very hard conviction in you?
I have to dig deep.
I am not beautiful. Or there's something wrong with me.
Oh yeah, I probably examined that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was not very. Those were more of the obvious convictions to examine, but more like I can be somewhere at the wrong time, at the wrong place, or something like that. More the things you'd respond to, or most people would respond to as sure, of course. You can be, you can have bad luck.
Yeah.
In life, more the common things. Yeah.
But how do you turn around that?
Bad luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. You mean really do the work on it?
Yeah.
Examine it.
Did you think you had bad luck all the time? Or?
Yeah.
Ah. Yeah. And you. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. That's not why I examined it. This particular thought, you can have bad luck. It's just in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wanted to the general convictions. Everyone would say, yeah, of course. I wanted.
But you wanted to know for sure.
Yeah.
And to see what's under it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we all believe it doesn't make it true. And there is a lot of suffering. So, actually, what I concluded was we got the game plan wrong. We don't understand the rules of life. we go straight against the rules of life. Life is just happening, and we oppose our ideas on life. And then we're wrong, because life is just like whatever you believe, I'm doing my thing, and then we suffer. And we keep doing that. And I'm very, I laugh a lot today, I don't know. It's kind of funny and so obvious.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
It's strange. Yeah.
You also said before we started the interview that the victim role, that's something that people love to cling on to.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. It's innocent. It's innocent. I have to say, people are innocent in doing what they do.
You don't blame them?
No, I've been a victim most of my life.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've been, and I've behaved so badly, so ugly, out of believing I was so damaged, but also so much wrong was done upon me, and I saw so much anger in the world. It was all me, but I opposed it on everybody around me. But yeah, the victim role is it's an identity. It's something you can identify with, and it gives you you are something. You're a victim, and it gives attention in some way, and it can be where you feel safe, and it can be a very strong pattern, and so many convictions on top of each other that it's hard to get someone out of that, to break through by yourself, or even with help, with someone helping you to break through. It's a sad, it's not sad, it's just such a shame if you see the potential in someone and the beauty in someone, and you just see them believing all these stories that keep them small, because it's also keeping them small, and it's also you give all your power away. It makes you powerless and scared and mad, and it's not a nice place to be.
No. You know what you're talking about.
I do.
You've been there.
Yes. And I was, if someone tried to tell me about their misery, I had more.
Yeah?
And I was usually right. I've been through a lot. It's been terrible, but it didn't help me. I wonder, I'm so sad story everywhere, and I was sad, so yeah, but I had that's what I had, that's what made me something, at least. I failed on so many levels, but I was very good at, I survived all these terrible things, so there must be something good about me.
Yeah. Do you also talk to people one-on-one about this? Do people come to you with maybe the same problems you had?
Yeah. I forgot to tell you, even after the last interview, some new people.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. Yeah. Good matches. Yeah, I do.
And is it for you more difficult to talk to men than to women, or are those issues universal?
Universal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Women don't have different issues than men?
Oh, I don't know. That's a very deep question. It's I don't know. I'd have to think of something real quick, but I'd have to.
I don't know how it is to be a woman. You don't know how it is to be a man.
No.
But yeah, I can imagine that the more deep things are universal.
Yeah.
The insecurities, the stories.
The fear.
Fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's mostly people who already know it's the stories that hurt them,
Mm-hmm.
who already believe in the concept of non-duality and are stuck somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
It still hurts. It still feels like still.
And what's the first thing you say to people?
It really, really varies because it's I don't have a method.
No.
I don't have one. I don't even have a vision, I think. I don't know. It's just, they start talking and then I filter the beliefs out of the story, the beliefs that hurt. And sometimes we examine them, and sometimes it's time for people to examine, and sometimes it's time for people to act. Then it's so obvious that they're stuck in philosophies, in
Dogmas,
yeah.
beliefs.
Sometimes people get stuck. They started out wanting to get rid of some fear, and they end up being sad because they're not enlightened. Just an example. Yeah. So that, you know, I filter where the suffering is.
Yeah.
And sometimes we go back to the childhood also to see where the pain once started, that they're still projecting, still seeing everywhere right now.
Yeah. So if I focus...
Forgiveness is a very, very strong tool.
Forgiveness?
Forgiveness, yeah.
But who do I have to forgive?
Yeah, if you see that, you're done. Yeah, if you see that, you're done, and then it's complete, yeah.
I talked to a Dutch teacher once before, and he says, forgiving is letting go of all hope for a better past. I thought that was a nice quote.
Yeah.
You still think that your past should have been otherwise than it was.
Yeah.
So I don't have to forgive my mother, my father. It is letting go of the belief that the story had to be different than it was. Or how does that forgiving work?
I don't know if it works that way. That's his thingy, and sounds nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you tell people? Do you have to specifically forgive people, persons, circumstances, or is that the first step? Or
I don't know. I don't have steps. I don't have steps. It's an intuition thing. It's listening and feeling and noticing where the pain is. But if you're still in pain when you see a picture of your mom yelling at you or whatever, then it can be really, really helpful to specifically forgive. I don't know, maybe what you just told, if you let go and you're able to forgive that whole past thing, you're done. I don't know, sounds great. Love to hear more about it. But the thing with forgiveness is that it really creates little miracles. Because when I talk about forgiveness, it's not even. Some people say you do it for yourself.
Yeah.
And that's true. That's true. But I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But the bottom line is, I help people see that what the other person didn't have anything to do with them. Because that's where the convictions start. And that's where the pain starts. Pain starts with things you believe about yourself.
You did something to me.
Yeah, you did something to me, and blaming someone else is also de macht buiten jezelf leggen. You give your power away also by blaming someone, and also the convictions start. If that person does that to me, I must be bad, or I must be so.
Self-hate.
Yeah.
he's right, that he blames, or he did that to me. I'm such a fool.
Yeah. So by forgiving early on in your childhood, the people that are your daders.
Yeah, that's a good one. You have victims and you have
Victims, and you have
the people who
that do it.
the people who do it. Yeah, the suspects, the usual suspects.
That's not it.
What's it called? Now we have to get the word. The daders.
The prosecutor.
The wrongdoers.
No, it's not the prosecutor. The wrongdoers. No.
We know what we mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna find the word.
Now I lost track of my story. I don't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
But if you forgive the people that hurt you, and by forgiveness I mean seeing that they couldn't do it any differently, seeing that this has nothing to do with you, some deeply seated convictions can drop away. And that's when miracles happen, because these convictions, they form your...
the way you see
you see the world, and the way the world is perceived by you. So conflict might drop away, or people being mean to you might drop away, but you don't perceive it that way anymore.
And what about this thing that some Advaita teachers tell me, that if let's say that I'm convicted that all women are out to hurt me and get my money.
Yeah.
I have that conviction that life will still bring me women who hurt me and try to get my money until I get rid of that conviction. That it's like a law of attraction or something, that life will throw you the same things again and again and again until you get rid of that conviction.
Yeah.
Does that work so, or?
You believe you have to learn the lesson before you'll meet.
Yeah, before I can drop the conviction.
And your question is it true?
Yeah, for you, or how do you think about that?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's difficult. I'm not sure. Because I have definitely experienced lessons keep coming back. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's a wrong example, but
yeah.
I agree with you that you see the world as you are. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that thing with things have to repeat itself to get rid of the old pain, the old emotions. Well, I'm still a little in doubt about that. That's why I ask you, I think.
Yeah. But I don't think it really is that way, that it repeats itself, but I think you oppose, I don't know if it's the right word, the story on, you keep opposing the same story time and again, and by doing that you respond the same way again, you do the same things again, so you actually create it,
you make it real
again. You make it real yourself. So
Yeah.
it's not that life is like, ooh, it's the same woman. It's just, and then, it is an energy game. So I don't know, I'm no scientist and I can't see energy or anything, but people respond to energy. So God knows what you do when you believe the thoughts you believe.
Yeah. So, am I sitting here with someone special?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very special, and so are you, and so is everyone.
Yeah, that's like a little test, because I asked that a couple of teachers, and the most enlightened ones give that answer, that they say, I'm special, but you are special too.
Yeah.
So there's no gradations in special.
No.
You are as much special as Barack Obama, but also as the butterfly, or as the little ant, or it's all special. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and to make it more practical, I always like it. I'm nuchter. I'm very down to earth actually. So.
That's a good quality.
yeah, maybe it's strange for me to say, but I'm very down to earth, and I love understanding things rationally, or being able to communicate, which is not possible when it comes to non-duality, but okay. Like when you Beyonce,
The singer.
the singer, is amazing, and she was born where she was born, and she learned what she learned, and it all happened by itself. You know, that she is very driven. That's given to her and taught to her and whatever. So that's why she became who she became. And then another person is on the streets using drugs, and that's what happened to them all by itself. And what is there to look up to or look down to? It's not possible. How could you?
Well, it starts with making something out of myself.
It starts with believing, yeah. But when we were babies, everybody's that miracle, and I always like humans. So just humans in specific, they are like, it's insane what bodies do and what happens. You know, life, when you think about it, is insane, insane miracle, and and we all are that. So I know that's pretty special, I think. Yeah.
But it starts with defining myself. If I define myself, I say I'm a man, I'm 41 years old, then there have to be men who are not that old. There have to be women. There have to be things outside of me. Because if I say these things about me and the rest is also the same, there's no distinction. How do you call it? I cannot define myself without
comparing.
So when I say I'm good, automatically that means I have to find people who are bad, because if everybody's good, why can I say I'm good? Everyone is good, so we can
drop it.
Drop that. That's the same I see in America when people are saying gay men are wrong. It makes their identity more strong, because hey, now we have people we can look down to or say that's bad, we're good.
Yeah, talking about confusion. Yeah, that's being real and confused about who you are, what we are. Even just on a very earthy, down-to-earth manner, we're all living on Earth together, sharing this planet and ruining it. And for humans to live on, planet doesn't care, but yeah, it's confusion. Yeah.
So it's getting quite hot in here. To conclude this interview, are there any hopes and dreams for you? That's what most people live on. Do you still have the hope of becoming a mother, having a big family, living in the mansion, or driving a fancy car, or do you hope for world peace? Is there anything that you hope for?
Yeah, I hope. There's been a time where I couldn't. I didn't do what I loved to do. Just didn't do it because of God knows what blockages. Can I say it that way? And now I'm doing what I love in the moment, and it varies from vacuuming. I don't know. To getting myself coffee, to taking a walk, to calling my sister because I miss her. I love living this way, so I hope that remains.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to know.
No.
Because you're not afraid anymore. People who are afraid want to know what's coming next.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not afraid right now. No.
Yeah. Is it that because you're not afraid of dying that you're also not afraid of living? Is that
No.
does that go hand in hand?
because I was not being afraid of death. It took me a longer time to not be afraid of life, of living, of stepping into life fully. Yeah, it took me a longer time. Death was less scary to me.
And no regrets that you think, oh, man, I threw away the first 25 years of my life. What have I done?
No. I didn't throw away anything. Life happened. That's the first thing. And within the story, it's beautiful. I talked to a friend 2 hours ago. Time. I'm not good at that. Telling him I was so happy to be me, the way this functions, the way I don't know, it just, stories don't really stick, and I'm very okay being where I am, and that's such a gift, such a blessing. It can make me cry, actually, still. Yeah.
Such a relief.
It's just beautiful. Life is beautiful.
Yeah. And not afraid that this, how you feel right now, will ever go away again. That you become Janneke from 5 years ago and you start worrying.
No, that will never happen.
How do you know for sure?
Yeah, I don't. You're right. I don't.
But not afraid of it.
No. I hope, because this is perfect, so that would be great. But sometimes it's so difficult because today I'm very storyless. Sometimes it's very blank today. So it's a very good day for an interview. It's just everything I can say to you right now is a story right now, made up right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything about the Janneke that walked around yesterday or that will walk around tomorrow. So it's very difficult to answer. I want to be honest, but there's not really an honest answer possible, actually.
Because when the moment you speak of it, the moment you say the words, it's already not true anymore.
I made it up.
Yeah.
I made it up. And of course I have the ability, my brain has the ability to make very fair assumptions. But they're still assumptions.
Not the truth.
Never.
No.
Never ever.
The truth cannot be spoken. It can only be realized or experienced.
I thought of a slogan.
Yeah?
A couple, I don't know when, but it's half Dutch. I thought, we talked about marketing and me not selling anything, and then I thought as a slogan, the trut shall set you free.
The trut shall set you free. And trut means like something like bitch in English.
Yeah, but it's written truth.
Yeah.
So
this bitch will set you free. It would be a great title above this YouTube.
But it's also kind of true, because when you start, when you mess with someone's convictions, with their identity, I tell them the first time I talk to them,
you're gonna hate me.
Maybe, you're gonna get mad at me at some point, or hate me, or say I'm such a bitch. Because especially when I know I have to break through a victim identity.
Yeah, you take away something of someone that's become very dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bitch shall set you free.
There she is. And it takes a lot of courage, I guess, for you not to be just to go there where it's needed.
Yeah.
And not thinking this person has to like me, because otherwise they won't come back.
Yeah. It can move me sometimes. It can hurt me. I can feel the sadness. I can feel the pain. I'm very, very highly sensitive. So when there's real pain and losing identity or losing convictions can be real pain. So I can feel that. That's tough. It's tough, and it's a tough thing to do. But I know why I do it.
Yeah, you've been there.
Yeah.
Okay, Janneke, when people want to get in touch with you, what's the fastest or the easiest way?
To email me. Send me an email.
Okay, and how can we find your email address? Or maybe on Facebook or Twitter?
Yeah, Facebook, Twitter.
Just
Janneke Geurts.
with an S at the...
With an S.
Yeah.
And Twitter is Jane Singh.
Jane Singh.
Yeah, with capital J and capital S.
Okay. And if people are interested in how you sing, there's a song by Pink, Sober. You sang for national radio here in Holland.
That's like 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's the old version of Janneke, but still with a good voice, and you can find that on YouTube also. And for people who watch this who speak Dutch, you also have a blog in Dutch.
I do.
You
woordenoverniks.wordpress.com.
Yeah. And for people are imagining, where does she live? You live in the south of Holland, so maybe if people are watching this in the provincie Brabant or Limburg.
Yeah.
That's.
But I also talk on Skype and the phone.
Okay. Also sessions.
You asked me the last interview if it's, but it's not. It's mostly Rotterdam, Amsterdam people. Yeah, I don't know why.
And they come here or do it on Skype? On
Skype
phone?
or phone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's your name on Skype?
Janneke.is.lief.
I think people will agree.
It was just a battle with finding a new name, that wasn't used. So.
Yeah. Maybe we can make it Janneke.is.liefde.
Yeah.
Janneke is love. Yeah.
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Thanks again for this nice interview.
Thank you.
It was great. Our guest today for Advaita TV, Maria Johanna. Do I pronounce your name right?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
You live in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
You're originally from the north of the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
You're now 31 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us something about how spirituality came into your life?
Yeah. I always had a very big curiosity about life, about personal development, but also about spirituality. I don't know why, but there was just a curiosity. I didn't understand anything about it. And the big change came when I did my first ayahuasca experience. Then I discovered the awakening.
Can you remember something from your childhood? Maybe at a certain age you had a glimpse of this?
Actually not.
No?
No. No, my memory from my childhood is very little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that maybe one of the effects of you doing the ceremonies, that you clean up your past?
Yeah. Yeah, it's oftentimes that people will go back to childhood or before their childhood, so they go back to the womb of their mother or even before, and they experience the moment of conception again. But for my personal journeys, because I've done quite many, it's not really about my childhood. No.
What is it about then?
More collective messages about the awakening process on Earth. It's so diverse what you can experience in ayahuasca. We are immediately at this subject, but it's so much, but it's not about my childhood, in my case. No.
For a lot of people, they go in search for spirituality, ayahuasca, certain other things, because they have a sense of that there's something missing in their life.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. I felt a missing feeling inside myself. I felt incomplete and I couldn't understand why. So, yeah, what we say in ayahuasca world is she will call you. We talk about the spirit of ayahuasca as Mother Ayahuasca, and she will call you. So when you feel this calling, yeah, you better listen. And I had no choice. It was just I discovered that ayahuasca existed, and I was there. And yeah, that was the moment that I discovered myself. And I think this is where it's all about, to discover who you are.
Mm-hmm.
But that's so beyond words. That's so beyond words. Yeah.
So it's not discovering what your passion is.
No, yeah. I mean, as a human being, of course, you want to know what's your passion. Why am I here? What's my mission on earth? So that's of course an important question.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I first had to discover who I am. And the moment I discovered who I am, everything changed. So also my path, also my mission, everything changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say the old version of you.
Yeah.
Was she a kind of party girl who went out every weekend searching for maybe love, excitement, attention?
I love to go out.
Still?
Sometimes, yeah. I always loved to, and still I love to make new connections. So going out was for me meeting new people, different people. I like people who are different or a variation of people. So I always love to be in the middle of people. And if you talk about the old and the new, I still love that, but on a different way or a different level. I like to connect on a deeper level, and I would say more peaceful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The name you have,
Yeah.
Maria Joanna, it's your original name, but it's not the name you used, let's say, the first 25 years of your life.
Yeah, this was until I was 29 that I changed my name to my original birth names.
Yeah.
So I had a calling name, and that's Mariette in Dutch. And yeah, this is funny because actually I discovered when I was in India that this name comes from India. I thought it was French, but that's another story. So I had this calling name, and how I experienced this journey from changing my name was first the ayahuasca, discovering who I am, and then this was so big for me, this happening, that I asked help. I asked for help, and I was really in my house, and I thought, okay, everything needs to change, but I don't know how. I don't know what steps I need to take, because I just published my book, and I was proud, kind of, about my book, and I was speaking to big groups, but I knew from inside I had to change my path. So I said, God, please help me. I was really putting, like, I give up. I don't know what to do. Please help me. I need help. And then a man received my name in meditation, and he sent a message on Facebook, like, I don't know why, but I received your name, and would you like to learn to meditate and to have inner journeys without ayahuasca? And so it was as if I received a calling on my calling name, and in the first meditation that we did, and I traveled inside my soul, I could hear my inner voice speaking to me, and she called me Maria, and I saw visions of that. And then I said, like, actually Maria is my real name. It's my real name. And I was so enthusiastic. Yeah, that's my real name. Not realizing that I could really change my name.
Yeah. And you did.
Yes.
Yeah.
It took a while. So I was doing inner journeys every day in silence, and it was very visual for me.
What did you see?
Heaven.
Heaven. Wow.
Kind of. Yeah. And but also I had to learn to read my inner language. So the visions were telling me stories, and I had to learn for myself what these visions meant, what they wanted to tell me.
Yeah.
So what blockage did I have? And what I had to change and what my path is. So the vision showed me that, and I was writing this down every day, and that man was my mentor for a while. And then I did ayahuasca again. And my second name, Joanna, is from my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
So I met my grandmother in my ayahuasca, who I never met on Earth because she died already before I was here.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a conversation with her. That's why I also love to carry this name. It's my second name on my passport. But it was very clear to me that I had to carry the name Maria. And I had no other choice, only my ego, because oftentimes egos don't like to change.
Mm-hmm.
And especially not something that you identify with so much.
Yeah.
Because we identify, of course, with our name. I mean, it's very logical in our society. Like, who are you? And you say, I'm Maria. So,
You had a lot
Yeah.
invested in this old name.
yeah, even
Yeah.
my book, of course, it was
Yeah.
also published on that name.
Yeah.
And
Because you were some kind of motivation guru like Anthony Robbins, or in your past life?
yeah, past life. Yeah, and I also had a Facebook page, and I thought I will call it Marietta because that will never change.
Yeah.
My path will change, but my name will never.
Yeah.
That was really a conscious
Decision.
thought, but
But it did.
you never
Yeah.
know.
No.
Yeah.
And how does that feel to change your name? Does it feel like a blank sheet of paper again?
I felt like it was coming out of the closet. Like this is
Who I am. Really?
yeah. So the first steps I did was first I was creating a new website on my old name behind the scenes, and then I said to the agency, because they said your name is too long for the logo. It doesn't fit. It's very practical. And I said, oh, just change it to Maria. And I said, Maria, yeah, that's my real name. And then I said, but I don't want to use my surname because it's so Dutch, and I have international ambitions. I feel that. So just use Maria Joanna, my second name.
Yeah.
So it was first very practical, and then I had to do this on my Facebook. That's what we use now, of course. And that was a big step. I was very emotional. Like, I know I need to do this, but I'm scared.
Of the reactions of people.
Yeah, I thought maybe people would think that I'm crazy. And it's also a name, Maria, like...
Christian?
Yeah, Christian or...
Where's Jesus, Maria?
Yeah. But when I put it into action,
Hmm?
I had a lot of fun with it.
Hmm.
I was totally not expecting this.
Yeah.
But I thought, when people think you are crazy, that's exactly where I set myself free. Because if people think you are crazy...
Mm-hmm. You can do anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's nothing negative for you. Let people think what...
Yeah, I did not know that, but I discovered that.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's very freeing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and suddenly the environment gave you positive feedback? For example, your father?
Not everyone. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I think especially people who know me from childhood or from a younger age that I'm not really connected with anymore. But they really thought like she's crazy. Yeah. So people came to my sisters or to my parents like, oh,
Yeah.
she used to be so nice, and now she's like,
Flying in the sky.
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But very soon after I made the decision, I got more clarity. For me, it was okay when it's like, how do you call that game that when you switch one and everything is
Domino.
Yes. It was like that effect. So I changed my name and everything clicked.
Yeah.
Because I had already another journey. Like, I don't know where I have to be on Earth. I felt I had to leave Amsterdam, but I had no idea where to go. And then the clarity came that I had to go to Bali. So right after I changed my name, like 3 weeks later or something, or very soon I went to Bali and I felt so home there. And I also loved it to call myself Maria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this an advice you want to give to our viewers and to me? Change your name?
No, it's just, it has to come from inside. Every change has to come from inside.
So it's no blueprint for awakening. Change your name.
Oh no!
Go to Bali, do ayahuasca.
No.
You know, as a searcher, you know that you're still looking for ways to reach something.
I would say, because I also went to India, it's also a spiritual place. It was also not from my head to go to India. It was also vision that I received, visions, information that I received by going inside. So if I would recommend one thing is go inside, listen to your inner voice. And it can be India, it can be Bali, it can be just home, or actually home, of course, is inside.
Yeah.
But I think many spiritual seekers, there is a part that they will do journeys for gurus or whatever. Yeah.
How do I know the difference if something comes from that inner voice, or it's just mental that tells me, well, that would look good on your resume, go to India, shave your head, use another name? How do you know? How do you tell the difference?
For me, it's a feeling. It's just I feel, but I can also create something out of enthusiasm. It's also nothing wrong about it. So I also think, don't take it too serious. You cannot make a mistake. Just follow, what is it, like follow your bliss. Whatever makes you happy, follow that path. It's exactly what we said before this interview. Success is not the way to happiness, but happiness is the road to success.
Yeah.
Do what you love and you will be successful.
Yeah.
So,
And if we go a little more into that, is that because it gets a certain quality when you do it, if you love it?
Yeah.
I can imagine, Maria, when I have a lunchroom, I serve little sandwiches to people. And I make them with love. I love making sandwiches for people. People can actually taste that it's made with love. So people from all over town come to my lunchroom because they know there's someone making sandwiches out of love instead of because they have to earn money.
Yeah.
It's something a quality you put into what you do.
And what I also see on this journey is I've been doing what I love, but it's all the time changing. So you all the time reach a new level. So it's not like, for example, now I do the ayahuasca ceremonies. But this is also not a road that this will be...
forever.
Yeah, we don't know.
No.
But I also do retreats. And I did my first at Bali, and then now on Ibiza. I did seminars before, and now I changed it to the satsangs. I just try. I love to try. I think it's important to not take it too serious and to be playful and be creative. Like, okay, I love to make a video. Let's just create a video and don't be too serious or too much in the details. Just do it. Play, make it playful.
But still, you have to earn money.
Yes.
And sometimes something that you do gives you a good steady income, and you know that you're not loving it that much.
Yeah.
You think, well, let's just do that in the day hours, so I can do in the evening hours what I really love to do.
I've done that. Okay, I can talk about it. I've done that. I would not really recommend that, because for me the change came when I quit doing the other thing for the money. Then I could raise, because I experienced this like, okay, I do this part for money, but it costs me energy. And every time I'm doing that, it's like, I want to do the other thing. So it was also difficult for me, and also financially, because that's what the blockage is. But the moment I let go of the security, I could grow in the other. And the moment I started Maria Joanna, it just was 3 weeks, and then I could live from it. And it was a miracle. I was also kind of not panicking, but I was nervous. Will it work? Will it not work? And I started to learn people to travel inside by guiding with my voice. And I did it on Bali by Skype. So I was on Bali, not knowing if I would make enough money to stay longer, but I planned already to stay longer, so it had to be this way. And in 3 weeks, it was working.
And were you just lucky, or is that something that works for us all?
You have to have faith. Yes, you have to trust life, and I have maybe sometimes I have too much trust in life. I still have my scarcity, but
What's scarcity?
I always trust very much.
You
Yeah.
mean you still lack some things?
I'm still at that moment. I was still nervous. Will it work out? But I also felt this happened, and this is the thing. I want to give to the world what happened to me, what helped me. So if something helped for myself, I am sure, I know, and that's very strong because it's my own experience. I know I can give this experience to other people, and that's my drive.
Let's talk a little more about ayahuasca.
Yeah.
I know for sure that there are some viewers who click this video to learn something about that. We did an interview in Dutch before, so maybe I'm going to ask you some things I already asked in Dutch.
Yeah.
What is ayahuasca and why is it so helpful?
Yeah. I almost want to say, but it's not from my head, like it's the source of life. This just came to me, this word, but it's a medicine for your soul. This is how we explain this. And it's really a medicine. So it's from plants, from the Amazons. When you cook these two plants together, you get ayahuasca. So it's a marriage between two plants. It's
natural.
It's natural.
Yeah. And it was founded by people in the woods.
The shamans. It's how I received it. I don't know if it's true. They just received it from a dream.
You have to do this.
Yeah, but because I have this experience myself so much that I receive a name or I can channel information, that's why I believe it will. Yeah, or there are more medicines in nature, like mushrooms, for example.
Yeah.
So it will be. It's just a discovery from the shamans.
Yeah.
To mix these plants, and what it does, because you have these two plants. One plant is the male inhibitor, and that's what it does. It stills the enzymes in your stomach for a while, so it's just temporary. And because of that, the other plant with the DMT can do the work. And DMT is...
it's called the spirit molecule.
Yeah, the spirit molecule, yeah. So when that's activated in your pineal gland, you make a deep inner journey. Or you can say it's almost as if you're creating a near-death experience. The DMT makes it possible to travel inside. But another thing from the yogis, for example, in India, is their goal that the body produces DMT by nature, and that they can travel there by nature. So it is a potential inside of us. Only now you activate this potential very fast, and you get what you need to heal yourself. To come back to your essence, who you really are.
And when you say inner journey, do I travel to my mind, to my memories? Where do I travel to?
How can I explain that? Where is it? It's just an inner journey. Your mind is there.
What comes up?
Yeah, that's so diverse. It can be, for me it's always very visual, but it's not for everyone. It can also be thinking patterns. So your mind is all the time playing a role in the journey. And you see your thinking patterns, and it's a confrontation with yourself, or you're struggling with yourself. It's a fight with yourself. Many people have a fight with themselves, and they have to go through this fight. And then most times it's like, oh, there's heaven. Oh, this is who I am. But this fight can take hours, sometimes even their whole journey. But most of the times it's a fight, and then they go to their essence. But it's so diverse. So it can be also very physical, that they have to throw up all the time, or have to go to the toilet, or have to cry all the time. They get an operation for their body. They get a whole scan, and everything needs to be scanned and healed. They can travel in their bodies, so their organs have to be healed. It's so diverse, but in general, most of the people experience a visual journey, and sometimes it's visual. Like, what kind of visions are these? It's like a cartoon, or I just see pictures, but they don't say anything to me. This is oftentimes a start to just get the visions, and then you go deeper and deeper. And every part is actually a learning process also when you're judging what you get, because you get what you need. But if you're judging that and you say, yeah, I want something else, even that is a lesson, because you don't always get what you want, you get what you need in this journey. And sometimes it's both, or most of the times it's way more than I can ever imagine.
Yeah. And is it mostly painful?
Oh, this is funny, because yesterday my sister was in the ceremony, and she said she was nervous, and she said, I just see it as if I have to give birth, like she had with her children, and only without pain. But this was it was not a pain, but it was discomfort. She was uncomfortable because she had to throw up, but she did not want it. So she was struggling for 4.5 hours, I guess. And the moment she did that, so it's also to surrender to life. That was the whole lesson, surrender. But this is so difficult for us human beings when we have our strong mind. The moment she surrendered, then she found herself, she found gratitude and love, deep, deep love. And that went on a long time.
Yeah?
Yeah, she thought, okay, now I know, I can be happy with myself, everything is fine.
Let's go home.
But it went on and went on and went on. And so it really had to go into her system. Like, be happy with yourself. Be happy with who you are. Be proud of your life.
Mm-hmm.
And it went on, because I explained this as if you get new software.
Ah.
So you have software, but there's a virus inside yourself from your mind. And this virus has to be removed. And this is what ayahuasca does.
You get a reset.
A reset, an upgrade from your software.
Ah.
So it's not just a lesson that someone speaks to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's from inside. And then, still, after the ceremony, it starts, of course.
What starts?
There the implementation starts. So the ceremony will change you. But, for example, I discovered I had to change my name. But I was not doing it immediately. And then I felt frustration, I felt restless feelings.
It started bugging you.
Yeah, because I knew I had to do this. And when you don't take the steps, it's not healing.
No.
No.
So there has to be a willingness to
Yeah.
listen and to act on it.
Yeah.
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 There are some critics who say, well, life does this for you, but on a very more slow pace.
Yeah.
And that ayahuasca is like a speed up. It's like a
Shortcut.
Yeah.
For me, it was definitely.
Maybe you would found out at 40 or 50, and now you found out at age 29, 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it gives you a distance. How do you call it? Voorsprong in Nederlands.
Oh, yeah, it's a shortcut.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would really call it a shortcut. But you have to be willing to take this step.
Yeah.
Still,
Still, there have to be some risks. That's me, the devil on my shoulder that says, what are the risks of using or doing the ceremony, using ayahuasca? Can it come too soon or too heavy?
It can be heavy.
Yeah.
But is it too heavy? It can be heavy.
Yeah.
You don't get more than that you can
Handle.
carry, that you can handle. So it can be heavy. It can be, it's not always that you feel like heaven afterwards. It can be so confronting, or it can be scary, or But even when we see people in fear or hell, afterwards they say, I'm grateful. And sometimes people need some extra care afterwards. But yeah, is that wrong? Yeah, it's. I would say it's. Yeah.
Do you have to be a daredevil to do it?
Only thing is that you just need to feel. If you feel a calling, if you feel an affection,
Yeah.
just take the step, because so many people said, "Oh, I wish would have done this before." But yeah, I'm so positive. Of course, I'm so positive, but I work with it. I see such a beautiful thing. So
Yeah.
because I see even more and more beauty, I cannot stop spreading the word, because I want everyone to be more happy and more healthy from inside.
And is this a hype, or do you think in 20 years people will still be doing the ceremonies?
Definitely. I cannot imagine that it would be not. I hope it will be more common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you don't hear that much about it on Dutch TV, for example.
No, I would. Yeah, I would love that the media would speak more about this. Yeah,
Why is
I
that?
think it's important. It's the media has a different. Yeah, it has not always the intention to wake people up. Sometimes the media has more intentions to
Scare
keep people,
Yeah.
scare people or keep people asleep. So this is the awakening, and it's in a collective. It's a collective process. So there will be a time that media will speak more about this. But we create our own media now,
Yeah.
so we can speak up ourselves, and I think it's very important.
Yeah. There's also some videos on YouTube where you talk to people who did a ceremony with you. Is there any in particular that stayed with you that you thought, well, it's a crazy, beautiful story?
Carla. Oh, actually all, but Carla is now in our team. So she works in our team. Ela, she's my friend now. I hope she will be in our team one day.
What did you see in them? What did you see changing?
It's just, I just feel it. So now I just feel.
What do you feel? Love.
Oh no, it's just something beyond. I don't know how to make this concrete, or it's just like Carla, for example. She had a job, and she did it because she had a divorce. She had to heal her heart, and she discovered first that she had her heart was from stone. But if you have a heart from stone, it can break.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment her heart broke, there was another heart, and that heart was soft. But when you have a soft heart, it can never break, and there's place enough. So her heart softened and opened also.
Yeah.
That was really beautiful. But now she was not happy in her work, and every time she's in our ceremony, she's working the ceremony, this is really so her path, and she's so amazing in the ceremonies. But at the moment she has to work in the office, she's so tired.
Yeah.
She cannot do it anymore, and her energy dies. And when she's in the ceremonies, her energy is alive.
Yeah.
Ela also quit her work. She's also going into another path with helping people. And she's spreading the word by just the way she lives. They all, I have another video with Susan. I'm also still connected with her.
They're in Dutch, the videos?
Yes, they're all in Dutch. I hope I will publish it with subtitles soon. With Susan, so many things happened in her life. I don't know if she likes it if I share that, but
Yeah, maybe the interview you do with her sometime again in English.
yeah, but many things
Yeah.
changed.
Can we find anything in English
This is funny because I made a video. Actually, I also made a video behind the scenes when I was in Bali about my ayahuasca experience, also in English.
Mhm.
But I thought, oh, I don't know if I want to share this. So I shared it on YouTube, my English experience with ayahuasca, when I was not doing the ceremonies myself yet, when I was not organizing it myself. So I have an English video, and I also made one, but I never shared it. It's behind the scenes on YouTube, how ayahuasca changed my life.
Oh.
So I need to publish this maybe.
Yeah. Any books you're writing?
Yeah, but it's not so far yet.
Okay.
No.
A lazy writer.
No, it's just I need to first take some other steps. Yeah, but I feel this calling, yes. Yeah.
You told me something when the camera was off that you're planning to visit the original tribes
Yeah.
who discovered or used
This is just a
ayahuasca.
newborn feeling that I would love to go to the South of America to learn more about ayahuasca. And this is what I mean. Like, I'm doing the ceremonies right now. It's amazing. It's beautiful. But it feels like I need to go deeper. I need to go to where ayahuasca comes from.
What are you hoping to find there?
It's not that I have a hope. It's just a feeling. It's a calling that I have to go there. So there's
You
not...
don't know if you're going to find anything.
It's not even... I don't have a...
Goal.
It comes from a feeling. So it's not that I put a goal on paper.
Mhm.
It's just I feel I would love to go there. And this feeling is just born from this week, since a couple of days.
And
Yeah.
how come you trust your feelings so much?
For me, there's no other way. Yeah, there's no other way. Maybe the best thing is to compare with love life. In love life, you cannot be with someone else, with someone, if you don't love this person, if you don't have a feeling. So the feeling makes that you want to be with someone. Yeah.
Yeah, you maybe know the saying, women can fake an orgasm, men can fake a whole relationship. Is that something that is maybe for us men, that sometimes we get very rational. We think, well, she cooks very nice, she cleans the house, she's the mother of my children. You know what I mean?
I just feel like my energy would be dying if I would be with a man for these kind of reasons.
Practical.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's an advice also you can give to women who are watching this. You said get out of your job, but also get out of your relationship.
Yeah, sometimes I also wonder myself, like, I think it's a very beautiful idea, a very beautiful concept to stay together for your whole life, or to have a job for a long time, or to all these long-term things. I love the idea, but I see how my heart has been made so far is that everything is changing all the time.
Yeah.
And maybe it will happen to me that I will have a long-lasting relationship or whatever. And I have, friendships who are long-lasting. But I don't know. It's not that I want to hold on to something because it's in my head. It's from my idea in my head that it should be like that.
Yeah. You're not searching for something to complete you.
Um,
You're already complete.
But to have this feeling, I have to keep on going inside. It's not just,
So?
So I need to keep this connection from inside to feel myself complete.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a period when I am not going inside, I feel a difference.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then you start seeking things in the world again, grasping.
More, yeah, I see that, yeah. So
Looking
I
for
do a
love.
lot of reflection because I love writing, so I see that, yeah.
You have a diary.
Oh, I have so many.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have so many.
And share something with us. What do you
Share.
tell your diary?
I write everything down. And now I just started vlogging, and I love that so much because that's an amazing reflection. So I just film my life, but I did not know that, but now that I'm doing it, it's an amazing way to do reflection.
Because you watch it back?
Yeah, because now I have someone who's editing my videos. So then I receive the videos after, so I send everything, then he makes the video, and then I'm watching my own vlog, and I'm all the time laughing so much. And then I see the reminders. I really love it.
This video is for the website Non-Duality, Advaita TV. You've heard of the concept maybe, Advaita. let's say one of the things that people tell me in Advaita is that I'm not the body.
Yeah.
How is that for you?
I have those experiences, so I understand the concepts.
Mm-hmm.
But I also have moments that I totally identify myself in my body.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
you know a difference. You're not only the body.
Mm-hmm.
You know that you are more.
Yes, but in daily life, I experience myself as this avatar. Yeah.
Mhm. Avatar of love or being.
Just
Just
being.
avatar.
Yeah.
Another thing which is talked about in Advaita a lot is about the world. The world is an illusion.
Yeah.
It's just a dream.
Yeah.
The only thing that's real is my being here.
Mm-hmm.
How is that for you?
Yeah, like this was the discovery for me. I had no knowledge about this. I had never read a book about this or something. So I experienced this in my first ayahuasca. This was the experience. This was the biggest discovery for me on my road in my life. So because I experienced that, and that's something different than studying, I know that. But it doesn't mean that I remember that the whole day, because I just play my role in this drama playground. And sometimes I play a role of, you play so many different roles. And we do this together. And then we experience ourselves as an individual in this playground. So I just play my role. And sometimes I really associate myself with this role. And sometimes I can look from a distance, or I just observe myself. And I'm playing with all those things all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. And Maria, free will, that's also a nice subject to
That's an amazing subject.
bite your teeth on.
Oh, it's an amazing subject, yeah.
Are we talking out of free will to each other right now, or was it planned? Was it meant
Oh,
to be?
yeah, there are so many things in my life that I think this is so perfect. This
Perfect.
is so perfect. This is just life. It is as if we are like, when I was a child, I loved to play with the Barbies, but this is as if consciousness is just playing with us, and they give us amazing experiences. So the gods are playing with us, kind of.
Yeah.
And so in many things, I see there's a destiny and there's no free will. But we live in the duality, so you can say yes and no. Because in the other way, like how we as human beings experience our reality, is that we can make a decision. So I can create a memory in my mind. So it is as if I have control. What I experienced, because I did more ayahuasca experiences, is that it's important to surrender to life. So I open my hands and I surrender, and
You receive.
And so many things on my path, they just happen. So I see my path just unfolds out of my heart. So there's a program in my heart, and I'm the one who's programming my world out there, and then I receive it. So there's a seed, that in the seed there's already a destiny, and it unfolds out of my heart. But I experience, when I don't listen to my heart, I feel a disconnection, I feel a frustration. So then my ego is kind of taking over or interacting. So my ego says, no, I want this, I want that. No. And then there is a frustration. And you always come back to your heart and say, okay, it will unfold out of my heart. Yeah. Is there a free will? You can say yes and no in the duality. But I see more and more that when I surrender, more beauty comes on my path.
And by surrendering, you mean letting things be?
Yeah, but I also ask for things. So I also ask for help and guidance. I do that. So you can also say then I have an interaction, so there's a co-creation. Can I say this is 100% true? It's my experience. Yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow's your first satsang.
Yeah, yes.
Are you excited?
More in peace, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
So nothing that you think, oh, is it going to be, there going to be a lot of people and what am I going to say? Maybe it's...
No, actually not.
No.
Maybe in the moment, no.
Yeah, you're used to talking to big groups in companies.
Yeah, but still, I could be nervous, of course, but yeah, no, I just feel good.
Yeah. And what kind of people come?
I have to laugh. I still have to arrange the lunch, but
it's going to work
and
out.
it's yeah.
Oh, we have to finish the interview. You have to call a bakery.
Oh yeah, so it's not my best part, but it's always good. Somehow, it always works out.
It works out, yeah.
Always.
But don't you have a team behind you?
Yeah, I have assistant. Yeah, I do have, and she also said I had to do some phone calls. Yeah, for this. So yeah, I do have a team. I do have assistant, and but I need an extra team member. Yeah.
Oh well, maybe if someone is watching, they can reach you. This satsang takes place in Amsterdam tomorrow.
Yeah.
And what kind of people come and visit you? Are they young people, old people? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know their age. Most times they are average, because I've done research 2 times, like with a survey. Then I see they are half 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, and most of them are women. But I also see with my ayahuasca ceremonies, first was woman, and now I see more men coming. So
they have to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now in the ceremonies it's 50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah. And young people, it's very diverse. Yeah.
We talked before about Tony Robbins. Any teachers, any gurus you met you think are very inspiring to you?
Yeah, at that moment it was Anthony Robbins. But now, now.
No pictures in your bedroom of.
Oh yeah, I just bought a book of Yogananda.
Yeah.
I just watched the documentary about Yogananda, and
On
I
Netflix.
just ordered.
Yeah.
So I only opened the book, but I did not start reading yet.
Yeah, that's an inspiring guy.
Yeah.
Who did those things back in the early.
Yeah, and because what inspired me is that he did those things, what we do with ayahuasca, he did it natural. So he could just...
With his eyes.
Put himself in a state and just be gone. And that inspired me, yeah.
Any other people like Osho or Ramana Maharshi?
I've been in his Ramana Maharshi, in his ashram, without knowing.
Oh.
It's just the dream sent me there. The visions, like in my meditation, I received visions, not knowing that it was the ashram of him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have so many things like that. So yeah, that's an inspiration too. Yeah.
Could we say that you are special, or can this be can this be done for everyone?
I think it can be done for everyone. Yeah? It's just, I mean, everyone has to look for their own path, and I think the only way is to take the journey inside, and then take the steps.
Yeah. So we all get these kind of signals, but a lot of us ignore them.
Yeah, and maybe, I have kind of a bigger role in the awakening process than another person, maybe. What is big? I mean, I just started, maybe.
Yeah, you do your part.
Yeah.
And why should all humans be awake, awaken?
This is a natural process. This is something you cannot choose to be, or it just happens. Mm-hmm. And it's a collective happening, so there's no choice.
And is it only in the West? Is it in the East? Is it everywhere?
Everywhere.
But still, we see on TV that there's a lot of wars going on in Syria. Is that also part of the awakening?
Yeah. What was also awakening for me is to awaken, you need to see the light, but you also need to see the darkness. And that was also confronting for myself because in the beginning for me it was a lot of light. Then I also came into dark parts and I thought, am I going back to sleep or whatever? Why is this? But it is because we have a dualistic reality. So when you want to become more light, it's also stressing in the darkness. So both sides are stressing. So also in the world. And what you see in the media is a lot of maybe the dark side, but there are also more and more beautiful things happening and more people are awakening, but it's not a subject that the media, the general media will talk about. It's not their job. They have another job. But I think both ways are growing and more people live on a conscious way.
On an unconscious way or a conscious way?
Conscious way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what can we expect the next 10 years? Any
I'm not the person who will
not
tell that. But what? Yeah. I mean, my focus is on the awakening process. So the people who are awakening, who are living more conscious. So what I would expect for myself, you mean?
Or for the world.
For the world,
you?
yeah. Maybe more people who would love to live in nature, who would love to connect with people, to live in communities. More people who will eat vegetarian, who will use other products. Going back to nature, to our own nature, and to connect with the nature. And actually we are also awakening to heal this planet, so it's a must that we will take care of nature.
Mm-hmm. It's no luxury. It has to be.
Oh no. Yeah.
And what about money, Maria? What was a good way?
That's a nice subject because I love to think about that. Sometimes I fantasize like, how will the world be without money?
Mm-hmm.
I love to think about that. And that's also, this question also is guiding me to my heart. Like, okay, what if there would be no money?
Yeah.
Then I would love to do this too, you know? So that's an amazing question to ask yourself. What would I do if there was no money? I would love to give ayahuasca to people so they can feel better, they can heal themselves, they can discover so much. So I love that question. And I fantasize sometimes, how would we live when there would be no money? I don't have the answer, but I love to fantasize about it. And yeah.
You could imagine it brings a more loving world. That people start taking care of each other instead of exploiting each other.
Yeah, and it's funny. 2 days ago I had this dream. 2 days ago I had a dream. I saw the world. Like I saw the city New York, something like that. And I saw from inside, from the system, all the energy was just out. So if something pulled the so there was no electricity anymore in the whole world. So no internet, and it was a big chaos. And I was watching this dream, and the only question came up in my dream. Now we have to discover what is important for us. But even without this happening, because it doesn't need to happen, this question is important for us. What is really important for us? What do I really feel? And how do I want the world to be? Mm-hmm. And then to take these steps for ourselves, because we can only walk our own path. And this is what I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe you can help just try and live a week without money. Or should everyone participate in it then?
Yeah, I never tried that.
No.
I never tried that. And I always see like for example, now money is in the reality, and I feel that I want to do bigger things. I feel I want to help more people. So I also feel like then I also somehow need more people. So I need more money to connect with each other, because we still need money in exchange for food or whatever. And we also love to look nice from the outer world, to maybe have a car, to have a nice house. And I think it's also very important that you have a nice house, that you feel home where you are.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It reminds me of a practice Byron Katie does with her students. She drops them in the middle of Berlin, without the phone, without the money, and in the mornings, and she says, okay, you have to be at 6:30 at this place. Look how you get there.
No, it's amazing.
And I hear from people that you get very creative by, looking for a toilet, asking people for some money, can I drink some water?
This is so nice. Also, this week, a daughter from my friend was at my house. She's 8 years old. And she wanted to play the guitar, but I don't have a guitar. So I gave another instrument. It's called the sansula. And it has beautiful frequencies. It's not the normal music frequencies, but it's a bit different. When I heard this instrument, I thought, my God, I want to have this. I cannot play music, but everyone can play this music instrument. I gave it to her. We had lunch in a cafe. She took this sansula. And she said, I would like to have money for it, but if people don't have money, I'm also fine. I will play for them. And the first man that listened to the music took a lot of time. He had no money, only credit cards, so he could not give anything. So he was a very respectful listener, and he really appreciated it. So he gave the most appreciation of everyone.
Yeah.
We saw that later. Then we saw that, because I was the one who was asking, hey, do you have some time to listen to the music of Mila? It's really beautiful, and it's for inner peace, because this instrument gives inner peace. All the people were in a hurry. Everyone was in a hurry. It was in Amsterdam. So people had no time. Then there were some people listening. They just gave 10 cents, for example. And there were 2 Italians, and they did not really appreciate the music, but one gave 3 euros and the other gave 10 euros. So that was really funny to see, like, the person who gave the most respect, the most appreciation, did not give money.
Yeah.
And the people who, they really did not care about the music at all, they gave
10 euros.
Yeah.
That says something. It's almost that we buy off our guilt of not really giving attention with money, huh?
Yeah, somehow. But it was also nice. So Mila, this girl, also said to this man, like, thank you so much. You give so much respect to us. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was beautiful to see.
It works both ways, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, some practical information at the end. Your website is mariajohanna.com.
Yeah.
Is there any email address on there which people can reach you?
I have a contact form, and my website is 2 languages, so English and Dutch. And yeah, my email address is info@mariajohanna.com.
And you also do Skype sessions still?
Not so many, because I just don't have time for that anymore. But yeah.
Are you open for visits to other countries?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, and now my main focus is on ayahuasca, spreading the word about ayahuasca, but also the whole awakening process. Yeah.
And doing the ceremonies.
Yes, definitely.
And where can we find like the location and the agenda? Is that on your website also?
Yeah, so it's just you see ayahuasca, and there you find all the information, dates and everything.
Yeah, and there's also your own YouTube channel you can subscribe yourself to.
Yes.
There's a lot of video material, and we have an interview in Dutch. Thanks again for this nice chat.
Yes.
And good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sitting here with Georgie on the couch in Vinkeveen. I just talked to your. Are you married? Your husband?
No.
No. Your how do you call it? Boyfriend then? Bart.
Love of my life.
Yeah, the great love of your life. You just did a couple of meetings in Haarlem, Groningen. You often come to the Netherlands to talk about this stuff. And when I say this stuff, what is this stuff you guys talk about? Can you explain that in a few sentences?
In the broadest terms, it's the art of living.
That's it.
Really?
Yeah.
But then we need to look at what life is and what's living.
Mm-hmm.
We're not bringing a message of escaping or transcending or being there.
Mm-hmm.
We're very much bringing a message of being here.
With what is?
Being here in the sense of not with what is, but being here and sinking into the here and really falling into that space where the here itself becomes a kind of miracle of phenomena of itself. What is there's some distance.
Mm-hmm.
And in the here, there is also zero distance. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Could you say being here as what is? Is that maybe, that feels a little more closer?
Again, being here, yes, you can say as what is.
Mm-hmm.
But being here as what is includes everything that's passing as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's being here in a physical body. This is one of the few things which is totally clear. We are somehow, right now, in a physical body.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the physical universe. And in this here, we're perceiving through the physical senses. So the here is behind all of those impressions of what is. So whatever impression we get of what is,
Mm-hmm.
even the impression of our most finest being, it's still an impression. And the here is behind that also.
Yeah, that makes no sense, but it feels it feels good. And is that the same?
In what way doesn't it make sense?
Well, I find my mind like fighting with that.
Yeah.
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 It still tries to earn a position for itself.
Yeah.
Exclusive space.
Yeah. Yeah. So in that space, which is of the here, is contained the now, in a sense. And the now is that mind.
Hmm.
You can't be in the now elsewhere.
Yeah.
And the now is very much the whole dimension of time, as well as being central to our thinking processes, how we construct reality, how we make sense of reality. And it's central to the story. In a way, the past and the future is a construction of a story.
Mm-hmm.
But, we know that form, our body, is a condition of not only time, but also of space. Everything that we can see is a condition of time. It has a certain amount of time and a certain amount of space which
Mm-hmm.
it takes up. So the experience of the now is really an incredible doorway to opening the mind and to sinking to the silence and stillness in and around thinking and imagination. But we're not done there, because there's also this aspect of space. This is how we are composed. At least it's how form is composed.
Mm-hmm.
So the realization of the now by itself opens up the dimension of space. We drop into this area of being,
Mm-hmm.
of feeling. How much space do we take? What's contracted there? What's the weather there? How does it feel? So the realization of space, many talk about this, And it's a different realization from the realization of the now.
Mhm.
The now is very much this awakening realization. And they very often use the word consciousness for this, and it's kind of put in a duality with sleep, which is not really true. But there is this awakening experience of becoming conscious in the now, and the collapse of the past and the future.
Mhm.
Those who have moved into the realization of space more will talk about endless expanse, boundless awareness, being everything, being all things, about being in
Mhm.
general, being as part of the big being. They're looking through the eyes of the heart, they're listening through the eyes of the ears of the heart. They're moving through the realization of space. In the here, time and space come together as form, which is us really here now,
Mhm.
for real. You know,
Mhm.
no more tripping on awareness or consciousness here, not excluding anything. Not even excluding the absence of consciousness or awareness. And that degree of realization really opens up the physical dimension, the realization of the physical body. It has the potential to liberate the fear of death, which doesn't mean that we're not afraid of death anymore. It means that we find freedom within that which is passing, including the body. So this is, when we talk about the art of living, the life which all of this is, this form is alive, then we're talking about how to be home everywhere. And we know this, we know that wherever we go, we're always here. There is this fallback position. You know, we can have the most incredible experience, and we're here.
Mhm.
Still, we're here.
Yeah.
We don't kind of evaporate because we're enlightened and manifest elsewhere. We're still here.
Mhm.
We can, the next morning, have an argument with our partner and feel incredibly rubbish about ourselves, and we're still here. It's the same. It's a continuum. The next afternoon we can fly to San Francisco. We're still here. It doesn't move. It's a continuum. It's here even in the depths of sleep. And it's here when we awake. It's here if we're deeply in illusion and busy mind. And it's here when we're in stillness. So we're trying to open that gate of liberation, where it's possible to be within the world of duality,
Mhm.
with all the real stuff, the feelings, the emotions, the suffering, which, you know, everybody suffers, grief and loss and pain and fear and anger. But when we are in this space of the here, even behind consciousness, because it includes sleep, it includes coma, then life itself finds a harmony there. It's not the only thing happening. We don't get entangled. We're at home, also in terrible circumstances and also in good circumstances. We don't get lost. But we don't. When I say we don't get lost, it doesn't mean that we're pushing away anything. Not
Mhm.
pushing away our sexuality or pushing away our anger or pushing away our fear. We're simply calm in it.
The eye of the storm.
Yeah. The eye of the storm that can't see itself. You can only, all the thoughts, all the impressions, all the feelings, all the experiences of awakening and enlightenment and whatever
Mhm.
are the storm around the eye.
And does the eye need the storm to know itself?
That's a very beautiful question. I would have to ask, what do you mean by knowing?
Well, sometimes now I go to knowledge. I read in a book or heard from another teacher. It said that this is all just God playing hide and seek with himself. So that, let's say that the eye is God, and so God pretends to be the storm, or pretends to be you and me and the camera and the couch.
Maybe he's playing hide and seek with his wife.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah. But then there's still duality. You know, there's always this talk about oneness, or one without the second. I heard from the love of your life that your next book is about duality. So this site is about non-duality. What is for you the difference between the two? I know non-duality, duality, everything is one, and duality, there's the opposites. But how are you explaining this to people? Is there such a thing as duality? That's my question.
Is there such a thing as difference?
Yeah.
Is more the question.
Okay.
You know, let's take the now, the power of the now. So all we have is now. So time is totally transient. Whatever this illusion of time, it's passing, it's passing, it's passing, and all there is this now, this opening, this doorway to something existential.
Mm-hmm.
So what we could do with that, because we have dualistic minds, if you could say all there is now, the rest is not real.
Mm-hmm.
So the now is real, and all the stories and all the history and all of creation actually is not real. It's an illusion. This is God playing hide and seek with himself.
Yeah.
So that's a new duality. And and what is a position of truthfulness becomes an escape door from some kind of human responsibility. What's also true at the same time in the now is that every single moment of now is eternal. It never gets lost. Nothing.
And why is that?
It seems to be a basic law that which is created never gets uncreated. And what's happening is that perception, consciousness and awareness is moving through. And what's unfortunate, and this is where we are in the development of mind as a species, is that we identify with that. We identify with the particular impressions of consciousness at that moment. Which is also okay, that is forever. But what is here never ceases to be. You know, if you look back in your memory and you look at moments when you were really here and now, really awake, isn't it true that you're there forever? That this is something so alive in memory, so much more alive than lesser.
Yeah. You can recall it, and then it's again.
It's alive.
Alive, yeah.
Yeah. So this is also why it's so important to move from the dimension of the now also to the spatial dimension, to the realization of space. So we said that the here contains the now. Space in a way is the container of time. So when we move down from the head to the layer of feeling, we cannot access that dimension without being in the now. We cannot feel what we're feeling later. If we feel what we felt yesterday, we're feeling it again.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
So it's not really a mind game to go into the now. All we have to do is feel. And then the realization begins to happen with a curiosity of what is it that feels. Can we feel that which is able to feel love? And can that be felt?
And is that something that is possible for all and everyone? Or do you have to be gifted to feel that?
To feel love?
To feel that thing, that which feels love.
Yeah. No. It's absolutely possible for everyone. You know, now many people are doing mindfulness, for example. But there was a time when those same quantity of people would close their eyes, yes, and they would see nothing. Nothing there because their eyes are closed. No, almost like a wall of nothing. Because the program was so deep that when you close your eyes, you see nothing.
Yeah.
And now it's more and more people because we are one. So we have an effect on each other. It's a domino effect. Closing their eyes and looking into the inner world. So it's the same with feeling. You know, the first time, and this is true for many, you say, what are you feeling now? They will say nothing. It's almost anesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
It's closed. But just that invitation to feel whatever is happening now and to explore is going to bring awareness to something more truthful, something that's happening, some kind of feeling. And it moves very, very quickly. So that awareness which is brought to it, it feels good, just the awareness.
Yeah.
There's a relief in it. There's a closer connection with your qualities, with being, with truthfulness. So that in itself awakens this new dimension. And by degrees it becomes easier, but often, of course, what happens is that there's a reason why people are anesthetized here, and that's because it's been shocked, it's painful. It hasn't been educated. How often in schools do we say to our children, what are you feeling about this, as opposed to what do you know about this?
Yeah, thinking about this, yeah.
So often what can happen is, especially for spiritual seekers, that they find the silence, it drops down into this layer of feeling, and there is an openness because it's the now. So there's an openness in feeling, in experience, and they meet pain. They meet an old pain, because old pain is in the now, right? It's always alive, it's just that we're not feeling it.
Yeah.
It's always there until it's felt, and then a transformation begins. So they meet an old pain, and sometimes it's some kind of pain, and it doesn't even have to be from this lifetime, it can be from the generations that is carried through the family.
Yeah.
So they meet this thing which must never be felt, like betrayal, some kind of horror. And they're so deeply programmed this should never be felt that they run from it back to the mind to look for the spiritual awakening again.
Yeah.
They're clinging to that state. But in that sense, they're leaving themselves behind from here downwards. So sooner or later, these feelings, they wait forever.
Yeah. They have to be felt.
They wait forever.
Yeah. Is that the same Eckhart Tolle talks about, the pain body? Or how do you see pain? Is pain clustered in a center, or is it in the organs? Where is pain in the body?
It's a very interesting question. It is felt at first through areas of contraction. It's like you can feel from here outwards, let your awareness expand, and you can feel, without even knowing the content, it doesn't even matter actually what the content is. You can feel, for example, I can feel here that there's still a contraction of guilt. That's normal, you know, because humanity is condemned, so a little bit. You know?
Yeah.
So you feel the contraction, which is there. And the art is to really just allow it. Now, if we already can understand that nobody ever said, and this is where the mind is coming in, that we have so much space and that our being, our sense of space ends with this guilt, which is here, contracted. You can also, you don't need to heal the guilt immediately or deal with it. Actually, it's a shared guilt. You can just carry it. But to expand beyond it, around it, and even through it. Because the beautiful thing about perception is it's ours. And space, you know, you can take the tiniest bit of space and go through this contraction. You can become finer than the contraction and travel through it with your feeling. You know, the realization of space isn't just about infinity, it's also about zero distance, which means that you can go to zero distance with any contraction.
Pure intimacy.
A step beyond intimacy. Really,
Yeah.
really.
Intimacy
really
is not
close.
Real close.
Yeah, intimacy is still a function of space. It's beautiful, it's absolutely beautiful, but it's still a function of space.
Yeah.
Behind that, there is the next layer is really compact, holding the physical unity which is here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from somewhere in space, we are just one particle, this planet. So we can really go to zero distance. And of course, what happens then is it's a great expansion of awareness.
Yeah. There's a colleague teacher of yours who says that the mental institutes are full of, how she calls it, cosmic vacuum cleaners. So let's say the people who are so open that you talk about the collective guilt, but they feel the collective pain, they feel the whole bunch of it. Immediately my mind says, that is not fair. Why should those people feel all the guilt, feel all the pain, and the other people are just walking happily through life? How come? How come we don't all get our fair share of the collective pain, the collective guilt, the collective sorrow?
Well, there's many ways to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
One is that, let's say, you know, we are fully awakened, enlightened and self-realized, and we are totally free of this planet. Would we come back?
I don't think so. Why should we? But just out of compassion.
This is the thing. So, I feel that many of us are here now out of compassion. We, beyond all of, when you really let go, let be, and go beyond everything, and I mean beyond every spiritual trip as well, to that place of utter existential, no hope, to that, and even leap behind that, to just being pure non-perception. And here, of course, it's a subtle game because, and I think this is what Nisargadatta meant when he said, I am that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a subtle game because the universe kind of turns inside out. All you can see is the impressions, and that's when awareness is moving forward again, but you can jump back again and see the impressions of what that is bringing forward. So one of the finest impressions that brings you out of that is care. Such a deep, deep, deep unconditional care for all that is. So out of that care, we will take on the karma of maybe a family of generations to take it on ourselves. We will take on the challenge of a particular thought program or a particular kind of abuse, or even of bringing freedom to the area of cruelty, which actually would mean the disappearance of cruelty. We're working on it as a human species.
Mm-hmm.
We're not there yet. For every person who is in the most horrific cruelty, they are there. It's seen. It's seen. The moment it's felt, the moment they, at whatever stage, agree to suffer this, they are there. Now there is another place of cruelty, where perception, especially consciousness, averts its eyes. And this is one of the big traps of non-duality.
Yeah.
You know, the aversion to suffering.
Yeah. The denial.
It's an illusion.
Oh yeah, it's not there.
Yeah, I'm all right, I'm enlightened.
And you are not.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so now let me tell the crowds of suffering masses about this, and that's my service, but I'm okay. So how non-dual is that? To have that separation between yourself and the whole?
Yeah. So could you say that there are quite a few teachers who speak about this still from an egoistic standpoint?
I think we all speak about it sometimes from an egoistic. The ego is always there because it's among us. In the play of form, the dance of form, there's always a kind of measuring thing which is happening. It's in a way, it's how we attune to each other. Am I better or worse? And it's also how we are inspired by each other. And when it becomes toxic competition, it's how we learn what we're not. We suffer in competition and we learn what we're not. We learn to let it go.
Mm-hmm.
So I really feel that the ones who are teaching all of them, are doing it because they care. And they are dedicating who they are, what they are, their form, to a service which will help people. And the problem isn't the ones that teach. The problem is the ones that say, I am a great teacher, but I'll do it later when. Because I'm not ready yet, I'm not worthy yet. First I need to reach this stage, first I need to get there. And they retract themselves from the world, and this is a closure of compassion, and in a certain stage it's a contraction of the heart. And this leads to a kind of pretense which can be quite destructive, especially in spirituality.
Yeah. So all the criticism on, for example, the things my friend Paul Smith does, the Advaita cowboy, some people say it's not deep enough, it's too simplistic.
Yeah.
You say every form is okay in which this is communicated.
If there is freedom in form, if there is truly freedom in being here in form, and that's the only freedom there is, a freedom which is conditional on not being here in form or taking a particular form isn't freedom at all. No. It's in a false duality.
Yeah.
And the playfulness that he has, and the playfulness Lisa has, shows they are very much channeling that freedom, that unconditional aspect.
Yeah.
And people always reject. Rejection is among us. Rejection is a big part of the social field. And who cares? It's like the buck has to stop here. And for people who are afraid of rejection, who are thinking they can do more to help others, maybe have a satsang in their house, or maybe open up and really dissolve this barrier between themselves and others in a certain way. Often rejection is the thing which holds them back because it hurts like hell. But if we don't allow that pain, we don't realize it. We don't realize it as the game that it is. And that means that we tend to reject others. So it gets passed around.
Yeah.
Reject, reject, reject. And we see this in the world, and this is what's leading to war. This is what's leading to that cruelty. This basic need, because the pain is so great here, to throw it at the other.
Yeah. It gives us a certain kind of relief. Yeah. When I tell that it's your fault, I feel right for one moment.
Yes, a short-term fix.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if we take a little particle of the pain of rejection and allow it to feel it, we are really changing the vibration of the whole. We're stopping this suffering.
Yeah.
We're doing a bit to change it, and we don't need to actually go out and teach or anything, but just being able to be at peace with rejection.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, if you're at peace with rejection, you're not in the mind. You're at peace with the pain. And secondly, if you're not at peace with the pain of rejection, it's anyway there.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have any peace around it.
Yeah.
It's not like it takes it away. It doesn't. We can't heal rejection by rejecting rejection.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
We can't heal rejection by rejecting the rejection. Yeah. And Georgie, what do you think about and feel about all those teachers who meet each other at, let's say, Science and Non-Duality Conference, and they go on a rampage to say, well, he hasn't seen it, she has seen it, he hasn't seen it. I, as a seeker, could think, well, this is rubbish. If those people are still making fun of each other, what is this enlightened thing worth?
Yeah. Well, on one level, it's a community. So all communities, let's be for real, they are active social fields.
Yeah.
So there's a fun in it, and there's a joy in it.
It's like the same with the monkeys on the rock.
Yes, we are monkeys.
Yeah.
We are.
So that will never stop.
Actually, the monkeys are better than us.
Yeah, it's more clear.
They're less destructive.
Yeah.
Because they're not there in this mind thing yet so much.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. It's going to be there. The social field is here. Yeah. This social field with this game of acceptance and rejection and belonging and better and more and less and worse and all of this jiving around.
Yeah. Just seen as not how do you call it? Innocent.
Yeah. At the same time, often the ones who are really carrying the energy in such events are the participants.
Yeah.
They listen. The listening is containing far more than the speaking.
Mm-hmm.
He who knows how to listen hears not only, he's in a position of receptivity of life. He hears not only what's coming in, but also his own thoughts. there's much more, when you move into pure receptivity, you're full of the whole world. And there is so little ego there from that position that it is the participants that are the teachers in a way. It's upside down.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, what would we all be in science and non-duality if there weren't participants?
Yeah, nothing.
It would be a nice dinner party, maybe. But,
Yeah.
And then there is this other aspect, which is that as things are right now, and one of the beautiful things about SAND, Science and Non-Duality Conference, is that it's breaking this, is that each person has their awakening, and then they become an island. And what SAND is doing is bringing forward much more working together. And that is so important, because if you're really going to the realization of non-duality, you have to be able to work together. When I teach together with Bart, it's not easy all the time, especially at the beginning, to find a form in teaching as a man and a woman together.
Yeah.
But we're teaching about unity of life. And if we can't sit there together as a man and woman in unity, then where do we begin?
Yeah.
And the way to do it is to just do it. Do it and suffer it until it refines. Suffering purifies.
Yeah. Even if that is on stage in front of 20, 30 people.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a Dutch Advaita teacher, Alexander Smit, who once said that for women, this is just the dessert. They know this already, they feel it, and that the problem is that the men who come to the meetings go rationalize it and think about it. How can that be? Start asking questions about quarks and quantum physics. Is that the same at your meetings also, that the women who come there, it's for them, it's already clear, but they just will come and get a taste of it again and then leave and don't start? Or are women as mental about this as men? That's my question, I guess.
There is a difference in form, in the way men are much more vulnerable and much more suddenly they fall. And women are as if much more emotionally open, but this is also a kind of strategy to stop getting to the fallback position, that position of emptiness. We have a very strong focus on dissolving that duality between male and female. A flower is both. And we are both. And so what actually tends to be happening is that the women are allowing their male side, and the men are allowing their female side. And out of this allowance, there's a position taken behind that core duality of male and female. And that's where stillness is, and a lot of freedom.
You speak a lot about stillness. Was Eckhart Tolle one of your main teachers, or how did it come about for you? What was the great search? Was there one particular guru, or was it just life itself?
Well, my first memory is an experience of awakening. So that's a bit strange, I was 2 years old in bed, and been put there by my mother in the middle of the daytime to sleep. And I'm lying there looking at this little body and thinking how strange it is that these little legs have grown a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just learning to talk. And I was thinking about guitars. It's the age of the guitar, the 60s, late 60s. And I started saying the word, I must have just learnt the word. I started saying the word guitar, 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 until it had absolutely no connection to the object.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the syllables. And this was curious, And so I took my name, Georgie. I started saying my name, Georgie, 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 Georgie. And then suddenly I wasn't Georgie. And so who was I? And there was this kind of consciousness. This is how awakening tends to move. You become conscious that you're not this, and then you say, "What are you?" And so you become conscious of consciousness, and it jumps like this into this expansion, which is kind of reset and a feeling of homecoming. So in a way, for me, language is very, very important, and I'm a writer, but this is all because that connection between word and the thing it signifies was broken. It never really got formed that strongly. It's what made me a poet as well. You know, it's just temporary naming.
Yeah.
So a lot of identity never got built. And out of that, I chose a kind of life and also had a kind of karma in my childhood where it was constantly disrupted. And there's an easiness in moving through different forms, different identities. I converted to Judaism, I changed my country, and back again. And so that's the awakening. But although I can go into that, and this I really recognize in the power of the now. And it's such an affirmation to read it. But still, I couldn't live like that all the time. There's moments of awakening and then gone again into this, into the sea of entanglement, feeling entanglement. Stuff's happening, grief and this and that, and longing and sadness and all the feelings. They kind of take you out of consciousness. And so there I kind of began to live a life. But I wasn't done yet. Awakening wasn't enough. I could always, like a bubble, be open to universal genius, the whole works, no problem, go to Oxford, the whole quickness of mind was available, and the consciousness, and be in the now, and all of this, but that wasn't enough, because here there was such a pull of wanting to love and be loved, and to feel stuff. And of course life happens, so it gets more and more contracted, because I wasn't here in the area of feeling awareness. So at a certain stage I had a nervous breakdown and anxiety attacks and panic attacks. I was working as an investigative journalist, and it gave up the system because it wasn't supported. And that's a kind of dark night of watching the apocalypse of the ego break down, and then feeling the pain which has been waiting to be felt.
Yeah.
And experiencing a kind of rebirth of itself out of that emptiness. Yeah.
The lotus flower who rose from the mud.
Yeah.
Was it a long process, or that's what I sometimes think? How long have to feel this pain? Is it if someone could tell me, well, that's for let's say you carry a child for 9 months, you have to get rid of this pain for 9 months, and then it's done. Is it done for you now? Have you felt all the pain that had to be felt, or are painful things still coming up and you have to sit down? And
I think if there's any time when it's done, it's when you absolutely are able to allow all pain to move through you. I tell you partly why. It's not yours. You walk into a room full of extremely sad people and you feel the same sadness. It doesn't matter if you don't even know what they're sad about. It's in this field of interbeing, and it's there to be felt. We're not separate in it. And at a certain stage there is a spaciousness and freedom there, because it's not separate. Meaning I can feel whatever feeling, dread or grief. It doesn't matter anymore even. I don't even ask, is this mine, or unless I'm bored. And then I might, make a story from it. But it's a story, that's all it is. It's the same thing on the level of the mind. So it's an energy. It's existing energy energetically between the physical and the mental. There is also a energetic frequency here. It's the stuff of the world, and we care about it. It doesn't mean we go out there looking for all the suffering and inviting it in, but the stuff which is arising isn't for nothing. Life is so intelligent in what it brings forward at any moment.
I'm thinking about where we don't mind walking into a room full of happy people. We're having a party. You think, hey, let's join the party. Hey, what a good atmosphere here. But when we walk into a funeral, we think, I have to get out of here. Why is that? Is that ego which tries to avoid pain and gain pleasure?
It's all the bad stuff. It's shame, guilt, fear of intimacy. A lot comes up if we walk into a funeral. And again, you know, there can be the most incredible grief of loss. And in the social field, there's many parts of that, the experience of losing a loved one which is not admitted. There's relief, there's spaciousness.
Yeah.
There can be joy because you see your family again.
Yeah.
It's also a family occasion, a funeral, and you see them at such a depth of truthfulness and depth of feeling. Again, we crave to experience life.
Yeah.
So, but that's not allowed. You have to put on the stoneface road. So that's kind of the beginning of where we start to screw ourselves up, because we have to dictate from the head what we're feeling down here, what's allowed and what's not. So we're cutting ourselves up into little pieces while being very non-dual at a funeral. You know? There is so much there.
I can remember a funeral where I don't know the right English word, but I got very, very amused by something, and I really had to put down the giggle, and my mother said, "Stop giggling, it's a funeral."
Yes.
But I was amused by, I think, some woman who wear a strange hat or something like that.
You see, this is the where the mind keeps us so two-dimensional. You know, you can be amused and sad at the same time.
Yeah.
At my father's funeral, he died when I was 14. Suddenly, he was an alcoholic. Suddenly, I'm in England. I was living in Belgium, and because the family was divorced, I come to my father's funeral, and I'm absolutely, this is the shock of my life. I'm in full-fledged trauma, crying and crying in this dusty crematorium in suburban England. And the coffin arrives, and it's my daddy's inside. I hadn't seen him for a while because of the divorce. And the shock of it, and the horror, and the relatives that I hadn't seen since all of this was happening at the same time. And we sat there, and already the toilet paper I had was drenched. I couldn't even wipe the tears or the snot anymore because it was disintegrating, totally wrecked. And it's a crematorium, and the coffin is there on a conveyor belt kind of thing, like to go rolling into the furnace, right? And so it's there. And at a certain stage, this, because they weren't religious, so there was this kind of hired per hour religious guy who pretended that he knew him but didn't have a clue who he was, and was waiting for the next one to come. And so he starts gesturing to the people behind the scenes to close the curtain around the coffin. So he starts going like this. And as he does this, the curtain starts to move as if he's got magical powers.
The magician.
And I'm going like from crying to like laughing my head off at like the surreality of it.
Yeah.
Why not? It's both. It's also funny.
Yeah.
Humor is really part of the game as well. And we can be soul destroyed and laughing at the same time.
Yeah. You sometimes see that when people start crying for a lot of time, it automatically goes into laughter.
Yeah.
To put a little more light. Georgie, you are about to fly back to Israel, and you do meetings over there also with Bart?
Yeah.
And I asked him also, almost in Dutch the same question. Is there a difference in communicating this message in San Francisco, in Belgium, in Israel? Or is it all the same?
People's reactions are different.
Yeah, of course.
And in communicating the message, a beautiful thing is happening with us right now. And if you'd asked me a year ago if I could do this, like just go into a meeting without planning anything beforehand and just let life speak through me, I would think, well, that would be one enormous leap of trust.
Yeah.
And now it's happening by itself.
Yeah.
So we don't know really what our message is until we sit down and begin to talk. And in that way, it's totally attuned to what's needed in that moment with those people.
Is that the same thing when I played as a club DJ? I could sit down in the afternoon for hours selecting all the songs I was going to play this evening. The crowd gave me the direction I had to go with the music. And sometimes I played totally different music. I just had to be there, have the tools ready, but the audience gave me the direction.
Yeah, and maybe it's not even the audience, maybe it's even
deeper.
I'm in wonder of it, really in wonder of it right now, how extremely intelligent life is. You know, our brains, they're good little old laptops, but basically life is a genius, which is in terms of moving through time and space with synchronicity and need, which is way beyond. All you can do is bow to it, trust it, trust the intelligence of life. It's the greatest healer, the greatest teacher. And I mean life force. I mean experiential life. I don't mean this life. I mean the life that doesn't end, regardless of whether we get born or die.
So the same force that is blowing the wind right now and raining and moving the trees is the same force that is doing this interview and conversation? That's what non-dual teachers say. It's just one thing.
They?
Yeah, some. They say it's just one thing moving everything. There's just one thing, the same thing that moves the clouds to the sky, moves you. It sounds like a very reassuring message. Sit back and enjoy the show. Or is that too simple?
Sit back and enjoy the show is a stage. There's also get up and be the show. While completely at the same time knowing that it's a show. Allow it. Allow, you know, I was thinking about sexuality because I was watching the 70s thing downstairs of the music. You know, the sexuality, the sexual energy is very much alive. It's part of life. It's not like to do with which partner what. That is all the time part of vitality, part of living. But if we try and control it or mess with it and don't listen to it or receive it or try and order it, then we get quite contracted. We get into quite a mess. We suffer. And there are these core dualities. So sexuality is there utterly as a function of the total absence of sexuality. So only out of allowing also the total absence, the total nothing happening, no horniness, no sexuality, no sex life, the whole, really allowing that, not freezing in it, but really, really allowing that, the sexuality emerge in its intelligent form of itself. And that doesn't mean, you know, going out and getting laid. It's emerging in a sense of the pure life force of human and the pure sensual pleasure of just being alive. You know, it's not a curse to be alive. It can, from a certain perspective, it can seem fearful, dreadful, suffering and all of this. If that's where we're investing all of our consciousness. But at the same time, you know that you've got a pain in your leg, the rest of the body is in bliss, but we're just not paying attention to that. There's a blissfulness always in being here physically. If we believe that because somebody else is suffering, we should not feel bliss, if we're in that thought pattern, then we're really not helping the other person either. Again, it's this either-or configurations. We can bring bliss everywhere. Like we can bring love everywhere. Like at the funeral, if the people are really, really sad and we go and we have to be sad too, we're not helping. We can be with them in the sadness and still acknowledge that there's also happiness here. This is also for them. Because also in them there is a happiness. There's a happiness in every experience. Because we can experience.
Yeah.
Did I talk about sex?
Just a little bit.
It's okay, I'm in Holland.
Yeah, no problem at all. The next book is not about sexuality, it's about duality.
It's called Stillness of the Wind.
Stillness of the Wind,
Yeah, so that was an interesting...
yeah.
You know.
And you wrote several other books?
Only one. And Bart wrote another one.
Okay, and the titles are?
Bart wrote a book called The Gift, 7 Steps to a Happier Life, which is a beautiful, clear way to understand that we are here to share the qualities the unique qualities which we're carrying right now, and to express them, to get that movement of expressing qualities into the world and receiving qualities from, to get this circulation between dimensions moving. It's very close to being, to share your qualities.
And your first book is
I Am Here, Opening the Windows to Life and Beauty. So this is a study of exactly what we've been talking about. It's more of a guidebook, like a navigational map to the world inside, between the dimension of consciousness and mind and time and awareness. In English we have 2 words, which is great, because even the words intuitively give that difference, which is feeling and felt experience and spaciousness, and the here, which is where we come down into the quantum physical realization of matter, because we're here for the matter.
We're here to matter or for the matter?
Both.
Both.
It matters that we're here for the matter.
Yeah. Final question, because you guys have a plane to catch. I hope there's no delay because of the storm. Happiness. I just heard you say the word happy. For me, the search was 25, 30 years to find happiness in the world. Could you say that that shifts to bringing happiness into the world? Is that then the right way? Can happiness be found in the world, or can happiness be brought into the world? Or can it be both?
Both. But happiness found in the world is always going to be conditional, according to the conditions of the needs being met, and in a way it's dangerous, because then it's also conditions of not losing anything. So you can be happy with a partner, but the partner will die at some stage, and you know that, or you will, and sorry, but that's kind of the deal. And so the happiness already begins to contract, because the partner needs to be forever. So, and the happiness inside, the key to that is to allow that happiness is here, even if there's sadness. It's and it's deeper. So I, for example, remember driving, and I was really in a angry entanglement, frustrated. This is normal, I feel. And then I noticed that I kind of went deeper in, allow it, went deeper in it, and I met this happiness which is always here. It's quite a blessing. Some people have it more clear than others, but there's a happiness at the sadness. There's a happiness at the grief. There's a happiness, and it's close to joy, but there really is a happiness at life. And life is very much about learning, about experiencing. So in just allowing this and I was pretty miserable at that stage, so allowing that also I was secretly, even secretly from myself, happy in the misery, this opens up a whole new possibility. There's an expansion then, and of the misery, which it doesn't quite look like misery anymore, if you can be happy to be here, to be happy to be experiencing. And happiness is one of these beautiful non-dual aspects which leads by itself to others, to gratitude, to, and if you move from happiness, there's an expansion, so there's a sharing, there is an uplifting, and in that the world reflects back. You smile at somebody, sometimes they smile back. There's a reflection back of that position. And when we meet others who are sad, depressed, and we give up our happiness, it's even on a vibrational level taking away their way back to happiness. Because we resonate together. That's not compassion.
Compassion is being in the passion, which and in Christian terms, passion means suffering, the passion of Christ. Being in this creation together, not disconnecting. Not making a border, this is your stuff, this is my stuff. So the bottom line is to share everything, experience everything together.
Where we feel meet a resistance,
Yeah.
even inside our own world or between ourselves and others, to allow it to be there, but be aware of it. Just be aware of it and to be aware of what's behind it. The awareness of itself does the magic. Because the awareness will bring thoughts, and the thoughts will bring beliefs, and probably those beliefs are not relevant or useful anymore, and that in itself releases. There's a spiral that goes on. But the awareness, the allowance of what is critical, like you said at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Just allowing it. And allowing it just a little bit more inside.
Yeah.
All experience, in a way, does, even if it's bad experience, is cut us more deeply to the truth of who we are.
So no bad experiences.
Oh, they can be awful. But it shows us...
In essence, it's not bad. Yeah. It was a great talk. Thank you very much, Georgie. And have a great flight back to Israel.
Are you panicking? We late?
Sitting here with Yo-Yo van der Kooi for a second talk. The first talk was in Dutch. Now we're planning to talk in English.
Yes.
At your beautiful home here in Arnhem. And this is also the place where you do your work.
Indeed.
For how long?
Since when? Wow. It's a long time. I think the work started after I came back from Pune.
Yeah.
After being initiated by Osho in 1979.
Yeah.
That was actually shortly after that I won my first prize for European painting, and then I felt, well, it's time maybe to start helping people to bring out their creativity. And so it started with creative workshops,
Mm-hmm.
and then later it developed into working with the body, the feelings and the mind, the mindset. Because I discovered that people are blocked in their creativity because of tensions, either in the body or in the emotional field or in the between the ears.
Mm-hmm. And why is creativity so important?
Maybe because what we are here on this earthly plane is a creation of the ultimate intelligence, and so we are all shaped in such a way that we have a longing to express ourselves, either in a creative way or in other ways. Like, you know, there are so many ways we can express our individuality, and I think that is a very deep longing of, I think, all the people on earth, be it consciously or unconsciously.
To create.
To create, yeah.
To participate and to create something that's good for all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my painting teachers said creativity is the ultimate expression of the ultimate individual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we want to express our essence through the vehicle that we have received in this life,
Mm-hmm.
which is a unique phenomenon.
This
So,
vehicle.
yeah, there are no two people alike.
No, that's true.
So-
And that makes that creativity so broad and so much variety in it.
yeah,
No one is the same, so everyone expresses this in a different way.
yes.
Yeah, sounds great.
It is great.
Yeah. And was Osho, I'm pointing at the picture next to you, someone who talked about creativity also a lot?
Yeah.
What did he have to say about it?
Well, actually, what Osho helped me to see is that creativity is not about perfection. We have, particularly in the West, we have a tendency to want to make everything perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to make things perfect, you sort of block yourself because you're setting high standards that you can never meet, and so somehow you give up, you know. If you cannot be as good as a Rembrandt or something, then you just, okay, then it's not for me.
Yeah.
Whereas he pointed out the joy of being creative without a purpose, without a goal, you know, just for the sheer joy of expressing yourself.
Doesn't have to be successful.
Yeah, doesn't have to be successful.
Yeah, it's the same when we're doing this interview. I'm like fixing the light and looking at the camera if everything is okay, and then I see this little thing that comes like it grows out of your head on the background.
Yes.
And then I'm thinking, should I worry about this? Will people not say after watching this interview, well, Patrick, couldn't you have done something about it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. And at a certain point, you have to just let it go.
Yeah.
And one of my ex-partners expressed it like this: you have to leave a hole for the soul to come in. If things that you do are too perfect, it's too closed, you know.
Yeah.
There has to be a hole somewhere where the soul can come in.
Oh, that's greatly said.
Yeah.
You also make beautiful paintings. That is also not about perfection.
Well, there's a difference between striving for perfection and giving all that you have, you know, at a certain moment. And it's nice to just feel your way into when is this artwork, this painting ready? When do I stop?
Yeah.
And it's very exciting. You know, sometimes you think it's finished and then you put it in a corner and then 2 months later you see it again and say, oh, here's something that I would like to add.
Yeah.
Actually, you could be working on one painting your whole life. As you develop, as you unfold, you see more and more what could be added, you know?
Yeah.
So actually all the paintings that I've made are unfinished business.
Yeah.
Yes. But then again, it is good to also leave it in the state where you have decided, so this is, for now it's okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes I visit someone and I forgot that they have bought a painting from me, and I see this painting which dates from 15 years before, and all of a sudden I get a shock and I can see the beauty of the painting in the way it was made, because it is pregnant of the situation that was there then.
Yeah.
And that's very surprising. Yeah.
Okay.
And you can see that, you know, okay, I could have added this or that and that, but then it's good to just leave it like that as a kind of a testimony for a certain period of your life.
Yeah. And can you still remember the state you were in or the feelings you had when you see a picture again or a painting again you made?
It's a surprise and a feeling of excitement and gratitude at the same time. Like, wow, have I made this, you know? And more and more I come to see that it is not me making a picture. It is the ultimate creator or the ultimate intelligence that's working through me and wants to express itself through this vehicle, you know, with these characteristics
Yeah, and qualities.
and qualities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that why you don't put yo-yo on your paintings? I haven't seen any signature.
I usually forget.
Ah.
And that's maybe also not for nothing, because when I was in Khajuraho, which is the origin, the seat of the tantric schools, I walked around these temples where you have these exquisite sculptures of people in love, you know, and people in an embrace, but also people with animals. These are the ways the people at the time were attracting people to the temples. But you only see these sculptures on the outside of the temple. And as you go inside the temple, more and more the art that you see there is abstract, and in the inner sanctum there is emptiness and just the symbol of the male and female sex organs, like the lingam and the yoni together. And that's probably to keep the people who are not ready for the emptiness of the inner sanctum outdoors, so they can just gape at these erotic scenes, you know, and just they help people to come to terms with their sexuality, which is a basic prerequisites for the spiritual unfolding.
Yeah.
But all these beautiful sculptures, there is no signature, nowhere.
No.
So you don't see any names or whatever.
Yeah.
All these people have worked as a tool, as a vehicle for the ultimate intelligence,
Yeah.
the ultimate creator.
So what is it then, yo-yo, that gives me this sense of I have to put my label on everything I create? I have to.
Well, that's also part of our unfolding. It's the ego that wants to be seen. It's the ego that wants to be recognized. That's the third chakra, and it's about the personality. We have to go through that phase on our way to enlightenment or self-realization or becoming one again. And there's no harm in that, you know. It's a part, you know. We have to build a strong ego, and we have to really feel like we are someone before we can let go of that narrowing, because it's like an hourglass, you know, where at the bottom, when we are born, we are totally we are still part of the whole, you know. We don't have an ego, we don't have a sense of I. That is what we are gradually learning. And by, as we become more aware of ourselves and more aware of our characteristics, we slowly develop that sense of I, which becomes like a very narrow passage where we are absolutely convinced that we are separate from each other and separate from the whole.
Yeah.
I am this and I am not that. This I want to be and this I don't want to be.
Yeah.
This is the ego, and we have to go through that phase of forgetting who we are in order to come to the point where in the heart chakra we can relax and open up to larger circles of connection. And then, you know, just opening until we are back into the all and one, you know. But now consciously. The child is there, but unconsciously. And through our journey, through the chakras and the stages of awakening, we come to remember who we are, you know, and that's what's called ecstasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, ecstasy is associated with the beyond the crown chakra, and it means outside of the identification with a self, with the idea of self.
Yeah.
And that's the ultimate liberation.
One teacher told me, also a woman, a female, that we have to go to this narrow passage to develop compassion for all and everyone.
Yes.
So that I know how it feels like to be hurt, to hurt someone, to be discriminated, and so on.
Actually, yes, it's true that we have to come to a point where we suffer so much from the illusion of separation that at some point we surrender. We give up our attempts to become, better than the other, or to become richer than the others, to become famous, and that we sort of either we break or we melt into the heart dimension, which is about compassion, about understanding. It's about understanding that we are not separate. It's the beginning, the dawning, the heart chakra is the dawning of the journey back home,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Now, are there certain ages where those things happen for people?
Well, in my courses and in my book, I am speaking about 7 levels of awakening, and I associate the chakras that are the symbols of the journey with 8 levels of 8 years. So the first 8 years in our lives, we are finding our place on earth, so to speak. And the first chakra is about survival strategies, and it's about belonging, the feeling of belonging. So in the first 8 years, we have to deal with the parents that we have, and we develop certain strategies to cope with the specific characteristics of our father and our mother. And we develop a sense of safety, of security in the family,
Yeah.
And the second 8 years are about the second chakra, which is the awakening of sexuality and intimacy. And that's the first step. That's why sexuality and intimacy are so important. The first step back to connection. It's like you in a body we are sort of isolated, and we fall in love with another person, another being, and we need this feeling of being in love to overcome the fear of losing yourself into something that's bigger than you. And so that's how we learn about the beginnings of love, the first stages of love.
And by love you mean?
Love is from the heart. It's the feelings that come from the heart.
Yeah, that cannot be rationalized.
It starts with sexuality, and also the second chakra is about emotions, because sexuality is usually very mixed up with emotions.
Yeah.
So we learn about jealousy, we learn about anger, we learn about fear, all these basic feelings that we need to experience, during our journey.
And why do we need to experience them? To develop compassion, or to
to come? Yeah. Well, actually, the journey in a body on planet Earth is like going to the movies. We are curious. We want to experience all kinds of things, and so we also need to forget that we are in a movie house. It has to be real. So, like when you go to the movies, you don't sit there and just tell yourself it's just a screen,
No.
it's just images, it's not true, it's just an illusion. No,
Yeah.
you want to just go in there, you know,
Yeah.
totally lose yourself and associate yourself with the actors
Yeah.
as if you are them.
Yeah.
And it's the same with life on earth. We are curious, we want to experience all kinds of things. And by experiencing them, we add to the totality of what is possible on earth.
Yeah.
It's like the ultimate intelligence is constantly expanding through the experiences of all the beings that it creates.
Yeah. Beautifully said. Then from age 16 to 24, the next 8 years?
Yeah, that's where we start separating ourselves from the parents, and we want to stand alone. We want to stand on our own.
Yeah.
And we want to become someone, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why we learn and we study and we get diplomas and stuff so that we can really become someone special.
Yeah.
Also associated with the second chakra and looking for a partner and procreation and you know making sure that the offspring can be fed and can be educated and stuff. You know.
Yeah.
That's the third chakra. And then in the process of winning a mate, you know, it's important to have big cars or at least, you know, a motorcycle or the right tattoos, you know.
Yeah.
That's all about, you know, age 16 to 24. And yeah, it's about searching for your uniqueness. How am I different from other people? How do I distinguish myself from others? How can I be the best?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And does that go on also for the next 8 years, or does that come a
Yeah,
shift again?
24 to 32, that's where the heart space begins to enter into your life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, in the relationship, sexuality unfolds into love, if all goes well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I heard that the age 40, that's like a crisis age for a lot of people.
Mhm.
Do you agree that the old stuff doesn't work anymore?
Well, age 40 is the end of the fifth chakra, which is about honesty, about pure communication. You know, it's the throat chakra, and it is the threshold between the fifth chakra and the sixth chakra, which is about non-duality, looking beyond the opposites.
Mm-hmm.
And age 40 is also the age where we have to learn about honesty, and it's the age where many of the relationships get into a crisis because, you know, you've been together for so long, you want to look for other people, you know, to have other aspects of yourself reflected, and in that process it happens that people fall in love with another person, and they break the vow of you know, being true to the other.
Yeah.
And many times you see that people cannot be honest about that, so they do it secretly, and then when it's being found out, they're in trouble because then the mate usually, you know, does not accept that. And
Is this a story from your own life? Because you smile when you talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have also gone through all these stages also in my relationships.
Yeah.
When my second relationship, when I found out that he had a girlfriend that he had not shared with me. I was very rigorous, and I just said, enough, and I broke the relationship. And in my third relationship, I had learned from that, and I was beginning to discover that it is possible to love more than one person, and to also feel physically attracted to other people.
Mm-hmm.
And in that relationship, which has lasted almost 12 and a half years, I had the opportunity to work my way through that, Like my partner fell in love with someone else at a certain point, and I said, okay, that's probably what you need right now for your own development.
Mm-hmm.
So you just go ahead. And for a time that was okay, but then, more and more he went to see her, and he started doing handiwork, helping her out, with all kinds of things. And then he came home only for doing the laundry.
Oh.
He slipped into bed around 2 or 3 o'clock at night. And at a certain point I felt, no, I can't take this,
No.
So I went to live in my studio, and I said, look, I can see that you need this, and it's okay, but I don't want to be on top of it, so I'll just take a little bit of distance. And then after a few weeks he came to me, he said, it's not possible. I cannot be with this woman if you're not there.
Mm.
And so, I felt that you are so important for me that I will break off the relationship. So he did. But she was a colleague of his, and so they kept seeing each other, and she kept putting flowers on his desk and stuff, and although they didn't have sex anymore together, it was still, befriended with her. And so one day he asked me if it was okay to invite her for dinner with us.
Oh, that's a test.
It was a test.
Yeah. Did you agree?
And I agreed.
Yeah.
And we had a very nice dinner. And then after that we sat in the living room, and we were having coffee together. And then I could see those do you call it? Sparks between their eyes, and I could feel that there was just this longing for physical contact, and but they were just behaving,
But did they maybe come to ask your approval again, or how did they come to ask your approval again for this?
No. She wanted to be also, loyal to me, and she had this friendship with him, But these looks and these sparks were so obvious that at some point I just stood up. I said, "Come on, folks, you just go and go to bed with each other again, because this is you're not ready. You're not finished together."
No.
And strangely enough, they did, pick up their sexual relationship. Mm-hmm. But strangely enough, after that, I did not have a problem with it anymore.
Hmm.
I don't know what happened in between, but maybe I had come to see that it is true that you cannot just get to know yourself only through one person. Anyway.
And this was an example of honesty.
Yeah, and I really appreciated his honesty.
Yeah.
He never lied about this, and he said, "Look, I can't help it. I have these feelings for this woman, and I don't know what it is." So, but by and by, gradually, they saw each other less and less and less, and then in the end, they were just friends, without me demanding anything of the kind. So that was good. But what I found out later is that it's very important to be honest about it, and that it's important for a couple to keep looking at the contract they have made, because if sexual monogamy is one of the implicit parts of the contract, then it's not good to just go ahead with experimenting with other people without sharing that with your partner. And of course, if your partner is not enlightened enough to accept that you break the contract and withdraws, that's a risk that you have to take.
Yeah.
And that's a risk that many people in a certain stage of their life are very unwilling to take. So they rather do it secretly than be open about it.
Yeah.
And that's understandable from that stage of consciousness.
Can you tell us some more what happens after the age of 40? 40, 48, 48 is...
Yeah, between 40 and 48, that's the sixth chakra, which is the third eye, and that has to do with by realizing that what we see as opposites are really two sides of the same coin, and that everything that we attribute to another person in the way of judgment are reflections of parts of yourself that you have somehow suppressed or not even discovered, that you have a judgment on. And this chakra is about slowly coming to see that everything that you attribute to another, which you think or say that's not me, is really also a part of you. That's quite a process, and it's also very liberating in that your world becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, because you can embrace, if you do the work inside, to come to terms with all these reflections. It is a period where you start embracing more and more of yourself as you see it reflected in the other. And this also makes that we are less fearful. The fear of the other, the fear of the enemy, just subsides as when you can see that the enemy is not the other person. The enemy is a part of yourself that you are opposing and that you cannot digest as yet.
Yeah. Can you maybe name an example how that works? When you meet someone, a co-worker or a boss, or...
Yeah, for me it works like this, First of all, you become aware of the feelings that this person inspires in you, like irritation or fear or anger or feeling of murderous lust.
Yeah.
And it's important to give yourself permission to feel these feelings, to have these feelings, to acknowledge that they are there. Now, if you really do that to the bottom, acknowledging these feelings and feeling these feelings, then what happens is that they subside. And after that, you can look again, and you can ask yourself, when you look at the person, what is it that this person reflects of me?
Yeah.
And then it's nice if you can come to discover why these aspects of yourself are undigestible, why you have rejected them, why you have opposed them, and then gradually start to experiment with that behavior. And that can be very funny. Like an example, I had been to the sauna with a friend, and after that we sat at the bar for a drink, and there were a few more people sitting there, and there were two guys who were talking very loudly, and they're really like in such a way that I could not understand the friend I was with, and I started to become so irritated, you know, and I didn't want to interrupt, but I felt I could not really concentrate on our conversation anymore. And then all of a sudden I realized that what was irritating me was the behavior of these guys, who were so, you know, not at all conscious of the other people around them. And I said, so I would never do such a thing. And then I asked myself, wouldn't I? Well, let's try. So that moment, I continued the conversation with my friend, and I just put up the volume of my voice even more than their volume.
Oh.
So and then we go down. All of a sudden, these two guys, they looked like this, like,
and they got
it. They got it, and they lowered their voices.
Yeah.
And so I caught their eyes, and I just winked at them, you know, and they got the message.
Yeah.
And it was such a relief.
Yeah. Because you allowed yourself to also act in this way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the same I have with neighbors. Then some neighbor parks his car just in the street where there's normally no parking space, but that's convenient for him because he doesn't have to walk too far to his front door. It starts irritating me because I never dare to park my car over there. I would like to park my car over there sometime, because I know it's easier also, but I don't dare because I'm afraid I'll get comments from the neighbors about this. He just does it. There's some spiritual teachers who say to me, and that's why this guy puts his car over there, to make you aware of the fact that you are afraid to park your car over there, and you're afraid to get angry faces from your neighbors. Yeah. Is that true?
It's the same. It's the same thing.
Same mechanism.
Yes.
But you dare to higher your voice.
Yes.
Is that because you're not afraid then, or you know how it works?
Actually, you know, a part of my unfolding was through the Avatar courses, where you learn about these things, where you learn about that everything you see is your interpretation of what you see, so that everything you see is really you, you know, and that the only thing you need to do is to just take ownership of the projections that you have made.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was one thing in practice that I allowed myself to do.
Yeah. But that's after age 40, you become aware of those things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we grow older. We go to 60, 65, 56, 56.
Yes. Now 40, 48, and then from 50, 56.
Yeah.
Yeah, to 56. That's what I call the crown chakra, which is about knowing, and it's about reclaiming your innocence, the innocence that you had when you were a child, you know, but now consciously. When you have reconciled the opposites, you know, in yourself and between you and the others and the world, then you start seeing clear, and then you start realizing that there is no right and wrong. that there's only discovery, discovery, discovery in ever unfolding expansions. And in my courses, I have combined art forms with all the chakras, and the seventh chakra for me is about clowning.
Clowning.
Yes, because the clown is innocent. You know, he can just be clumsy. He can just show his shortcomings, his limitations. You know, and people are allowed to laugh about him, and it doesn't bother him.
No.
So in a way, he's free.
Yeah.
And also the court jester is also part of the seventh chakra. He's the only one who can make fun of the king, you know.
Yeah.
But he has to be very clever and wise. He's the wise fool, because if he goes too far, his head will be chopped off.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's a very subtle wisdom that you develop in that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the final one, the eighth.
The eighth chakra, which is the transformation point, I call it, from being identified with your body, with your feelings, with your mind, to becoming again part of the whole. You know, where you are just pure being, and where you are totally present in the moment. And for that I use tantric exercises, and the idea is to create situations where people can experience ecstasy. We just talked about ecstasy, you know, as ecstasy, where you are no longer bothered about who you are and what people think of you, or what, you know, because you are just conscious of the totality that this body mind has arisen from, and where this body mind in the end will disappear into. And that's what I call the ultimate freedom, from where you can, if you just reach that realization, from where you can really start enjoying your life as a playground, really, where you can try out everything, and where nothing is wrong, where you can just trust that existence is carrying you.
Yeah, but that's only at that age. I cannot realize this at age 35 or 40.
Well, of course, you know, the chakra model is a model.
Mm-hmm.
It does not mean that people cannot get enlightened at age 21.
Mm-hmm.
There are several examples of that. And it doesn't mean that there are not people who even after age 64 haven't seen the light and will never see the light until they die.
What does it depend on? Do you have to be ripe for it, or?
Well, I'm inclined to say that it's there are several ways you can look at that, but you can say it's just coincidence or good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Other people say it has to do with karma. I'm inclined to say that, you know, look at the trees. There are millions and millions of seeds falling from the trees every autumn, and only a couple of them fall into the earth and come to sprouting.
Yeah.
So the people who do not get it, or go back into the recycling without having woken up to this realization, it doesn't mean that they are lesser people than the ones who are lucky enough to see the light.
Yeah.
But they happen to not meet the right people. They happen to not get into the right situations where these clicks can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this model is not for everyone.
Well, it's just for those people who are curious about themselves and who are not afraid to encounter parts of themselves that until that moment they have not faced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does it take a brave person to go for it?
Yeah, or at least people who have experienced things in their lives that have given them the insight that there is something missing, that there must be more to life, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and usually it's only after certain things have happened, like an illness, or you're losing your job, or you're losing your wealth, or whatever. When things in life, in your material situation, break down, that you just sit and ask yourself, now, what is it really about?
Yeah.
Life. What is it that I really want? You know, and that's usually the point at which people start looking for places where they can do the work, as I call it.
Yeah. For me, the question always was, how come this world doesn't make me happy for a long time? Then my question to you is also, can the world make you happy?
Well, as the world is just your creation of the world, there's only one thing that we need to come to realize, and that is that it's only us, ourselves, it's only myself who can make me happy, or rather happiness is in here, and we are looking it out there.
Yeah.
And we have to make a 180-degree turn and go inside and remove layers of unconsciousness in order to reach to the treasure of happiness, you know.
Yeah.
Happiness is our intrinsic birthright, so to speak, but it has to be uncovered.
Yeah. And that
No other person can make you happy.
No person.
We are looking for happiness in our partner, you know, but the
Mhm.
partner cannot make you happy. Wealth cannot make you happy. It doesn't have to make you unhappy either.
Mhm.
But fame cannot make you happy. And this is something that we need to learn to come to realize
Yeah.
during the journey.
But should we then go out and try everything, try to get happy by gaining fame, gaining money, gaining the best partner, the best car?
Apparently that's what we do.
Yeah, we still try it. It doesn't work if
Yeah.
we both say to the watcher, the viewer, don't try it.
No.
You
No,
have
we
to
have
find out.
to. Yeah. We have to just go through all these attempts to find happiness out there, you know, until we have come to a saturation point where a shift can happen.
Yeah. And that shift, is that what people mean by getting enlightened or waking up?
Yeah, that's the shift. Well, the shift can be the beginning of a trajectory that we choose, you know, to do inner work, to find out about who we really are. The shift does not mean that instantly there is self-realization. There may be a way to go, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you have an explanation, Yo-Yo, why it looks like so many people are interested in this subject of self-realization the last 10, 20 years?
Mm-hmm.
How come?
Yes, well, that's because apparently more and more people come to realize that there is more to life than what they are living. Here in our Western world, which is a very material world, we seem to have slowly have come to a saturation point where we can see that this is ultimately not making me happy.
Yeah.
And that's where the self-inquiry may start. Yeah.
Yeah. You just started translating your Dutch book into English.
Mm-hmm.
Do you already have the title of the book in English?
Yes, the title is Blossoming in the Bog. And I like the alliteration, which is also in the Dutch title. Yeah. And it's a metaphor of the lotus that takes its nourishment from the
dirt,
the mud and the stinking marsh or moor or bog, and transforms it into beauty. And that's also how we as humans can use the shit of the world, the shit in ourselves, and transform it into wisdom, knowing, the ultimate unconditional love that we all can develop.
Yeah.
Which starts with an unconditional love for yourself, including all your failures, including all your horrible devilish side, everything, and that's quite a job. Yeah.
Yeah. And when is the book to be released in English?
It will probably be available as a PDF by the end of this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit before.
Are you planning to do any courses in foreign countries than the Netherlands?
I have been invited to come and do workshops in Thailand and in the Philippines. And I'm looking forward to that very much. Because usually I do retreats in Europe, which I continue to do, by the way. But it's also nice to go to the East, where I have found a lot of inspiration for the work that I do, And so it's also nice to be able to do something back and work with the people there.
And you have a title for the course you give.
Flowering.
Yeah, flowering.
Flowering. Yeah.
Because of
this idea of the blossoming in the bog, where you can just transform any shit that's inherent in you or in the world, can transform it into innocence, beauty, understanding, and conditional love.
And how do I know if I'm flowering or I'm still stuck in the mud and not growing?
Well, actually, a sign for you that you are developing into this beauty is that you feel more and more at ease with yourself, more and more relaxed in all kinds of situations, more and more at ease with all kinds of people that you meet on the way. That's a sign that you are expanding your perception of the world.
Yeah. And not trying to make people into something that is less threatening to you or that you like more, or just leaving people.
Yeah, you stop wanting to change people to accommodate you.
Yeah.
You can let people be who they are and love them and accept them where they are in their stage of development.
Yeah.
So you develop more understanding for why people act this way or behave that way.
And how come that this process, these courses you give, works better in a group than one-on-one, or is that not true?
I also do one-on-one work, but the group has the advantage that you can serve as a mirror to the others. And all the others are mirroring, reflecting aspects of you that you had not discovered before.
Yeah.
So both, you know, your positive sides and your negative sides. And so it is very helpful for the work when you are in a group.
Yeah. And do you still accept people for new groups? Is there room?
Yeah. Every spring and every autumn, in principle, I start with a new group.
Yeah.
Yeah, and twice a year I do a retreat, a 1 week retreat in a European country as well.
Yeah.
Like in October we go to Sardinia, and in spring next year we go to Samos in Greece.
Hmm. And why especially those places?
Well, Samos has become, you know, the owner of the center there has become a good friend, and we have been going there off and on for 15 years with groups. But I sometimes also go to France or to England or to Italy or Portugal.
Yeah.
Depends upon what presents itself.
And how come you are still so enthusiastic about doing these courses, working with those people? You could easily say, well, I'm now over age 70, I'm going to sit on the couch all day with a nice box of chocolates and watch my favorite TV show, even though I don't see a TV over here, but that's another story.
I do like chocolates, and I do watching TV and movies, yes. But this is it's something that's so fulfilling, this work, and it is so enriching, because, you know, I continue to also unfold more and more and more with each and every person that joins my groups, you know. It is...
it works two ways.
It works two ways, yes. And so this is something, it is a passion that you can follow until the grave, you know, as long as I live and can walk and talk and hear and see, I can do this work. Yeah. And it becomes more and more effective also as you grow older and have had more experiences. You can come up with better suggestions, and you can understand more of what's going on in people.
Yeah.
And so you can find the adequate answers to the questions that arise.
Yeah. Bringing it back to the beginning of this interview, can you say that beautiful being on the photo next to you, Osho, and his initiation, that this is all a result of that?
Yeah, actually it has started there. When I sat before him, I thanked him for the miracles that had happened to me during my time in Pune, because I really experienced a couple of miracles there. And then he had this subtle smile, and he said, many more miracles are going to happen after this. And that's what has happened, you know. More and more I become miracle-mindedness. I can see the wonders of nature. I can see the wonders of the physical body. I can see the wonders of our feelings, the wonders of our minds, you know, our sharp minds. And it's all becoming more and more miraculous. More and more a complete mystery. And I no longer try to solve the mystery. More and more I am living the mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this great talk. When people want to reach you, you have a very easy website in the sense of the website address. It's yoyo.nl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yoyo.nl.
Yeah.
yoyo.nl.
Yeah, that sounds good. And there's going to be an English version of the site also.
Yes, I'm about to just add a part with an English flag, where people can find the information that may be useful for people abroad. about my retreats and also my courses and workshops, because I love to also go abroad and do workshops wherever there are 8 people or more who would like to do the work with me.
Yeah. And Skype sessions with people from abroad, are you open to that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
My Skype name is Humanifold. It is a non-existing word which I have invented myself. It's about
human?
It's a combination of humanity and manifold.
Yeah.
It means just the manifold options that we have living in a body as a human being.
Humanifold.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to search you up on Skype. Thanks for this talk, and till next time.
Welcome.
Sitting here with Laura Donker, our second talk. First talk we did was in Dutch, and now a talk in English. Your nickname is the Trendy Buddhist.
Mm-hmm.
When did you first hear of Buddhism? What was your first encounter with this philosophy?
Well, that's actually a long time ago. I think when I was like 17, 18 years old, I got a book about Buddhism, and I really felt attracted to it. And then I think around my 20th, I went to Utrecht. It's called Buddhism Under the Dome, and it was a course of Buddhism. And at the time, I don't think I grabbed it already, but I felt attracted to it. So from that moment, I would start reading more and more about it.
And what was it that gave you that first spark within Buddhism that touched you so?
I think it's also the quietness that people had inside, because we had a walking meditation, and I found it very difficult at the time, because walking meditation is that you walk very slowly, and the only thing I thought is like, okay, can this not go quicker, and I need to do shopping, and before I knew I was somewhere else, and that happened all the time. And I saw people around me who could just do that, being really in peace and finding something inside themselves. And I think the first years when I studied Buddhism, I did it with my head. So when my relationship failed, when I was around 28, I just realized that I had to do it by heart. I had to feel it really. And I also thought, I'm so devastated now, this relationship has ended. That's out of proportion. So maybe you should really practice what you always read and try to feel it and sit down and feel the emotions and go through it. And I think from that moment on, I began practicing Buddhism really. Before it was more in my head, because it's very easy to read so many books and understand it with your head. But when something really bad happens in your life, you also have to put it in place so it helps you in that kind of situations where you suffer.
Yeah. Practice what you preach.
True.
Yeah. And could you say that broken relationship was sort of a gift then? The next step in Buddhism for you?
Absolutely. It was, because I felt so not complete anymore, and I knew with my head it was not true, because I wrote so many books about it that you have to fulfill your life yourself, you have to create your own happiness, and when you have a relationship or a friendship, it's just adding to it. But you are the person who has to make yourself happy. You cannot give that away, that job. So I thought, so when I don't feel a whole person now, so something went wrong. So I went researching it, and then I realized I gave away a lot of my independency to that guy. And I think that's what you see in a lot of relationships, that when it starts, everything is fine. You're in love, and the person gives you flowers and you're over the moon, and the person says I love you, and it's so nice, you're only happy because you're already stable, and that person gives you something that makes you feel very positive about yourself. And then after a while, you realize that you start needing it. So when the flowers don't come anymore, you feel, oh, there's something lacking, and then you're going to have all these perceptions about why the person doesn't give you the flowers anymore, or why the person doesn't say that he loves you anymore, she loves you anymore. So it's more like, it starts to be more like demanding. You have to do that for me, because if you don't do that, I feel not loved.
Incomplete.
I feel incomplete. Yeah. And I just said, You know, when you start, everything is fine. Of course, that's also not always the case, because you can have a hole inside yourself, and then you find someone and you feel attracted to that person because the person is filling up that hole. But I think what happens a lot in a relationship, that you have this mutual dependency. You say you love me, and you say you will stay with me, and I will say that to you, and so we both feel complete and loved. But reality, it's not control. You don't control anything. You can say that to your partner. Your partner can say I love you 100 times. It doesn't mean that the person really stays with you.
Yeah.
Or and I think Brenda Shannon said, I really love that sentence, real love is that you welcome it when it comes and that you let it go when it wants to go. And letting go is not always the case that the person really wants to leave you. That's sometimes the case, but not always. But it's also that maybe someone says, I want some freedom. I want to go on a hike weekend with my friends, and that you have to let it go, and that you're not worried about it, that the person might meet someone else, or that has effect on you. So you can see that person needs that. Or the person says, I want to spend a year in India because I want to do my development on myself. You can let that person do that. So you see your loved one and you say, okay, what can I do so the other person may grow? And sometimes that hurt you. You have to let the person go for a year. But I think that's real love, and that's sometimes I think we miss that.
We want to control and claim the one we love.
Yes, and claim, and often when people claim someone out of insecurity, because I want you to do this for me, so I don't feel so upset. Often they don't take responsibility for that behavior because they think they're entitled to do that. They can say, I've been through a bad situation with another person before, it won't happen again, or I'm very assertive, I want to step my borders, this is what I want from you. And then they don't really take responsibility that what they do is not real love. It's controlling and claiming.
Yeah. That's not very sexy.
It's not very sexy, no, and I do think it's an ingredient to make a relationship fail on the long term.
Yeah. It's based on fear, the fear of losing someone. Was this the example you had in your youth? Mostly the first real love relationship you have, you sort of imitate what you saw at home. Can you tell what was your idea of a relationship as a young girl?
Well, I really love this question, because this is, I think, also a big thing why relationship fails. Is I had no idea. I had no idea about a relationship, and I had no idea about who I was. I had no idea what I wanted to give in a relationship and what I needed from a relationship. And I think before you can even start a proper relationship, you have to find yourself first, and you have to be in love with yourself first, and really see who you are, and then you can discover, okay, this person fits to me or not. Because I think everybody is okay, but not all the combinations are okay. And I think when I started that relation, I was just very young. I just liked the person. He liked me. He adored me. The first years, he absolutely adored me, and that made me a good feeling about myself. And I felt I belonged to something. So that feeling that I belonged to a person and to a group, that's something I needed. So actually, I started that relationship at the moment that I wasn't really finished with myself, with my development. And of course, you meet someone who's giving you something that you should give yourself, and that happened. And I think it's very a basic thing what a lot of people do. They're thinking in black and white. In Buddhism, sometimes they speak about a 0 and a 1. So they're saying you're a 1 or you're a 0, and when you're 0, you're nothing. And we're very afraid of being a 0. And 0 is also when you're dying. It's like, oh, then I'm not existing anymore, and that's freaking us out. So we're creating our whole personality. This is me. This is my habits. This is what I'm good at. This is what I'm not good at. And this is my values. And this is my things I achieved in life. And that's me. And if anyone else is going to attack that, we want to We want to protect that idea because
Otherwise, we become a zero again.
otherwise
Yeah.
we become a zero again. So that's why I think a lot of wars are based on, like, because everybody thinks they're right. It's if you have a fight, if you're seeing a fight between people and you speak with them separately, they always think they are right
Yeah,
and the
of
other
course.
person's wrong. And I think when you think so black and white, you don't give yourself the opportunity to be responsible for what you're doing, what you're putting in a relationship, and you're not taking responsibility for the choices you make. And you will end up in a relationship and you're saying, oh, I don't want this, it's not fair, the person should give me that. But then I think it's not about fairness, it's about seeing the other person and seeing yourself and seeing if the combination is right.
Some people tell me that love relationships